Okay. Good afternoon, folks. How are we doing? I'm sorry I missed you yesterday. I don't know why I'm apologizing. My mom was over, so I was being a good son. So actually, not sorry. I was just off yesterday. Fuck you. Whoa. Okay. She was over here as well. Whoa! Fuck you. Get out of here. Okay. Goal is deployed. We have quite a bit going on today, man. Quite a bit. Including a bit of drama as well. Turns out I'm discourse again. Of the most brain-rotted variety. Let's see. Shall we start with old Keith? He spoke not long ago, gave a statement on the state of affairs in the Middle East. God damn. Man, they've got so many fucking weird connections to this. I've got like obviously a friend in this community who's having to repair fucking rooftops that were bombed by Iran. Got a fucking grandmother in Beirut as they go through with the most unprecedented evacuation military campaign, whatever, in the country's history. And got a friend stuck in fucking Singapore because the connecting flight's getting fucked up. It's like, whoa. Dude. Azerbaijan. I don't have any friends in Azerbaijan, so I don't care about that one. Joking. We'll look at Azerbaijan. I've already got it down. Don't worry. Okay. Hope your granny is safe. I mean, should be fine. But, youch. Okay.
Okay, we're going to take the Prime Minister now.
This morning I chaired another COBRA meeting as we continue to coordinate our response to the situation in Iran and the Middle East. I know that people are worried sick about their family and friends who are caught up in this, about the impact on our lives and our economy, and about the potential for even greater escalation. They can hardly believe that yet again we're seeing missiles and drones falling and civilians in the firing line across the region. So I want to reassure the British public about the action that we're taking. While the region has been plunged into chaos, my focus is providing calm, level-headed leadership in the national interest. That means deploying our military and diplomatic strength to protect our people. And it means having the strength to stand firm by our values.
Interesting. There's a bit of disinfo surrounding this strike that happened on Cyprus a few days ago, because Sky News, I don't know why they uploaded it in this way. They uploaded this clip, because this is actually from Sky, and they were saying that the drone that hit the British base in Cyprus wasn't actually from Iran, but then they didn't elaborate on where it actually had come from. So people were taking that and running with it and saying that it was actually like a false flag operation unfolding, that basically Israel did it to pull people into the war. No, this was a Shuanhead tweet, but I guess she deleted it, which is quite cool of her. Yeah, it was from Beirut. It was launched by Cyprus. Said that it was still a Shahed drone. It came from Beirut, because obviously Beirut's closer to Cyprus than Iran. Yeah, not quite Lavon affair territory, I'm afraid.
And our principles, no matter the pressure to do otherwise. The long-standing British position is that the best way forward for the regime and the world is a negotiated settlement with Iran where they give up their nuclear ambitions.
Yeah.
Now, that's why I took the decision that the UK would not join the initial strikes on Iran by the US and Israel. Now, that decision was deliberate. It was in the national interest, and I stand by it. But when Iran started attacking countries around the Gulf and the wider region, the situation changed. Iran has now fired drones and missiles at 10 countries that did not attack them. These are...
They hit 10, did they? What are... Azerbaijan... Did you say Iran and proxies? Okay, so... Jesus. Okay, so Israel, Cyprus... No, wait, we'll start from the Gulf. Emirates, Kuwait, Bahrain, Saudi, Qatar, Israel. Did they actually try? Did they actually hit Oman, or was that a mistake? Cyprus, I guess we would throw in that one. Azerbaijan. Who are the other two? Did I saw some debris landed in Jordan, but I don't think they were aiming for Jordan. Syria had debris, but that's not them. Turkey, Iran denies that. I have no idea why they were... Oh, did the Axis aim for... No, Iran didn't strike Iraq, did they? Oh, wait, there's a... Yeah, of course, the American base in Iraq. Fuck. And I think they hit Oman, but they didn't... I don't think they claimed to aim for Oman. The number of countries they hit is higher, but the ones that they aimed for is what I'm thinking of. I don't count an interception landing in Jordan as like they're aiming for Jordan. Oh, okay.
Allies of the UK, where we have hundreds of thousands of British people, as well as British military personnel. Our number one priority is protecting our people. And that's why, long before the US and Israeli action last weekend, we had already deployed additional military capabilities to the region to defend our interests. And I want to pay tribute to our brilliant armed forces. Throughout January and February, we were moving defensive assets to Cyprus and Qatar. Fighter jets, air defense missiles, advanced radar, and systems to take down drones, to ensure we were in a heightened state of readiness in advance of any conflict beginning.
Did they attack France yet? Not that I'm aware.
When the strikes began on Saturday, we immediately put those jets into the sky on a mission to protect our people and our allies in the region. And that is what they have done, flying over Cyprus and the wider region, shooting down multiple...
I mean, I think it's fair for Iran to hit American bases in Iraq and other countries. I wouldn't treat it as attacking those countries themselves. I mean, if you want to believe that, that's fine. Then you should... I assume if you believe that, then you apply the exact same logic to Israel attacking Hezbollah, right? They're not attacking Lebanon, they're just hitting Hezbollah. They're just hitting Iran, the Iranian proxy. Wait, what? Okay.
Pull drones, at least one of which was heading towards a base housing British military personnel. Our jets were in the sky again last night, over Jordan, Qatar, and other partners, refueling in the air to prolong their mission. And we're constantly resupplying our jets and our missile stores. And we are responding to requests from allies in the region for further help. I can announce today that we're sending 4 additional Typhoon jets to join our squadron in Qatar.
Okay.
To strengthen our defensive operations in Qatar and across the region. Wildcat helicopters with anti-drone capabilities are arriving in Cyprus tomorrow. The Defence Secretary is on the ground in Cyprus right now, coordinating our work and meeting our brave servicemen and women. We're deploying HMS Dragon to the Mediterranean. And we have allowed the US to use British bases to conduct...
Who's attacking Turkey first, Iran or Israel? Again, we don't know. Turkey claims to have intercepted a ballistic missile fired at their direction. Iran denied targeting Turkey. I don't know if a ballistic missile can overfire. I don't know.
Offensive operations to take out Iranian missiles before they're fired at our people and our allies. We will maintain this shield over British people in the region and our allies. We are working to strengthen it every day. And we're working as fast as possible to get our people out. As of today, over 140,000 individuals in the region have registered their presence, enabling us to get them the information and the support that they need. We have rapid deployment teams on the ground in Oman and Saudi Arabia. And our consular teams are helping hundreds of the most vulnerable individuals. Despite airspace closures, we're working around the clock with airlines, travel companies and governments to open safe routes home. More than 4,000 people have now arrived back in the United Kingdom on commercial flights from the UAE, including vulnerable Brits identified by our teams. A further 7 flights are due to leave the UAE for the UK today. And I can report that our first charter flight from Oman took off a few minutes ago. We will lay on additional charter flights in the coming days. British Airways is putting on daily flights from Oman, and we will keep working with all of our partners to increase the speed and capacity of this airlift. I want to be very clear. This is a huge undertaking. It's one of the biggest operations of its kind, many times bigger than the evacuation from Afghanistan. It's not going to happen overnight, but we will not stop until our people are safe. I also want to say a word about the economic impact. Iran is targeting oil and gas facilities in the Gulf and tankers in the Straits of Hormuz, trying to inflict economic pain around the world. So we will continue to work with the industries affected and our allies to respond to any impact. And this is where the long-term changes that we're delivering for the British people are paying off. We have the right plan for defence, delivering the biggest increase in defence spending since the Cold War, to strengthen our armed forces and keep people safe. We have the right plan for our economy. As the Chancellor said on Tuesday, we're sticking to that plan so we can cut energy bills and help keeping families with the cost of living and helping them. We also have the right plan for our energy supplies, building up clean British energy like never before, decreasing our dependence on volatile international markets, and creating the energy security and independence that we need. Faced with this new geopolitical crisis, the sad fact is that some will try to use it to divide us. That's why the government is reaching out to communities across the United Kingdom, Jewish and Muslim alike, making sure that communities and places of worship have appropriate protective security in place. But look, as a...
His smug face is so annoying. Do you think Keir's got a smug face? Keir doesn't have a smug face, does he? Keir's just... Listen, Keir is the best we're ever going to have. I guarantee you, British politics for the next 20 fucking years, 50 years, is all downhill after Sir Keir Starmer. Personally, I support his decision initially to not go along with Trump because he wasn't being told shit. He had no idea what the fuck was going on. Like, why would you? Why would you? Again, that's the whole thing. Like, you can have a broadly potentially agreeable plan, but if you're going to ignore all the caveats and put it in the hands of a fucking strike team that isn't going to consider any of the risks, and you have no idea what those, like, whether or not they're making an accurate cost benefit analysis or not, and they're not telling you anything about it, yeah, of course you should say no. Fuck.
A nation, we should come together in this moment. Those citizens that are stuck in the region, scared and in need of help, come from all backgrounds.
Is Israel doing a rerun of 2006? No. Israel is doing I don't even know, like, Israel's doing what they probably understand to be a redemption arc of 2006. They are bombing. They've already issued wider evacuations in Beirut than they ever did in any war, actually, in the entire history. And they have also obviously realized that they're faced with a Hezbollah that is far less worrying, far less threatening than the one that they faced back then as well. I think they're going in for the kill shot. I think they believe Hezbollah can be finished. That's what I'm seeing.
The armed forces who protect them come from all backgrounds too. We are united by our common humanity and our love of this country. This conflict could continue for some time. So I want you to know that your government is resolute in our response, at home and abroad. We will do everything we can to protect British lives, uphold British values, and safeguard the national interest. Thank you. And now I'll take some questions. And
if they couldn't finish off Hamas, how can they believe that they can kill Hezbollah? Because Hamas operate in an area where they have basically full control. Hezbollah does not have full control over Lebanon. They don't even really have full control over the south and the Bekaa and Beirut. So the more they've been weakened, the more it's strengthened parties in the country that oppose them. There's no overarching government in Gaza that has outlawed Hamas, right? Like, the PA are long gone from Gaza in terms of exercising any control.
I've got Chris, BBC first, please.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Chris Mason at BBC News. Can you address directly those at home and abroad who see your response and see indecision, prevarication and a lack of preparedness? Thank you.
Yes, let me address that, because, as I said a moment ago, we started pre-deploying to the region in January and February, particularly to Cyprus and Qatar, and that was fighter jets, air defence missiles, advanced radar and anti-drone systems. Now, we did that during the course of 8 or so weeks. We did that in conjunction with the US and with our allies, and we continue to bolster the capability that we have there to keep our people safe. So,
is there a way Starmer could win favour with more hawkish Brits after this? I don't know. Because you have to balance two things. That's why I wonder if he wants to think electorally, but also maybe in like a geopolitical sense. Like, if Iran strikes you, then you strike like 2 targets in Iran or some shit. But like, I don't know. First of all, you don't do that unless you actually have very clear targets. Unless you have targets that are not going to pull you into a quagmire or risk your own soldiers or risk killing civilians in Iran. But also, it's just like, I don't really know how much British hawks care for that. Maybe Farage would be silenced a little bit by it, but at the end of the day, they'd probably say that Britain needs to do more anyway. Because Farage is fully on board with this whole, we should do what Trump's doing.
There's been a lot of pre-planning gone into this, a lot of pre-deployment that's gone into this, and I'm satisfied that we can keep our people safe, and we're working very hard to make sure that wherever people have registered their presence, we can help them with the information that they need and the support they need, and get them back.
Yes, I did see Badenoch demanding war. It is pronounced Badenoch, isn't it? It's not Badenoch. Whatever. Lana, thanks for the £5. Appreciate it.
United Kingdom as quickly and as safely as possible. Thank you, Chris. Robert Peston, ITV.
Yeah, Robert Peston, ITV. Prime Minister, I was very struck by your choice of words. You said that you stand by what you called your initial decision not to join the offensive operations of Israel and America against Iran. Does that mean that decision is subject to review? You're concentrating at the moment on defensive military activity, but could it turn into offensive activity?
Well, as you will understand, we're working with our allies and with the US on this. We've been doing that for some time. The pre-deployment was done in conjunction and in discussion with our allies and with the US. And we have that capacity in the region that we pre-deploy to the region, and we're bolstering that in the way that I've set out today. The US are using the basis to do these strikes into Iran to take out the capability to launch the strikes in the first place. So that is the configuration, that is the understanding and arrangements that we've got in place. Thank you, Robert. Beth, can I come to you?
Oh, thank you. Prime Minister, this escalating war is really frightening people that are watching today. President Trump says it will go on for 4 to 5 weeks. You've just said it will be some time. Do you have any sense of how long it could go on for? Do you agree with President Trump? What's your message to the British people worried about how it's going to affect their lives? Can you give them any reassurance that you will help them on energy prices? And just secondly, on military operations, there's much unhappiness that military personnel and their families were left unprotected on the Cyprus airbase that was struck at the weekend. What went wrong, and do you apologise to them? Thank you.
Well, Beth, let me set out my number one message, which is that our absolute priority is the safety of our citizens. And that is the focus for all the decisions that I have taken, including the decisions to pre-deploy in the way that I've described, and the decisions we're taking every day in order to do.
Do we even know what objectives the US and Israel have? At this rate, it would be quite mental if their objective was not that they're expecting the regime to fall. They're expecting it to fall internally amidst the chaos. That's basically what they're... I would be so surprised if Trump is hoping to walk out of this with another nuclear deal. Fucking a bigger, better, bustier, stronger nuclear deal. No, probably not that. I don't think they're just trying to degrade weapons infrastructure and ballistic missile arsenal just so they can go and do it again in a year. Like, how much political capital would you have to keep that project up?
Deal with the situation on the ground in the region, the consular work to get people safely back home, and also what we're doing within the country, obviously, in relation to the division that can arise in situations like this. In relation to Cyprus, we've obviously had an airbase there for a very long time. There are protective measures in place, have always been in place. It's always been a protected airbase. It's not something new to protect the airbase. We've pre-deployed further assets to Cyprus in January and February for that purpose, and we're bolstering that. So I want to be really clear to everybody in Cyprus that we're taking every measure that is needed to protect them, to protect the airbase, along with the other places in the region. Thank you very much, Beth.
Do you think it will go on?
Oh, I'm sorry. In relation to how long it will go on, I do know people are worried. They are going to be worried about the any escalation. I think they can see what's unfolding on their television screens. That will cause them anxiety, understandably. They will be worried about the impact on their own lives that this could have, and those with family and friends in the region will be extremely worried about their family and friends in the region. I absolutely understand that.
Carney said the war is probably illegal, but he supports it and doesn't rule out joining in. Wait, what? Wait, show me that. There's no way Mark Carney, a fucking politician on the international stage, is like, yeah, that's probably illegal, but good. That's not really how... That did he probably said that in a roundabout way, right? At best. Supports war with regret. Is this from yesterday? The international law binds us all? Is this it?
Welcome.
Is it? So this video is saying slams US Israel strikes on Iran as illegal actions. You mean this one? He said it in Australia. With regret is the actual quote. What does that even mean? Okay, I see it's here. Okay.
We are doing everything we can to de-escalate this. I can't give you a time base for this. I don't think anybody can. My strong view is that we need to de-escalate, and ultimately this will have to be a matter of negotiation when it comes to some of the core issues like nuclear capability. Thank you, Beth. Paul McNamara, Channel 4. Paul.
Afternoon, Prime Minister. Look, there are reports that you walked into a meeting, the National Security Council, on Friday, with one opinion, and had your mind changed by Ed Miliband and others in your cabinet. So is it true that you wanted on Friday to give Americans a precautionary permission in the event of Iranian reprisals to use British bases for defensive action, but had your mind changed by Ed Miliband and other members of your cabinet?
Is it true that you're
Let
weak?
me be
That's what
really
they're
clear
in
about
politics
this.
terms.
No request from the US came in the specific terms that we acceded until Saturday afternoon. Saturday afternoon. Well, just hear me out. And therefore, on Friday, there was no concrete decision to be made. The decision had to be made when we had the request. That came in on Saturday during the course of the afternoon. We're already taking measures in relation to our own capability. That came in on Saturday afternoon, late in the afternoon. We then, as you would have expected, went through the details with the US over the next day and ultimately reached a decision on Sunday, which I
Word, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Like the stream. That's good advice.
Announced then on Sunday evening about 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening. But actually on Friday, we didn't have a request from the United States, and therefore no decision fell to be made. The decision fell to be made when we had the request. That was Saturday afternoon. We then worked it through. Decision on Sunday, which was a decision of all ministers, unanimous, that we should take the action that I then announced. Thank you very much indeed. Catherine from GB News.
Thank you,
Oh,
Catherine.
yes. GBBs. Let's go for the GBBs question. Why the fuck do these guys get to ask questions? These guys are mental.
To GB News. Prime Minister, Cyprus, Bahrain, United Arab Emirates and others are being critical of the speed of our response. Have we let our allies and our own people down in the Middle East? We've still got a warship sitting in Portsmouth. And also,
standard
you
hot
said
question,
yesterday how in Munich you said we need to go further and faster on defence spending. But getting to 3%, let alone 3.5%, seems to have been kicked way into the long grass. When is your rhetoric actually going to be matched by the reality of when you're putting money into defence?
Yeah, thank you, Catherine. I know you'll have heard me say a moment ago, we started pre-deploying in January and February our assets to the region to make sure that we had the capability that we needed there. That wasn't an isolated set of decisions.
Why these people like your Fox News? Yeah, there's a whole story about their intro to the media environment and how scuffed it was, and yeah, they're just mental. They're just insanely partisan, right-wing populist, reform glazers. Yeah,
it was done in conjunction with the US, in conjunction with our allies, and we're bolstering that again. And therefore, I can say we're doing everything and have done everything we can at speed to make sure that we are properly protecting our citizens, which is my number one concern. And that's why it's very important that I set out the pre-deployment measures that we took. Can I also say on defence spend, we've obviously already increased our defence spend with the highest spending now on defence since the Cold War. And I've set out when I was at NATO summit last year and at Munich this year that we need to go further and faster, and that's what we'll do. Thank you very much, Catherine. I've got Stephen from The Times. Stephen.
Prime Minister, Donald Trump has suggested that you've ruined the special relationship, that you are no Churchill. On the special relationship, is he right on that? Have you ruined
what was the story again with Churchill in America? Oh, yeah, it was Churchill asking for help in America being like, oh, I don't know about that, sir. Public opinion. Pokemon go to the polls.
Relationship.
Look, the special relationship is in operation right now. We're working with the Americans in the deployment from our bases. We are working together in the region. The US and the British working together to protect both the US and the British in joint bases where we're jointly
Yes, I know you gave me this interview from fucking Witkoff, but again, it's like one of those things that, like, if it were any other administration, I'd be like, okay, that's quite crazy. But it's fucking Witkoff, and he first delivered this statement on Hannity. Remember, Witkoff and Kushner went into that negotiation on their own, whereas Iran comes with a whole bunch of nuclear experts and technicians, and they just sent two random wankers. It was clear they weren't interested in any kind of like technical or detailed negotiation. I mean, I'll watch it because the statement is worth it for the record, but we'll see.
Located, and we're sharing intelligence on 24/7 basis in the usual way. That is the special relationship. That is a special relationship in operation. And clearly, it's for the president to take decisions that he considers in the national interest, the right decisions for the US. I understand that. I respect that. But equally, it's for me as the British Prime Minister to take decisions that I consider to be in the best interest of the United Kingdom. There's nothing controversial about that. The special relationship is operating right here at an important point. Thank you very much, Stephen. Pippa from The Guardian.
Yes, Prime Minister. Obviously, you said a lot of people are very concerned about this conflict escalating. Has Donald Trump given you any insight into what his plan is for what comes next after the initial bombing phase? No. And are you convinced he has a plan? And if I can just push on the defence spending point, because increasing in defence spending to 3% of GDP by 2030 would take up all real terms growth, unless, of course, you're raising money elsewhere to pay for it. Are you going to raise money to pay for it, or are you going to make cuts elsewhere?
Firstly, on the risk of escalation, clearly that is a concern for everybody. It will be a concern for everybody who is watching and across the country. And that's why we've been absolutely clear that we need to de-escalate. In relation to discussions with the Americans, obviously they're happening at all levels. I've had discussions with President Trump, but all of my team are having discussions all the time with the Americans about the operation. In relation to defence spending, we've set out our plans for the increase that we've already put in place. I've made commitments at the NATO summit last year and at the Munich conference, and I was clear then that we will need to go further and faster. Thank you very much, Pippa. And Sophie from The Mirror. Sophie.
So the current situation in the Middle East could potentially lead to the displacement of millions of people in the region. Are you expecting this to play out in more asylum claims, including small boat arrivals from the region? And are you concerned that cuts to the international aid budget could impact the UK's ability to handle situations exactly like this? And if I can also just ask, have you spoken to Donald Trump since his criticism of you?
In relation to the situation as develops, obviously, we don't yet know how long this will last. We don't know what the full impact will be.
If it's not worth it, you can ban me. Well, I think for the news segment that I'll do in a minute, after, I think I might do some slop first, actually, this time. But yeah, I think after I do the news bit, I will probably watch the whole thing. Yeah, why not?
And therefore, we'll have to address those considerations as we get to them. And we will, because we're planning both the immediate day-to-day response, but also looking at the further scenarios into the future. In relation to Donald Trump, I spoke to him on Saturday evening, this last weekend. Thank you.
Whoa, thanks for the £10. Really appreciate that, Josh Kaminsky. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. God damn.
Well, Keir Starmer there.
There's a Bloomberg interview with Blinken behind the scenes. Oh, is this because of this will be over Gaza, right? Like, I know Biden gave an interview about his conversations with Bibi, which were quite interesting. Some statements from Bibi there that were just not surprising in the slightest. But oh, I've already seen this. Yeah, okay. I'm just checking through what you guys have sent me. I don't think there's anything new. I think I've got it all covered. I still haven't looked into the Pakistan side of things. Oh, wait. Maybe this, but I think the OSINT one is fine. The geo-confirmed, I mean, for the school. Where was that? Oh, yeah. See your article. Okay. Hassan would say he's the same as Trump, even with those questions. True. Okay, what do I think? Should I do Box's YouTube featured? What the fuck does that mean? What does that mean? What do you mean? Is that big? Should I be excited? Should I be gooning? I know Twitch featured means you would go to a front page or some shit. I don't know what. It means you're featured. Shut up. Shut up. Oh my god, Fox News. Fox! Is this good background? These are the Obomnings. Okay. Right. Stream suggestions. What is this? Thespian streamer. Sovereign states very, very rarely engage in execution of minors, like giving the death penalty to under 18s, like through a legal system. Apart from Iran. Iran's like one of the only countries in the world that still does that, like from a sovereign state level. Obviously, there are warlords and shit doing that all the time, but I think Amnesty over the last 20 years, Amnesty recorded about 140 state executions of under 18s, and I think like the majority of them were Iran. Like Iran actually did more than every other country combined. So, whoops. And that's largely based sovereign. I knew. Okay. Why did I thought I was telling a joke. I thought I was maybe going to have told a joke there, but okay. That's a strong cut. Well done. Well done. Always look on the bright side of life, okay? That's how I feel. Anyway, star for the edit. We'll do the clap. Wait, no, that's a shit clap. What the fuck? There we go. Okay. Day 6 of the war launched by America and Israel against Iran, and now involving at least a dozen other countries. It is the 5th of March, 2026, day 6 of the war. What do we have? Well, we have strikes continuing in Iran. Trump still maintaining that the largest ones are yet to come. Tehran is getting absolutely blasted right now. The death toll monitored both by the Iranian regime, but also by Hirana, the Iranian rights organization, is at least 1,100 in Iran. I don't know if that's distinguishing between civilians and militant, but it's at least 1,100, probably more by now. The Americans are claiming that Iran's ballistic missile capabilities have been reduced by well over 80%. So that's, again, it's difficult to say exactly how reliable the word is of any level of the Trump administration, but that's what they're claiming. There is actually quite a few unprecedenteds have happened as well. Hegseth is out here boasting, scratching his back about sinking a ship. The first time since World War II, actually, the Americans have sunk a naval warship. They've got the footage of it here. Struck it with a torpedo. Look at that. That's actually mental. Oof. And then you can already see it's kind of starting to tilt. I don't know. Let's see what Michael Clark has to say about it.
It had to be a Virginia or an Ohio class, and I double-checked. It's the Mark 40.
Oh, this guy knows what he's talking about.
It's been around for many years. And you can tell as soon as you look at the image now, I had a good look at it, that the whole of the stern of the ship lifts in the air.
Iran says at least 1,200. Yeah, but I'm saying at least because Iran has confirmed 1,100. Okay. But yeah, I mean, it's probably higher than both of those numbers. So okay.
Mark 48 is a very heavy torpedo. It was originally designed against Russian submarines and very fast surface ships. And it goes underneath the hull and explodes underneath the ship. So it lifts it. And that breaks the ship's back, whatever else it does in terms of damage. And it's pretty clear that that's obviously what it was. So we know that that's what they've used. Which submarine it was, we don't know. A couple of Virginia-class submarines were certainly with the carrier group, the Abraham Lincoln, but they've also had some Ohio-class submarines in the area.
Those images now, Mike.
Yeah, what's curious about this? There it is. See the way that the stern lifts. If you maybe get a second look at it. The other thing that's curious about this, there's a fire already on the ship.
So you're saying the front fell off? The front did in fact fall off. Yes.
It's not clear what caused that because of a previous Mark 48 had hit.
Oh, is that the plume of smoke we can see? The black smoke.
Looks like it. Yeah, there's black smoke, but there's a lot of. This is a strange image in a way, but there looks as if there's either a fire or a lot of heat being generated from midships. But when the torpedo hits it, which is near the stern, apart from the explosion and the great fountain of water, you can see the stern lift right out of the water. So the torpedo has gone underneath the ship and exploded, which is what it's designed to do.
Why is that? Why is it designed to basically not penetrate the hull?
Technicalities. There's not really anything interesting in this press update from Pete Hegseth. Maybe we'll watch General Kane later because he might have something more technical or something more interesting. Hegseth's entire bit here is just him basically soying out and coming over this boat strike and just him talking about how based and awesome and epic it was. And how gay the rules of engagement are, probably. One day he's going to call the rules of engagement gay and retarded, guarantee. Piece of shit. It's still kind of a wild goose chase of listening to different American representatives trying to give various explanations for why America is actually there and what their goal is. Still kind of just like a dog chasing its tail, but...
Murderous terrorist leaders are paying for their crimes against America, and they are paying in blood. Since 1979, the terrorist Iranian regime has actively and intentionally facilitated the killings of Americans. They chant death to America and
Lona, it's China. Yeah, I know, but then I know that from the classic American hawk, who are probably the people who are whispering in Trump's ear most of this time, will make it about China, and that explains the rest of Trump's foreign policy. It explains Greenland, it explains Cuba, it explains Venezuela, but why have none of them mentioned that? Why does Trump not mention China a single time? Is it maybe just because they've sold it to him with different explanations, or because they just don't think China is as compelling to the American public? But none of this is compelling to the American public, so...
And other radical terrorists who attack our country and are seeking to destroy Western civilization itself. These terrorists seized our embassy and took 66 Americans hostage in Tehran. They slaughtered 241...
And obviously she's giving the same rationale that Trump gave right at the beginning. She's just giving like a revenge story, I guess. The IRGC and all the crimes that they've committed against Americans over the last 40 plus years. Which, I mean, they have, and some of them are still in power. But it's still not really war rationale. Not quite there. But...
on U.S. service members with a truck bombing in Beirut. They killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq, and this is just a small fraction of their blood-soaked record. Prior leaders have been too weak and ineffective to address this threat. Some, like Barack Hussein Obama, even sent pallets of cash that ultimately financed this terrorist crusade.
Actual fascist queen. Jesus. I love the shoehorning of Hussein into Obama.
Against the United States.
Why don't they pronounce names differently on purpose, don't they? Like Kamala, or why don't they start saying Obama? Why not? Barack Hussein Obama. And then eventually that will sort of pick up arms and legs of its own, and then that'll get telephoned into Iraq Hussein Obama. And then eventually you're just going to get Iraq Hussein Obama. Iraq Hussein Muhammad al-Baghdadi a bomber, comma.
Our people, while signing stupid and naive deals that put Iran on the path of developing nuclear bombs. After years of endless appeasement and empty statements from politicians on both sides of the political aisle...
It'll become like a Game of Thrones title, won't it? Dude. Barack Hussein Mohammed Abdullah Ali Obama, a bomber, comma, the bomber, comma, a Kenyan citizen.
In this town, President Trump is finally the man of action. President Trump is holding these monsters accountable and permanently extinguishing their nuclear ambitions. Future generations of Americans will look to this moment as the moment where the specter of a nuclear armed Iran ended. At the beginning of Operation Epic Fury, launched last weekend, President Trump laid out clear objectives to the American people on what the U.S. military seeks to accomplish through these major combat operations. Number 1, destroy the regime's deadly ballistic missiles and completely raise their
This fucking guy, man.
The president's decision here is extraordinary. It's known as Operation Epic Fury, which I gotta say is just awesome. The operation names from the administration, top notch. Midnight Hammer was great last year. Operation Epic Fury, yeah, man. Epic Fury. The Israeli operation is known as Operation Roaring Lion. That is because the operation last year was known as Operation Rising Lion.
It's literally every single MAGA figurehead is just like a fucking coin toss over whether or not they were bullies in school or whether they were bullied or whether they weren't bullied enough. It's just... Unbelievable. So, despite that, let's see. There have still been a very unfortunate number of strikes in the Gulf. It seems like Iran is still keeping up to their strategy of bomb everyone apart from the people who are bombing us. Air bases in Iraq. This was the CNN damage assessment, and you can see that they cycle through Kuwait, fucking Kuwait, Qatar, Iraq. Not even to mention apparently Iran has a new thing right now. They've got the great Satan America, the little Satan Israel, and then the micro Satan, the United Arab Emirates, particularly Dubai. Just today, I think, well, the Emirates is about, 2 or 3. This was posted at 11:34 a.m. This would be by the afternoon, just like mid-afternoon today. Just today, by mid-afternoon, the UAE has had to intercept 6 ballistic missiles, take 1, intercept 125 drones, and take 6. And their air defenses are running out. Remember, drones, and this is part of the asymmetric warfare, drones are not expensive to fire. They are very expensive to intercept. They're very costly to deal with. And it's showing. Apparently in the Emirates, they've resulted in 3 deaths. Pakistani, Nepalese, and Bangladeshi. And 94 cases of minor injuries. Of the multiculturalism here. Emirati, Egyptian, Ethiopian, Filipino, Pakistani, Iranian, Indian, Bangladeshi, damn, they killed an Iranian. Sri Lankan, Azerbaijani, Yemeni, Ugandan, Eritrean, Lebanese, Afghan, Bahraini, Comorian, and Turkish nationalities. Yo. According to Keir Starmer, Iran is fired at, and then as in like they've aimed at, seemingly now, 10 countries at least. They've hit a few more with interceptions and things like that, like the ones that landed in Jordan or Syria. Another couple of unexpected ones here. Turkey intercepted a missile. Is this the wrong link I just gave myself? Well done, Lornerbox. Dick. Iran has denied firing at Turkey, but Turkey is claimed to have intercepted a ballistic missile that was coming in their direction. Again, I don't know. They could have been aiming for Cyprus or whoever else, but I don't know why Iran would want to bring Turkey into the war. Maybe a slightly different story with Azerbaijan. Wait, is this the right link for Azerbaijan? Oh yeah, that's a death toll. We already did that. Where is this? There were a couple of strikes that landed in Azerbaijan, one of them not too far from a school and the other one at the airport. That was just today. Iran's top diplomat calls Azerbaijani counterpart, blames drone strike on Israel. Interesting. The Azerbaijan president accused Iran of a groundless act of terror and aggression with the strikes, which struck an airport and near a school earlier in the day, wounding 2 people, according to the Azerbaijani Foreign Ministry. The Kurds are pretty much confirmed now to have started engaging Iranian security forces in Western Iran. Remember, the other day we were getting reports that they've been getting armed and trained by the CIA or other various American bodies. So it seems like they are engaging now. The Iranian intelligence ministry is describing them as separatist groups who were entering across the border. So I think they're ascribing it to, what would that be, Iraqi Kurds, potentially? But they're also claiming to, obviously, because a lot of people in Iran are Kurds, they're claiming that the Iranian forces are cooperating with the noble Kurds to thwart an American-Israeli plan. So it seems there's a few mixed reports now claiming that there has been some fighting, but I don't know if they're fully confirmed to actually be fully mobilized or anything like that, because there was an expected within a few days to be like a full mobilization of American-backed Kurdish forces, which is interesting because ideologically, Kurds in that region are very mixed. A lot of them, they are almost unanimously anti-monarchy, anti-Pahlavi as well. Some of them are Marxist-Leninists. Others are more liberal. Others just have like that more desire for like autonomy within a particular country, like they have in Iraq or whatever. But dumb question: is Kurd and Persian distinct? Yes, they are. But again, we don't know if this is like fully confirmed. There have been denials and scant evidence, but it seems like something is definitely bubbling. There is definitely an indication of that. Yes, I'm aware that missile maths. Yes, I know. There's a few reports on this as well. The fact is that although Iran's ballistic missile stockpile could be massively depleted and their launching capabilities could be getting constantly thwarted, the drones are a slightly different story. Iran's got a lot of them. They're very cheap to make and they're very, very expensive to intercept. This is a guy talking about how that could actually turn into Iran's favor.
Expensive, but are the costs of America's attack on Iran financially and logistically unsustainable? Take a look at this. This is Iranian state-affiliated media showcasing vast stockpiles of low-cost but highly lethal Shahed drones. In response to America and Israel's attack on Iran, the regime launched hundreds of these against its attackers and their allies. But there's a huge mathematical mismatch between the cost of Iran's weapons and those used to defend against them. Take the UAE, for example. It's had amazing success in thwarting Iranian missile and drone attacks, right? Claiming to have downed more than 90% of those fired at it in the first 3 days of the conflict. But a Shahed drone costs between $20,000 and $50,000. The missiles used to intercept them between $500,000 and $1.5 million. One analyst estimating it could have cost the UAE up to $750 million to thwart an attack of around 500 Shahed drones. That's 20 to 30 times more than it cost Iran to launch them.
The math clearly favors Iran in this strategy of attrition because they just have, we don't know exactly how many, Shahed drones they might have in their stockpiles, but it's much larger than the combined total of the stockpiles of interceptor missiles that are available.
Does the UAE care about money? It's not just money as well, as far as I know. I think it's also just physical shortages, isn't it? Like a lot of this high-grade military technology is in shortage, like precision missiles, because remember, the demand for intercepting drones for that kind of technology has also been massively soaked up by Ukraine over the last few years. It's much more, so long term, even with sanctions, imagine what it would be like without. Even with sanctions, it is very likely that can turn into Iran's favor just because it is more sustainable for them to keep on producing and firing drones than it is for all these countries that are being, it's funny, like you think Iran's being stretched thin. It's maybe even the other way around. Like all these countries having to absorb like hundreds of drone strikes already within what, less than a week?
We're now seeing sort of a race between Israel and the United States trying to locate this drone infrastructure, to try to destroy it, to reduce the pressure on these interceptors, versus Iran trying to keep it an active threat.
The UAE says it's got plenty of missile stockpiles to continue to defend itself, but it's been reported that America's allies in the Middle East are desperately trying to replenish their supplies of mainly US-made missile interceptors. The question is, will they be able to do that, given it looks like America may well be running out of ammo too?
It's going to be an arms race for that beam, man, that iron beam.
Take Tomahawk missiles, very effective and very expensive, being launched here from warships off Iran. It's estimated the US military's deployed up to 400 Tomahawk missiles to the Middle East, but that represents 10% of the 4,000-strong US arsenal. Stockpiles of THAAD missiles are thought to be seriously depleted too. America reported launching around 150 of them in its 12-day war with Iran in June last year. That represents about a quarter of its 600-plus stockpiles of that weapon.
We are using these interceptors at a rate that's much faster than you can possibly replace them. The problem is that increases your long-term strategic risk, particularly in other theaters.
America, of course, can always withdraw from the Middle East once it's run out of weapons, but analysts warn its peer adversaries are watching. If America depletes its arsenal through campaigns like this, what power would it have to deter Russia or China if...
Big question.
...they decided to lash out too? Tom Clark, Sky News.
I don't know if they'll lash out in defense of Iran. I think they are treating that regime like a hot potato right now. But yeah, definitely if there's a confrontation that involving Taiwan, then that's going to be a big problem. But again, it's another one of those things. I don't know if I trust the Trump administration, or the way I think it happens is that, like, a lot of both these militaries, like the IDF and the American, is like a lot of their planning, obviously the planning and the weighing the pros and cons and all this kind of technical stuff, it's very bottom up, right? Like it happens from the people who are actually experts in the areas, and then the president and the administration is left with a decision. But what I wonder is sometimes if Trump and Netanyahu are given these plans and they just see a long list of cons and just ignore them. We haven't heard anything from Netanyahu, really. He gave that one interview on Fox News. I haven't seen shit about what he's been saying. Reza Pahlavi has made a billion statements compared to Netanyahu. Trump is obviously talking every day and saying something. Not much, admittedly, but Netanyahu is just not saying anything at all. And I mean, like the Trump statements, even for the guy who is more yappy, it's stuff like
we're
this.
Doing very well on the war front, to put it mildly, I would say. Somebody said, on a scale of 10, where would you rate it? I said about a 15. And
this is mental. Like this is like one of the most. This is like one of the biggest. This is probably the biggest military decision any country has taken in the last century. It's this century. I mean, yeah, this is absolutely insane. This is already, I would argue, a much bigger decision than the Iraq War because of the stretch and the amount of influence that Iran has across the region and the amount of ramifications compared to Saddam Hussein did. Saddam Hussein was kind of a little bit of a lone wolf by the time he was attacked. He suffered really, really greatly at the end of as a result of the end of the Cold War. But what the fuck are we saying here? We've got this nappy-wearing, like decrepit, decomposing president talking about how he's given himself a 15 out of 10. What?
We're going to continue to do well. We have the greatest military in the world by far. And that was a tremendous threat to us for many years. 47 years they've been killing our people and killing people from all over the world. And I think we have great support. And I think if we didn't do it first, they would have done it to Israel and give us a shot if that was possible. And if we didn't terminate the worst deal, one of the worst deals ever made, the Obama nuclear deal, I call it the Obama nuclear deal, where he gave everything to Iran, including a nuclear weapon. It was a road to a nuclear weapon. Bad things would have happened 4 years ago because they would have had a weapon 4 years ago if I didn't terminate that deal. So we're in a very strong position now, and their leadership is just rapidly going. Everybody that seems to want to be a leader, they end up dead.
You should have called it the Hussein deal, right, for extra
And it's
impact.
It's an amazing thing that's taking place before your eyes.
He gave a nuclear weapon to Iran. The thing is, and I didn't think the JCPOA was really a solution to the problem. I don't even actually really think it was much of a bandage. But Trump has obviously been given the arguments against the JCPOA by someone, and he just doesn't know how to explain what they are. That's probably what's going on there, the way he's talking about it.
Because for 47 years,
Trump doesn't like the Obama deal because it's an Obama deal. That's it. That's where his interest begins and ends with the JCPOA.
Pushed around, and we shouldn't have been. And I think I can say, and you see it as well as I do, you see the tremendous progress that's being made. Their missiles are being wiped out rapidly. Their launchers are being wiped out. They're attacking their neighbors. They're attacking their, in some cases, allies, or not so long ago allies. And, you know, it's really a nation that was out of control, and they would have used it on us if we let them, if we waited any longer. A big factor was Soleimani, the killing of Soleimani in my first term. And maybe the biggest factor was the rebuilding of the military in my first term. And then the B-2s hit the, and I use the word obliterate because it was a complete obliteration of their nuclear potential. And that set them back very, very seriously. If we didn't hit within 2 weeks, they would have had a nuclear weapon. If we didn't do the B-2 attack a number of months ago, they would have a nuclear weapon. And when crazy people have nuclear weapons, bad things happen. So we're in very good shape now. I want to let you know that, and we will continue.
Trump 2 weeks, by the way, as in like a very meaningless 2 weeks.
You
Not
forward,
based on anything.
But it's a great display of military strength, and I'm very proud to have, with some of the people in the room, both senators and congressmen, we rebuilt, and women, we rebuilt our military during the first term. And we're using it a little bit more than I thought we would have to. Venezuela worked out really great. We have a wonderful relationship with the president and the various representatives. And we're taking out hundreds of millions of barrels of oil.
John Bolton is becoming concerned this military operation may spin out of control due to incompetence. What a statement to come from John Bolton, eh? If he's saying it, ouch.
And that goes to our benefit and to Venezuela's benefit. They'll be doing better than they've ever done before, and we will get a big piece of that, and we'll also make life wonderful for the people of Venezuela who have been very, very badly hit. So
don't forget
that's
Venezuela.
A lot said in a short period of time, but you can witness it for yourself.
What is this? Is this apparently... Is there anywhere Lornabox speaks at length regarding the JCPOA? Yeah, lots, but you can probably look at my Obsidian notes. There's something in there. Very disorganized note-taking, but the arguments against it are there. Is this supposed to be the Azerbaijan hit? Yo. Dang. Well, shit. What else do we have? Oh yeah, this went through this. This is no surprise. The Senate vote failed. The Senate had a vote in place to try and curb the president's war powers. Rejected 53-47. It would have actually halted the military action in Iran without congressional approval. It's actually closer than I expected it to be, because obviously there's a lot of the guardrails. There's a lot of precedent here that presidents do have the ability to launch some level of military action within 60 days, and then they have to go to Congress to get the vote. But they still have to consult at least the 8 in Congress before they do it. They still have to inform people. They didn't do that in time. Not Congress, the Senate. I'm talking about Congress in general. I know the Senate did this vote. Yes, I know. But I'm talking about the Congress in general when it comes to war powers. Wouldn't have survived a veto. Yeah, exactly, because the president can veto this, and then they would have to get 60 to veto the president's veto. Yeah. Whoa, who could have who could have seen that being abused by the executive and half the country not believing in democracy? That's crazy. Bright Yellow Pants, thanks for tier 1 sub. Of course the war is illegal, but is it a just war? Again, the concept, I think, is, but just not in the hands of any of these people. So no, really. Like, again, like I just don't. There's no way of knowing like how Trump or any of these people, like what kind of anticipated outcomes they were considering, what the pros and cons were, like what caveats they were considering, because there's so much that you need to be quite sure about that I just don't think Trump would have cared about. There's so much that you would need to consider, like the outcomes on the ground or the factional leanings, or like how many defectors can you actually get? Is it really 50,000? What about the other 600 or 550,000 people in Iran or in the military? So yeah, fuck knows. Not good with these guys. What about welcome? Apparently Carney gave a strange statement here, but we'll see.
That's fantastic. Very kind. It's exceptionally generous. I mean, Michael, like, what can I do after that introduction? It's incredible. Great. I'm honored to be here at the Lowy Institute. I'm honored to be here in the presence of Malcolm Turnbull. I learned how to move from being an investment banker to a successful politician, amongst other, from Malcolm. How to translate caring about the environment and doing something about the environment from Malcolm, and how to keep going from Malcolm. I learned how to manage risk from Glenn Stevens. Also, a man...
He came out strongly in favor initially and then later walked it back. Yeah.
Have you ever done vaudeville, Glenn? Not yet. There's time. There's still time. There's still time. We'll do that. But no, and Stephen, thank you. Thank you for your chairmanship. Thank you for having me here, fellow ministers, for being here, friends, Ross, McHugh, and others. It's a great pleasure to be here. This institute, for over 2 decades, has hosted some of the most important conversations about our world's future. That's why I'm honored to be here. That's why I'm grateful for the opportunity to contribute in some small way at this crucial time. And I'll just say at the outset, I'm just going to say a few words in French, and then I will, the balance will be in English, but I want to do un petit résumé en français.
Bro.
Nous acceptons plus que protéger. You mentioned the rupture world. Yes, auparavant.
Okay.
So, you mentioned the rupture world. Yes, the world order,
voila,
in our view, is undergoing a rupture. And the old norms of the rules-based international order are being erased, and that new system that will emerge ultimately is yet to be built. Global institutions have often been too slow to react to crises and too ineffective when they did.
Oh.
And this breakdown has been building over time. Over the past few decades, a series of crises, beginning in finance, health, energy, and geopolitics, have laid bare the risks of extreme global integration. But more recently, great powers have begun using economic integration as weapons. Tariffs as leverage, financial infrastructure as coercion, and supply chains as vulnerabilities to be exploited. So countries, and this is the point I was trying to make, in Davos, countries cannot live within the lie of mutual benefit through integration when integration becomes their source of subordination. Geostrategically, hegemons are increasingly acting without constraint or respect for international norms or laws.
This is the classic Carney thing where he attacks Trump in a way that Trump won't realize he's being attacked.
Others bear the consequences. Now, the extremes of this disruption are occurring in real time in the Middle East. And to be clear, Canada, like Australia, has long seen Iran as the principal source of instability and terror in that region. The regime and its proxies have murdered hundreds of Canadian civilians over the years and caused untold suffering for millions of people in the Middle East and beyond. And despite more than 2 decades of negotiations and diplomatic efforts, Iran has not dismantled its nuclear program nor halted its enrichment activities. Canada has long supported the imperative of neutralizing this grave global threat. We stand with the Iranian people in their long and courageous struggle against the regime's oppressive rule, which is why we support efforts to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon and to prevent its regime from further threatening international peace and security. We are actively taking on the world as it is, not passively waiting for a world we wish to be. But we also take this position with some regret. Because the current conflict is another example of the failure of the international order. Despite decades of UN Security Council resolutions, the work of the International Atomic Energy Agency and its succession.
That's the with regret quote that's getting used in the press, like supports the strikes with regret. How did that get characterized in the press? Obviously, the headline says he supports Iran strikes with regret. Canada long supported the imperative of neutralizing this grave global threat. We take this position with regret because the current conflict is another example of this failure of international order. Dude, I can understand, like, myself vague posting like this, or in a way that appears vague posting, because I genuinely think that it's a very complicated argument, far more than any person I've seen in this space giving it credit for. Like, the fact that, yes, Iran is a very grave international threat. They were fucking around. They were showing very, very limited, if any, intention to moderate or to behave in a way that could give any kind of security or assurances to other countries. They fuck other countries with their massive fucking cocks in Iraq and Syria and Yemen and Lebanon. Like, all these things are true, right? And the nuclear thing as well. Even with the JCPOA, it did not seem, if you looked at Iran's behavior throughout that period, with the fact that they accept the JCPOA and then within a year they are going against one of the Security Council resolutions by testing ballistic missiles that have enough range to hit Israel, and having a clock in Tehran that talks about the demise of the destruction of Israel, and and then going to today with enriching 60% uranium, which is beyond any civilian use, which does put you within a very short range of being able to reach 90% and then weaponization. Like, all of these things are huge threats that do need to be dealt with, and they cannot be dealt with through making deals. I do not believe that, because I've never seen any indication of Iran ever doing a deal that would have actually put that threat to bed. The JCPOA did not put that threat to bed. It at best delayed it, and actually seems to would have delayed it with, it's much more likely to have delayed it in Iran's favor, but because of the sanction relief. But yeah, it is very regretful that if the time comes to actually deal with the threat, it has to be Trump, Netanyahu, and just kind of going rogue like a bunch of fucking nutters. And then we just have no idea what the circumstances are like under which they're operating, or what kind of calculations they've even made before they made the decision. Or whether they actually even care that much about. Wasn't the Obama nuclear deal working, though? No. One day I'll go into the details of the long story short of the nuclear deal is that it basically gave Iran sanction relief before it ended, and also gave Iran the potential to do a bunch of things surrounding the kind of enrichment, the kind of activity that would have given them a very nice position after it ended to accelerate towards nuclear production. It would have given them sanction relief. It didn't really address them being able to test their ballistic missiles and to improve that arsenal, which obviously, if you have nuclear weapons, you need a ballistic missile or a missile to deliver the weapon, right? And it was basically in such a way that it would have just put Iran in a much stronger economic and military position if they so wished to weaponize as soon as the deal was done, basically, or as soon as the deal was on the way out. They were always cagey about the length of the restrictions. Initially, they wanted the restrictions to last 2 years. Okay. They were cagey about IAEA inspections. They limited them as much as they possibly could, and actually kept them limited throughout the final deal. The final deal didn't give the IAEA everything they wanted to for inspections. The JCPOA was tied into a Security Council resolution that very clearly was against Iran developing their ballistic missile program. They did it anyway because the Security Council resolution that is linked to the JCPOA said calls on rather than like demands, or it said they calls on them to stop with their ballistic. So within a year of the JCPOA, they're literally out there testing ballistic missiles and saying, yeah, this is actually these are in range of the Zionist entity. This is like perfect for, and they're doing all this rhetoric while they're testing these missiles. And even Obama is kind of saying, well, you're kind of really going against the spirit of the deal here. It's like, yeah, it's not really showing an intention to move away from that desire, because they never did move away from that desire. enrichment sunset was the worst part of the JCPOA. Yeah, I'd have to read it again to go into the whole thing about the sunset provisions. That was because they had an enrichment cap that would have lasted until 2030. They initially wanted the sunset provisions to last for 2 years. It became 2030. But then also, the other problem is that the sanction relief was timed to go into place before the deal was ended as well. As in, the sanction relief would have come like in the middle of the deal. So by the time the sanction relief is off, and the snapbacks were expired, it meant that if Iran went through the deal for say 10 years and then some of the sanctions came off, then they would be able to violate the deal afterwards, but the sanctions weren't able to come back. That was like the big problem with the sunset provisions. And yeah, so like once those limits were done, what would stop Iran from just increasing their activity like immediately the day after? Because the JCPOA basically got rid of the ability for once they passed a certain time limit, then they would have just been able to resume activity without sanctions snapbacks being triggered. So it was all very sketch, but one day I'll do like a full thing on it if it's still discourse in a few days or weeks.
Of sanctions and diplomatic frameworks, Iran's nuclear threat remains.
So the issue isn't, people try to say they were violating the JCPOA. They weren't really. Any violations of the JCPOA were very like technical and trivial, like to do with heavy water or whatever. That wasn't the issue. The issue was that the deal itself was very advantageous to Iran if you assume that they were still intent on doing something with regards to weapons later on. And the way they behaved with the ballistic missiles around that time is just very clear that they were.
And now, the United States and Israel have acted without engaging the UN or consulting with allies, including Canada. So the question is where to from here, given we have a rapidly spreading conflict and growing threats to civilian life across the region. Canada reaffirms that international law binds all belligerents. We condemn the strikes carried out by Iran on civilians and civilian infrastructure across the Middle East. We implore all parties, including the US and Israel, to respect the rules of international engagement. We call for a rapid de-escalation of hostilities, and we're prepared to assist in achieving that goal. Because resolution of this crisis will ultimately require a commitment to a broader political solution, an engagement to avoid a wider and deeper conflict. Civilians must be protected, and all parties must commit to finding enduring agreements to end both nuclear proliferation and terrorist extremism. And we'll continue to pursue this approach with like-minded countries and participants across the continent. I'd now like to turn from that to what I originally intended to address more fulsomely, and don't worry, I'll try and keep to time, to the broader challenge that exists to sovereignty and prosperity. And I'd suggest that I'll start with the overall context. Middle power.
Okay. It's a fairly nuanced statement. Like I don't really oppose it particularly. It's just I feel like if you're a politician, it's a bit harder to be in that state. Stephen Miller.
All right, now for more reaction.
I mean, this is boring as shit, though. This is just him doing the whole World of Warcraft villain, as AOC called it.
By the way, I've known you and your wife, Katie, for a long time. That was one tough interview she gave me on her podcast that she just launched. That was, I don't know if you had a chance to see it yet, but it was tough.
Well, I have to put up with interrogations like that every single day, Sean. You only had to do it.
We will avenge American blood.
It was rough. Asking questions that I'd never answered before. You know, I am tired of the absolute ignorance of some people in the punditry class and the Democratic Party.
Are you tired of the punditry class? Come on, Stephen. Come on. Give us your yap.
Nuclear. They should.
Military might has made clear.
Them straight, because I'm not too effective, I guess.
The president has made clear that he believes America's awesome military might should be used to protect and defend America's interests, not to surrender the world to our adversaries, to our enemies, to those who would do us harm, not to surrender the world's resources, lanes of commerce, or capacity to keep our citizens safe. No, America first means America will be the greatest, most unquestioned, unmatched power in the world. And it means we will defend American lives. And yes, we will avenge American blood. Iran has waged war against the American people, this regime, for 47 years. They took our embassy hostage. They bombed our Marines in Beirut. They kidnapped, tortured, and murdered the CIA station chief. They have maimed and wounded and attacked thousands of American troops. All of that American blood spilled by this regime. And President Trump for years has said, we will not allow a regime that sheds the blood of our citizens, that menaces our people, that spreads terrorism around the world, that trains proxy armies. We will not allow that regime to have missiles that can reach our troops, that can reach our bases, that someday in the future could reach the American mainland, and certainly will not allow that regime to have nuclear weapons. But what you're seeing right now, Sean, is a military under President Trump's leadership that's not fighting politically correct, that isn't fighting with its hands tied behind its back. One of the reasons I fear, Sean, that some people in this country lost faith in the military and the capacity to use that military to defend us is because we had a woke Pentagon. Because we had a military.
He's just so fucking full of shit as well. It's also, when you think, this is again, when you think about, okay, like the principle, the idea, like the argument about Iran being like basically like in a rogue position that does need to be addressed in like some way. But you put it in the hands of these fucking reptilian fascist fucking podcast bro fascist psychos. Like, it's so fucking crazy, man. Oh God. Woke rules of engagement, eh? Let's go. IDF aren't doing too bad here with their social media. Fucking Star Wars music over their foot. This is them shooting down a plane in the sky, and they put Star Wars music on it. Like that's kind of crazy. Copyright, I guess. Fuck me, man. Can't wait to see Ben Shapiro reacting to that. Wow, cool. Haha, cool. Haha. All right. Which isn't even to mention the situation in Lebanon. Actually, also, no, wait, we'll come back to this. Come back to the woke rules of engagement. It is pretty much, there's a few questions that are more or less resolved now on this girls' school that was bombed in the first hours of the war. A few different sources now are saying it was more likely an American strike than an Israeli, but not ruling out an Israeli one, mostly because of America being operated in the south of the country as opposed to Israel, mostly in the north, but there is overlap. So Occam's razor is right again. This one Geo confirmed. Satellite imagery provided by @Planet now confirms that the school was hit during the bombing of the base. It is also clearly visible that all other buildings, just as the school, were struck at the center, indicating that one of the two countries involved in the attack on Iran bears responsibility. This rules out 100% an Iranian misfire. There is, if you're talking probability, it is so unlikely now. Okay, like for it to be a misfire, that would mean that America, or Israel, or both, targeted each building in this base, and also on top of that, the school, or they targeted every building in this base, head on, dead set target, and then a stray missile is going off at the exact same time and lands on the school, dead center. There's no way. It was an American or an Israeli strike. That's it. And an intentional one. Okay? So the question is why? Mark Rubio said in an interview, it is clear that the United States would not target deliberately a school. Deliberately is the key word here. We had already proven that other buildings were struck at the same time. Read our previous statement and assessment here. Using logic, given the school's position next to and possibly integrated into a military facility, the more logical explanation is that the school was mistakenly targeted during an attack on the base. Statement regarding our posts about the bombing of a girls' elementary school reportedly resulting in the deaths of over 100 girls. Because many readers still misunderstand our posts and how geolocation or verification works, I will explain this as simply as possible. 1. The girls' school was located next to a military base, and according to multiple sources, even within the perimeter of that base. However, this does not make it a legitimate target under the law of armed conflict, even if it was within the premises, obviously. The school was not in Pakistan or Afghanistan, so some footage claiming that it was old was nonsense. In Iran, schools are open Saturday through Thursday. Okay, we knew that. The school located in Minab, Hormozgan province, Iran, was destroyed based on the footage. The claim that the explosion was caused by a failed IRGC missile launch has no supporting evidence at this time! The widely circulated footage used to support this theory originates from a location approximately 1,300 kilometers away from the school. That is a long distance. It is impossible that a missile failure visible there caused the bombing at such a distance. At this moment, there is no proof that a failed missile launch caused the incident. Using logic, given the school's position next to and possibly integrated into a military facility, the more logical explanation is that the school was mistakenly targeted during an attack on the base. A thorough investigation is required to confirm this assessment, or additional verifiable evidence must emerge to support alternative claims. When conducting analyses, always consider the principle of Occam's razor. When presented with competing hypotheses about the same prediction and both hypotheses have equal explanatory power, one should prefer the hypothesis that requires the fewest assumptions. In this case, the only evidence for the failed IRGC missile launch claim has been proven false. Therefore, there is currently no credible evidence supporting that theory. Remember, OSINT and reporting, journalism in general, is based on the information available at the time an investigation is conducted. Therefore, analyses may change as new footage or evidence emerges. Are kids going to school in Iran during the bombardment? This was from the initial wave of strikes. This was from the first wave of strikes. I'm pretty sure this strike happened like pretty much at the same time as all the other first ones. So they didn't even if given Iran doesn't really have like a very good siren or any siren system or any good like warning system for their civilians, but even regardless, they this one I don't even know if they could have if they tried. I don't think they would have. They wouldn't have been able to. So there is a second article on this. There's a few actually. It is also confirmed that this school was once part of an IRGC base. The New York Times have said that. CBC News. They don't say when, though. They don't say when. Which is interesting. So I don't know if they decided to strike this off of old or just like slightly outdated intel, or how often they update, because again, the thing I'm just not too sure about here, and the thing I'm like really mindful of, is that again, we'll do Israel as well, because Israel's part of this. Both America and Israel, their militaries are generally fairly separate from they're supposed to be like fairly separate from their governments and how they deal with rules and conduct and everything else. That's obviously changed a little bit, though. The amount of overreach that has happened from both the Trump administration and even Bibi's into their military is quite large. And it is just the case that a country's military, regardless of how good their rules and standards are compared to most of the world, they are always going to be, to some degree, a reflection of their society. So when you see Israel having the most right-wing government that it's ever had in its history, and probably one of at least the most right-wing population they've had, that is going, especially with a conscript army, that is going to filter into the military. And it's going to go into not just the grunts, but it's going to go up the ranks as well. That's why all this reporting you hear about the conduct in Gaza is that it's just a coin toss on which unit you have, or which squad you have, or which battalion you have, whether or not they're going to obey the rules or not. It's similar in America. Pete Hegseth is already, and it's very top down with America. Pete Hegseth has already fired a whole bunch of generals. He has given all these ridiculous talks to his generals about how he cares more about aesthetics than he cares about the Geneva Conventions. He's got a record of convincing successfully Trump to pardon war criminals. So it does raise a massive question mark over whether or not this was an intel failure that could have been avoided. Or could have been fairly easily avoided because of the decision-making of either like the Trump administration or the Netanyahu one. Yes, I'm aware Twitter randos are saying it was separated 10 years ago, which does actually mean that okaying a strike, especially a first wave of strikes, with that kind of intelligence is fucking mental. That is insane. The most reasonable explanation is that they didn't know about the school. It's not about so no reasonable person is going to say that they targeted the school. Okay, if someone's saying that, then okay, you go and live in your world where the target list of Israel or America is okay. These RGC bases, these leaders, these ballistic missile facilities, these drone factories, the Ayatollah, and one girls' school. This is not a serious argument, but it does not take away from the fact that just because they didn't know they were directly targeting a school doesn't mean whether or not they should have known, right? And with two cases where both of these armies, like the IDF and the Americans, are basically doing this thing where they have an increasing disregard for rules of engagement. Pete Hegseth literally calling them stupid rules of engagement, woke rules of engagement. Well, then you're thinking, was there a step here that would normally have been taken that could have been avoided? And my assumption is probably yes. Like, why not? It doesn't need Hegseth to be involved in targets, like, you fucking idiot. Hegseth doesn't need to be involved to filter down a set of principles and a culture of carelessness within the military, right? If your Secretary of War is literally saying that the rules of engagement are retarded, like that's going to filter down. It doesn't need to be his decision making. It doesn't need to be him in the room. But you're going to pretend that doesn't have an influence on how the military makes decisions? Come on. Stop. Anyway, one more update, okay? And it comes from good old Lebanon. Israel has done something fairly unprecedented. I don't think they've ever done this before. I've got the warning here translated. The IDF just today has sent out this warning to Dahia. For context, Hezbollah mainly operates in three parts of Lebanon: the south, which is the border of Israel, the Bekaa, which borders Syria, northeast, and then Dahia, the southern suburb of Beirut, like the urban area. This is not translated. What am I doing? Let me get it translated. Actually, did I download it? Let me get it. Google Translate. Okay. Basically, they've said to the residents of Dahia, this urban area, they've evacuated the entire place. They've never done that before. They've never given evacuation warnings to this entire suburban district, at least, especially when there's evacuations also from the people from the south coming up and people from the east coming inwards. So that's completely unprecedented. I'm not aware of any other war where they've done that. They didn't do that in the 2006 war. They've evacuated complexes. They've given warnings to people in particular buildings or on a particular street. They've never gone for the whole area. These are dense areas. They're densely populated. So they're basically, but now amidst this evacuation, they are telling people. So they've got these routes here. They're telling people in the southern suburbs to evacuate immediately. Just the entire southern suburbs. Hundreds of thousands of people live here. Telling people in these areas to move east towards the mountains, then telling them which road to take, the Beirut Damascus. And then people in I guess these would be the more northern neighborhoods, Haradrik, and then telling them to go up north towards Tripoli or east to the mountain. So, can gross negligence be a war crime? Yes, it can. Yes. Negligence, recklessness, these are criminal. Yeah. There's not really much explanation for Israel doing this other than that they believe they're going in for the kill. I really don't know why they would clear out all of Dahia if just for a degrading operation. I think they've seen the weakness in Hezbollah. They have seen the unwillingness of the Lebanese government to help Hezbollah, and they are just using that as a go-ahead. I don't know what they expect to happen. Whether or not the airstrikes will just destroy all the infrastructure that belongs to Hezbollah, or if they're going to be evacuating it to strike some targets and then expect the Lebanese government to go in and maybe dismantle it. Because I imagine if you have empty buildings all over the south, and then the Lebanese army can just move in and take the weapons and leave, or something like that. But in any case, there is a response. Hezbollah are deploying. They're actually, why did this Link not work. It's a Reuters article, whatever. If you think I'm lying, fuck you. Yeah, Hezbollah are deploying their fighters south and are probably going to keep some fighters in Dahia. What else is going on? There's also a bit of a spat happening between, to put it lightly, between Hezbollah and the Lebanese government. This is the Lebanese prime minister currently, Nawaf Salam, the Sunni in Lebanon. He gave this warning to the people who are displaced, or not warning, but like a message. We'll do the thing. To all our people who were forced to flee, I say, you are not alone. All of Lebanon is your home. It is our collective responsibility as a state and as a society to stand by our people who were forced to flee and to ensure that they have what they need with dignity and in the spirit of brotherhood and solidarity. And I want to say clearly, our people who were forced to leave their homes are not responsible for what befell them. Rather, they are victims of policies they did not create. Therefore, be aware of subjecting them to any mistreatment, discrimination, or exploitation. It is our collective duty to stand by their side and to welcome them in a manner befitting their dignity and our humanity. He's speaking to something very, very difficult in Lebanon, which is that when Shiites in the south or in the Bekaa or in Dahia, when they run away from Israeli airstrikes, there's this issue where, one, the state does not have the infrastructure to assist them on their own. They need to have they need to depend on the kindness of strangers, on the charity of strangers, either in the Sunni or Christian areas. They do often face massive discrimination when they go to these areas. People get assaulted or spat at, or like people refuse to help them, or they're often just left to kind of wander the streets with their belongings until they can go back home. It's pretty rough. And they also have to deal with the fact that people who live in the Sunni and Christian areas are, even if they're well-intended, they're mindful of the fact that Hezbollah militants, especially key figures like generals, might try to take cover in those areas as well. And then that is very troubling for them, because if a Hezbollah general is hiding in your village, then it doesn't matter how peaceful your village is. They might bomb whatever house the general is hiding in. If they're a valuable enough target, they might just do it. And this actually happened in a village that's not even too far from where I've got family. So yeah, it's in the mountain. It's quite, yeah, so it's pretty scary. But it does seem like the Lebanese government right now is trying their best to avoid that, because there's going to be a big, like, again, I'll say, like, I've no issue saying Hezbollah needs to go. And if this is how they want to go, then like fucking what else are you going to do? You can't expect, even the state military doesn't necessarily have the power to go and dismantle them within cities and within residential areas. Like, they would be basically fighting an urban war with their own population. And the Lebanese army is historically just not very strong. They are getting stronger, but it's still a pretty asymmetric. And the fact is, though, is that just because Hezbollah needs to go, that doesn't mean that there isn't this other end of the coin, which is that the Shiites of Lebanon didn't just like Hezbollah for launching rockets and getting them into trouble all the time. Like, that's not really the appeal, or the religious thing. The appeal is also that this is a historically neglected and very, very marginalized population within Lebanon. They got the worst end of the deal from the National Pact, and they are constantly treated with suspicion, or if not outright hatred, by other groups in the country. That the recent actions are not going to help with that. But if they are dislodged, there will be a vacuum in there that needs to get filled by no one other than the government. Like, the state needs to be the ones who can actually provide these people with welfare and with assistance, especially now, given that they're going to have their homes rebuilt. They're going to have medical care for people who have been wounded in the fighting. They're going to need to be able to help people get back to employment in an area where one of the big employers was Hezbollah, right? So that's going to be like a huge national challenge for Lebanon if this actually works, if Israel's plan works, which again is another question mark. And obviously one of the other challenges this poor guy is having to deal with, the prime minister of Lebanon, At the beginning of the cabinet session, I said, I heard yesterday someone accusing the Lebanese government of aligning with Israeli demands and implementing Israeli decisions. This is the number one ideological weapon that Hezbollah uses against anyone who opposes them. As soon as you oppose them, you are Israeli. You are a Zionist, you're a Mossad, you're bought and paid for. It is just like you're a collaborator, it's their favorite word. They will always do this, like immediately if you dissent. And this is talk that I, as head of government, cannot remain silent about. At the very least, it can be said that it is unreasonable talk and it incites strife. If it's a sin, this is because Naim Qassem accused them of sin for outlawing Hezbollah's military and security apparatus. Look at that too. In the expression used by the one who said this, then the one committing it is not the government, but rather the one who dragged Lebanon into adventures that we were all better off without asking about their catastrophic repercussions on the country and our people, in all service of external interests that have nothing to do with Lebanon's interest. Treasonous talk is not bravery, and the Lebanese have grown tired of it. True bravery would have required its author to review his positions, indeed to apologize to the Lebanese people for the new burdens he has saddled them with from destruction and displacement and ruin. He's responding to this from Hezbollah's new Secretary General, Naim Qassem. Since Nasrallah, he's been the new leader. This is from Hezbollah's media. His televised address, he gave his first one since the escalation started. He's basically making arguments that had Hezbollah not been fighting, then Israel would just conquer like half the country. That is unironically what they go with. Citing Benjamin Netanyahu's Greater Israel maps and saying that the Americans want it too. And they believe that because to them, Greater Israel, to Hezbollah, they think Greater Israel means like a pretty big chunk of Lebanon and also Syria, Saudi Arabia, Iraq. Yeah. Countries they don't even have borders with. Sheikh Qassem emphasized that it is incumbent to take all possible measures to halt this dangerous trajectory driven by ongoing Israeli-American aggression, a campaign that, he warned, threatens Lebanon's national sovereignty and risks imposing submission and capitulation. Addressing the questions about the timing of Hezbollah's response, His Eminence asked, are we expected to exercise patience indefinitely? The limits to patience have been repeatedly emphasized, questioning whether 15 months of daily violations, nearly 500 marchers over that period, roughly one per day, along with 2 daily injuries, and widespread destruction of homes are insufficient justification. This is the whole thing about trade-offs with Israeli violations of the ceasefire, which there have been. What they never mention is that Hezbollah have been violating it habitually as well. They're not supposed to be redeploying in south of Litani, but neither, it's not just Israel who says they're clearly not abiding by that. The government doesn't either. The Lebanese government doesn't agree with that either. So it's one of those going both ways thing again. His Eminence cited statistics from the United Nations, over 1,000 violations by land, sea, and air. Highlighted systematic destruction of homes and lands and of border regions. The worst thing about this, again, is just like, it makes me think, okay, let's say all this is true. Let's say that Hezbollah isn't even violating a fifth of what Israel's doing, or a tenth. How are 6 rockets at Israel and a drone at Cyprus helping you with that? Like, it's so stupid. But whatever. They also acknowledged that Israel targeted Al-Manar and Al-Nur radio. We saw the footage of that earlier. Hezbollah affirms the right to defend Lebanon against Israeli-US aggression. Sheikh Qassem criticized the Lebanese government for failing to confront Israeli-American aggression directly. Instead of condemning the attacks and seeking ways to resist, he said the government turned to Hezbollah, effectively aligning with Israeli demands. This stance is unacceptable towards Lebanon's sovereignty and the Lebanese villages whose residents face ongoing attacks. The resistance and its arsenal represent a legitimate human, legal, and international right, sanctioned under the Taif Agreement, all divine laws, and even Lebanon's own governmental and constitutional mandates. Hezbollah exercises the right to respond appropriately to aggression, defending the Lebanese people, and resistance and the nation is sustained existential struggle until its objectives are met. Where is it where they accuse the Prime Minister of being a traitor? What was the term that Qassem used? That Salam used? Treasonous. Where is it? The author. Oh no, he was accusing the Naim Qassem are talking about that. They don't mention treason here, did they? Okay. Did they mention the Prime Minister? The Lebanese government must act more decisively. Israeli transgressions have reached an alarming scale. Oh yeah, major sin, that's what he said, yeah. He said the Lebanese government's decisions, this is to outlaw Hezbollah's military insecurity. Major sin, arguing that they weakened Lebanon's position and effectively legitimized Israeli aggression. His Eminence stressed that ongoing concessions occurred amid relentless pace of attacks, as if these violations were intended to pressure Lebanon into diplomatic and political moves that would strip the country of leverage, force it into powerless negotiations, and place it on a path entirely incompatible with its sovereignty and independence. Isn't this the guy? Yeah. It's a bit of a fall from grace, really, for Hezbollah. I think the 6 rockets and the 1 drone on Cyprus is probably given Israel more of a green light to think that this is actually like the time to finish them. Depends though. It depends on what the government is willing to do as well. The Lebanese government does in Dahia. It depends on whether or not Israel is willing to avoid Lebanese civilians to the point that they don't just somehow drum up a massive popular discontent against the government. Because right now, in a way, Nawaf Salam is in a position, and the president, Ayoun, they are both in a position now where their fate is largely tied to fucking, and I hate, this is so horrible to say, their fate is quite strongly tied now to Israel's willingness to play by the rules, in a way. Because if Israel causes enough civilian damage, then the argument that Hezbollah and their sympathizers make about these guys just being collaborators or whatever else are going to be very, very weakened. So they need to hope, I guess, yeah. That was a big failure in the 2006 war, because all it took was a handful of strikes that missed their targets and hit civilian areas, like fully civilian areas, killing like 50 odd people in one of them. Then the public mood against, in favor of Hezbollah massively increased. So it'll be harder now. It'll be harder now for Hezbollah because of how weak they are, because they can't really offer the same spectacle that Nasrallah had in 2006. They're not going to be able to fire missiles at Israeli ships and causing fires and shit like that. That's not really going to be the case anymore. They probably will kill a few soldiers, though. They'll manage that. No, Ayoun did not wear his fatigues. That was an AI video. I'm sorry to tell you that. It was a very well done AI video, I will say. I did think it looked quite real, but it's not real. They still have Shia support. Yeah, they do. They do not have support from Sunnis and Christians. Obviously, the only way this government was able to get into power was because of Hezbollah being weakened by the previous bout in 2024, by the previous round of fighting. Before that, Hezbollah had basically been locking out the president because they couldn't get their own candidate to win. They'd been using their votes to at least stall the Lebanese presidency. Actual Facts Racing, thanks for the $5. Thank you for teaching me things, Mr. Witty, Handsome Scottish Man. Wow. Now that I think of it, saying witty, handsome, and Scottish is a bit redundant. Yeah, true. What? In any case, it's a very, very volatile situation. Kind of, still, I guess I'm in the Carney position with great regret. It's a strategy that I would say probably does need to happen, but my fucking God, everything about these administrations and the way that they're doing it and the calculations they're making, I'm still probably leaning towards it making, I don't know if it'll make things worse in the long run in Lebanon, but in Iran, I'm quite sure it will. Sneeko explains why the US made a big mistake by killing, okay, whatever.
He's saying that the US made a mistake to kill Khamenei because they turned him into a martyr, and Khamenei strategically wanted to be killed so that he can unite the Iranian people, which makes sense if you understand that he's saying that he probably had cancer. Also, he was 86 years old. Look at the way that the Shias are uniting right now. Look at how they're gathering together and understanding how evil US-Israel empire is. So if they fell into his trap and assassinated an 86-year-old man, they martyred him, And the belief is that if you're martyr, you make it to the highest rank in heaven. One, he gets eternal paradise. But two, it activates something spiritual. It activates the warrior spirit within so many of the people that understand how evil Israel is. So, this is something that Trump would never do. This makes a lot of sense.
I wonder how he feels about MAGA then. Wasn't he MAGA? Or is he completely gone off of that now?
Netanyahu or Trump will never use because they fear death. That's why they want to be God's.
What is this bullshit? Iranians hated him. If he's maybe talking about Shiites in Bahrain or Iraq or in Lebanon, I mean, they've always hated Israel. They've hated Israel for a very long time. Not always, actually. You can go back far enough, 70s, 80s. But no, they hate the fuck out of Israel. That's not changing.
On earth, they would never be martyred for their cause because they want to be immortal. Khomeini does not fear the afterlife. That's the difference between Khomeini and Netanyahu.
Oh.
Khomeini does not fear death. Netanyahu knows where he's going.
Damn.
So, if Scott Ritter's correct, and that they fell into his trap, and now they're going to be more galvanized, and they're going to unite based off of this assassination, Iran's going to be stronger, and I guess they supplement their loss. They have less troops, maybe a weaker military. This can make up for that. The U.S. is demoralized. That's the major advantage that Iran has over Americans, is that Americans overwhelmingly do not support this war.
That is true to a degree. Again, remember, Trump could just get bored and leave. He could just reach a level of American personnel being killed that he no longer tolerates. Or he could get just a Neville Chamberlain deal from the new Ayatollah and just be like, yeah, we got what we wanted here. Good luck, protesters in Iran. He could do that. He would do that.
We have hubris, like we have arrogance, but we don't have the people on the side of this war at all.
He still says his name wrong. Who's he saying wrong?
People overwhelmingly hate it. What happens is the troops do not fight the same way when they know it's unpopular. Part of the reason why the Vietnam War was such a disaster. Everybody hated the Vietnam War. And so even though the American military, the world's global empire, was fighting farmers and rice farmers in Vietnam and the jungles, they lost because the Vietnamese people, they were more passionate. This goes a long way in a battle with troops.
Okay.
Actually, this makes a lot of sense.
I don't even know if I'm saying it properly. I've just heard enough people say it that way that, but maybe. But he's saying Khomeini. Okay.
He's saying
that, I mean, it's very unfortunate that they both have very similar names, okay? He says Khamenei. Yeah, but it's because Angloids are not Anglophones are not used to that. Ad hominem. Ad hominem. Shut up. Okay. I don't know if that sneako bit should go in there. Kind of stupid, kind of redundant. That's update segment, I'm going to say. Everything else will be gathering stuff for tomorrow. Okay. I need a bathroom break, and then we're going to do some slop, because I'm getting slopped on. I am discourse, okay? We'll do that soon. I don't know how interesting it's going to be, but I'm a bit discourse. Fuck. Also, super chat, goal. Guys, the goal. The goal is... It's okay. It's a bit anemic. Okay, quick, get on it. I'll be right back. Wait. How do they compare? Hang on. It doesn't look that much stronger. You compare that to the women one. It's not funny. Wait, what's happening here? Okay, let's compare it to a man one. good one. I like that one a lot. Yeah. I don't know Terry Reid streams or Mile. I don't know that many tunes. I've always been quite limited. Despite Sir Headsworth with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very much. We're having a productive day. 51 viewers. Why? Chapter 1. The commodity. The wealth of societies in which the capitalist mode of production prevails appears as an immense collection of commodities. The individual commodity appears as its elementary form. Our investigation therefore begins with the analysis. All right.
Thank for making work a bit easier.
Whoa!
Emoji.
Thanks for the $10, Serena Sparkles. I really appreciate that. Wow. Terminal Sanity, thanks for the $5. Apparently, the targets in Iran are being identified and flagged for destruction by AI, likely without much review. Damn. Hobbit Eater, thanks to tier 3 sub. War in the Middle East again. Looks like America learned nothing from the Spider-Man movies. Bright Yellow Pants, thanks to tier 1 sub. Of course, the war is illegal, but is it a just war? We already answered that question. Marcus, thanks to tier 3 sub. Am I the only one who thinks this is brain dead approach? Yes, drones cost nothing from USA POV, but is it the same for decimated Iranian economy? Plus, my understanding is they're easy to intercept. No, they're expensive to intercept, and it's also just a general shortage. It's not just money, it's also materiel. J Blaze, thanks for the $4.99. Is it Shahid or Shahed? I've heard it pronounced both ways. I'm confused. The drones are Shahed, I'm pretty sure. Sophie, thanks for the €5.99. Appreciate it. Josh Kaminsky, thanks for the £10. Random Leftist for the tier 1 sub. And Word, thanks for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. And Lana for the £5. Thank you so much. Wow. 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 Shahed. No way. Oldish clip for slop. Dude, I've seen a few of these. I'm just...
Chat. This is entirely too complicated for me to go into.
Apparently this is old.
I need to do a lot more reading on it.
I don't remember
but
that.
my initial assessment on this is most likely Recep Tayyip Erdogan trying to set the stage for like a Kurdish nation state potentially, but like that is directly in control or directly under the control and protectorate of the Turkish government in an effort to sidestep like allowing like an Israel-style formation of ethnic Kurds that would never be allowed by any of the regional actors in general. Oh my God! See, you baited me. You baited me into talking about it. Jesus, Lord mercy. I low-key don't even. I don't know. I don't know enough. I don't know enough about the dynamics.
Yeah, I can tell,
but most likely, like maybe a Kurdish autonomous region or something like that. God, I'm so.
Yeah, Erdogan's definitely.
I'm such a layman.
He's always leaning towards that kind of proposal. What? Is he stupid? Rhetorical question. Oh. I spoke about this with Engie when the thing with Syria was happening. There is this whole like underground or like there's this whole undercurrent that you see every now and then about the way Hassan talks about Kurds, and it's always with this kind of very there's a very like underlying venom and contempt with the way that he talks about the Kurds, and it's just like a whole recurring theme, and he's doing it now as well because obviously the Kurds in Iran some of them are getting armed by America. Like he is just but it's just one of those things that's it's way too niche of an issue for anyone to care about or for anyone to understand enough for it to be a big deal. But maybe we'll look into that one day. I mean, if you look at the people like Zay Squirrel, just like basically advocating to fucking genocide them, like, yeah, obviously there's a bit more of a diet version of that, but Jesus. But who gives a fuck about those people? Would the Turkish government be less hostile to a Kurdish state if it was carved out of Iran? Doesn't Iran, well, Iran borders Turkey, so no. Unless, wait, hang on. Let's be sure. Iran demographic map. Are the Kurds actually in that region, the northwestern? They are, right? They're like, is that them there? Is that correct? 2024? Well, obviously you got like Iraqi Kurdistan here and Syrian Kurds being up here. Turkey. Yeah. Okay. Whatever, that's a different story. Oh. Okay, might as well do this slop.
Of course, that's
Queeman, friend of the show. Used to rate him quite a bit. Had some talks. Not particularly interesting, kind of restrained. Would you call what the Marine protesting in the Senate is anti-Semitic? What, the person who got their arm broken? I haven't seen it, so I don't know. I just know they got their arm broken. Okay. I don't know. Someone sent me this. I pre-watched a bit of it. It's not the first time I've seen him kind of doing little segments on me, or quite often segments that don't go onto his actual channel segments. Like they just stay in the stream VOD and not many people see them. I just didn't really, like, I know the kind of pattern he engages in when he does this. I just didn't really think it was worth covering, but I thought in the current context that might be interesting. Do you have a chat replay here? That'll be fun. Let's see what he has to say about my thoughts. Frenemy. He's I don't know. You can tell me if you think this guy is like good faith critic or not, but
it sounds like that's not necessarily true if you analyze everything on the whole.
It doesn't have to be worse. It could be. It could be worse in the sense that one outcome potentially is the Ayatollah is gone, but then there's the youth of the IRGC who are easily the most indoctrinated, most radicalized faction of the entire Islamic Republic. They're the youngest generation, and they're more radical and more hardline than...
I'm sorry, but it's already worse. I don't think it's going to get better. And you're like, retarded coping like this. Like, you sound like a retard coping like this. Even just to me, it's like clear what's happened here. The US and Israel already destabilized the country and the regime with the initial strikes on Fordo and all that shit earlier. 6 months ago, whenever. That already weakened the regime. There's been a swelling of support for an opposition, partly due to American and Israeli interference and incitement. US state officials, former state officials, are say openly, was that Huckabee, I think, or Pompeo, one of them, said openly, good luck to all the Iranian protesters and all of the Mossad agents marching alongside them. They say this openly. They have fomented the resistance, the opposition.
How does that even work? So first of all, I don't know if he's forgotten, but you know Iran deals with urban uprisings or protest uprisings like all the time. Like every few years, they're having to go through another round of quelling and murdering protesters in the hundreds. Even before there was the hijab protests in 2022, I think before that there was whatever one where they ended up massacring like 500 people. There, 2009 was one before that where they were still trying to hold on to this idea of reformism, which has obviously completely died now because the reformists have been in power for a good while, at least in the presidency, and they haven't really delivered. What are we saying here? The protesters don't necessarily need a push from like how much of a push do you think Mossad are giving them? Yeah.
They have incited
also, that's just, I don't know why he's pretending to understand like the complexities of somewhere like Iran, but that's just, I don't know why he's saying that. Like, is that like mental to think that there is not at least one outcome of this that could actually be better for Iran. It's not like it would be the first ever US intervention in a country where the regime is already insanely unpopular that didn't result in something better. That's obviously it's unstable now because there's still a war going on. I think even in this show, didn't I say that, like, I'm even saying here that one of these outcomes is that the IRGC youth takes over and they are worse than the current regime. That's probably the most likely outcome. I have no idea what is happening with how many defectors they think they have or what the regular army is going to do. But to suggest that like it can only get worse, I don't know what particular piece of information he's sitting on that makes him so sure of that. But okay.
They have encouraged it. They have led the Iranian people up to the precipice and then allowed tens of thousands of them to be slaughtered at the hands of the Islamic regime. And then
remember, the protesters were already out en masse before Trump said help is on the way. Help is on the Trump thing was disgusting. We've talked about that a billion times, but they were still out en masse. They were still out en masse. There was still going to be that crackdown. Okay, fuck.
To that, they have illegally bombed all of their leaders with no plan for a replacement, leaving the country destabilized and rudderless. Lashing out at other countries around them, drawing attention, drawing aggro.
Is he blaming the Israel and the US for the regime killing their own? I mean, if I was being bad faith, or if I was jumping to conclusions, or not, if I was trying to avoid looking for a better explanation, it would sound like that. But I don't know.
It's already worse. It's already worse.
But I don't know why saying it's already worse. What? Because they murdered maybe upwards of 10,000 of their own people. I don't know why that's saying that's, because that's not, like, Trump takes responsibility for emboldening protesters who were already on the street. I don't know how Trump takes responsibility for the regime killing them or for the protesters starting in the first place. I don't know how that works.
Already gotten tens of thousands of people killed. If you were going to do this, act with a plan decisively and help the Iranian people.
Isn't that my position that I articulate in this?
What they have done is sell them out. They have just sold them out. And it is so obvious. It is so obvious to anyone with fucking eyes. But Lonabox goes on H3 and says, no, this isn't like failures, and it could still be good.
Potentially is the Ayatollah's gone, but then there's the youth of the IRGC who are easily the most indoctrinated, most radicalized faction of the entire Islamic Republic. They're the youngest generation, and they are more radical and more hardline than the first Ayatollah, than the second, than anything. And that's actually partly why they've managed to. It was quite easy for them to crack down on protesters because these young security officers are just very, very willing to do whatever it takes to keep the regime in power. There is a chance that they survive the airstrikes to a degree that they can. That they can establish some kind of military dictatorship over Iran, which is worse than what we currently have. But it could also go particularly well, right? You could have defectors from the army and from the Basij, like the security forces. You could have protesters who are able to overwhelm. I do wonder, actually, is he trying to say that the protests were inspired just because of the 12-day war, because that exposed the regime and showed their weaknesses? Is that's what he said earlier, right? That doesn't even make as much sense either, though, because again, the economic crisis that happened in Iran is largely being attributed there to the snapback sanctions. But the snapback sanctions were seemingly going to get imposed one way or the other, because they weren't imposed by America. The snapbacks came from the European powers, because the European powers, France, Germany, the UK, they were still part of the JCPOA. And when it became very clear that the IAEA was seeing very, very fucked behavior from Iran with the 60% nuclear enrichment, when they were seeing that, they instigated the snapback sanctions because they were about to expire anyway. So they saw plenty of violations on their end. Like the JCPOA still did exist. It's just that America wasn't part of it anymore. So I don't know if we're going to blame them for it. Are we going to blame our own country and France and Germany? Because those were the new sanctions that came in between the 12-day war and today. Are we going to blame them for destabilizing Iran? And I don't know if he's suggesting that they should have maybe got involved when the protesters were actually out there in full and before the firing happened. But then the issue there is they didn't have the means. You know how Trump had to, like, how America was deploying all of that shit over to the Middle East in the past few weeks before the strike. So you can say it was a missed opportunity, but it's quite questionable how much they could have done to help at that time as well, which is why Trump tweeting that thing out was so fucking negligent and so disgusting of them saying help is on the way, when it turned out the only help he was referring to was some people were maybe getting Starlink. Like, that's the only thing they seem to have done. Government buildings that have been, or the government positions that have been weakened, and you can actually have Reza Pahlavi coming in and his plan working. It's a very, if it were any other president, I would completely support it, because
saying Hasbara is not anti-Semitic, but it is, you know, it's basically the same as Takia. You know? There's a lot of just fucking retards that are just saying it to mean you're lying. It's like, why are you using a special word for Jews lying or Muslims lying? You know?
It's hard to overestimate just how bad the current state of affairs is. I don't know what kind of like what ideology we have going on here. I mean, my brain wants to say tanky, but like he actually preferred Pahlavi. If you think Pahlavi would be worse than the current regime, you are fucking retarded. You know nothing. If you think even the current regime is anything on the same, if you think the Shah, the actual, like the big baddie dictator Shah, if you think even he was anywhere near as bad as the regime, you know nothing. I'm sorry, you don't know anything. Okay, the Shah, for all his brutality and killing political opponents and everything, the Islamic Republic outdid him within months. Within months they set up tribunals for their political opponents and were executing more people within like a year or two than the Shah had in his entire couple of decades rule. Like fucking hell. He actually preferred Pahlavi. Yeah, of course, you fucking idiot. Gee, anyways, right? And people talk about destabilizing. What is it? Was Iran stable when they murdered at least 7,000 of their own people in 3 days? Like, no, not really. I mean, what is stable here?
Yeah, like, is that shit for Indians?
At some point, there does kind of need to be a change. So it's just a very real shame that you've got Trump and Hegseth leading the charge right now.
That's a good point. Yeah, they're kind of the least competent, most cynical presidents you could have to do it. This is a video, by the way, of when the news hit Iran that the Ayatollah was killed, just to give you an idea.
Like, you are just shilling for the strikes here. You're just shilling for the strikes.
Is he talking to the Iranians or to Ethan? Like, what should people just not show this? Is this just irrelevant information?
That's like universal rejoicing. There's like, if you were afraid that there was a lot of people that disagreed with you.
Well, no, obviously I'm aware. The US selling out resurgent groups in the Middle East is incredibly common. I'm aware. But it isn't just like the group, is it? It's like the people. It's like 80% of this population want their government gone, wanted the regime to fall. They had these mass protests, and then tens of thousands of them were slaughtered. And you sat there and watched. You made these gay warnings, saying, oh, if you kill those people, we're going to do something, we'll stop you. Did nothing. Watch them get slaughtered, and then when the resistance is crushed, then you kill the leader. And people are defending it.
Is this argument that they just came in too late? Like you would support it if he did it during the protests? Remember, the protests had resumed. So if that's his position, the protests had resumed like 5 days before these strikes. Just at the end of February, the students were back out again. But
Ethan saying like, "Oh, look how happy the people
also,
are."
I don't even think me or Ethan are defending it. Where are we getting this from?
Wow, great. Wow, great. Yeah, it means so much, man. It means so much when their entire fucking organization has been crushed. Everyone that, you know, had any role in the fucking protests has been fucking slaughtered in the streets.
Protesters who are able to overwhelm government buildings that have been, or the government positions that have been weakened, and you can actually have Reza Pahlavi coming in and his plan working. It's a very, if it were any other president, I would completely support it, because it's hard to overestimate just how bad the current state of affairs is, right? And people talk.
What do you mean if it was any other president, you would support it? Any other?
So I think it's obvious what I'm saying there, right? I think what I'm saying is that the overall principle, the overall idea of you give air support to protesters who were out before the airstrike started, by the way. You give air support to the protesters, you take out the regime, you take out their ballistic missiles, their nuclear threat, the IRGC security forces, and then that allows the protesters to step into space and reclaim their freedom. Like, that's the whole gist of the idea. And if any other president were going to make that decision, they would absolutely be weighing up questions like, are there enough defectors that we know about within the military or the IRGC to do this? Are the protesters like in a position where they can actually have some level of coordination? Is Reza Pahlavi's promise of 50,000 defectors actually even fucking real? What are the ramifications for the rest of the Gulf region? What's it going to do with regards to what happens to Israel and Hezbollah? Because obviously the rest of the Axis are going to want to respond in some way. Are they going to respond in a forceful way or in a kind of pathetic way? Is going to matter. There are all these questions that I don't, and obviously, are they going to justify it to the people? Are they going to go to the Congress? Are they going to go to their European powers and explain their plan and everything so that it's got like stages of approval? But obviously they haven't, which means that like, it's hard to tell if this was executed on good grounds or just on nothing, on just Trump seeing a prize and just chasing it like a fucking child, like a fascist murdering child. Like that's kind of what I'm saying. I think that's quite clear.
I agree in the sense that any other president would not have done it like this. No other president would have done it this retarded.
Yeah, obviously. But why are you shouting at me?
Not even Bush was this dumb, you know? I agree in that sense.
Okay.
But the idea that if you take roughly what has happened here...
Wait. I've already I replayed this when I was first watching it off stream like 5 times just to make sure I knew what I was listening to.
I've done it like this.
This is right. It's hard to over. I would completely support Pahlavi coming in and his plan working. It's a very, if it were any other president, I would completely support it, because it's hard to overestimate just how bad the current state of affairs is, right? And people talk.
What do you mean if it was any other president, you would support it? I agree in the sense that any other president would not have done it like this. No other president would have done it this retarded. Not even Bush was this dumb, you know? I agree in that sense. But the idea that if you take roughly what has happened here, you would support it from a different president. No, this is disgusting.
What do you mean by that? Roughly from a different president? Like, it sounds like he's suggesting that I would support the exact same actions with the same level of calculation, with the same consideration of international ramifications, just if you put a D next to it. The same behavior with Congress, the same behavior with European allies. What the fuck, man? What is this? What am I watching? What is this good faith fucking principled critique from our boy here? What the fuck?
This is disgusting. Where was
Congress he's just going to angrily agree with me for 5 minutes. Like,
involvement? Where was any consultation with the international community? No. If you would support this action from another president, you are scum. You are filth. You are just
Like yeah, because I would, if it were another president, yeah, if Biden just did the exact same thing, but just because it's Biden doing it, that would make me happier. Like, do you seriously think that's my position? Is that what you think of me? What the fuck, man?
Like some subhuman drone. Frankly, to steal a term from Haz, to steal a term from Charmhole, a liberal fascist. You are just a degenerate, westoid.
What does this have to do with fascism?
Megalomaniac who thinks you can go around the globe executing people, meddling in other people's countries without even consulting your own people who paid for the fucking bombs.
He's just completely riffing on it now. He's just taking that to be like, I support every single thing about how Trump has done this, just that it's not, it should be what? It should be a different face. It should just have a D next to it. That's what he's doing right now. And I know full fucking well he doesn't believe that. That's why he started saying, oh yeah, I agree that a different president would have done it differently. They would have weighed the pros and cons differently. They would have consulted Congress, and they would have informed their European allies, and they would have had a much better grasp of what the potential outcomes are. And if those potential outcomes were not favorable, if they were actually potentially weighed too destructive, he would have maybe even just not done it at all, which I would also support as a decision. I'd rather this decision was put in front of the desk of someone who can actually make that decision. Which is why I would also trust a yes from someone like Biden much more than someone like Trump. So he understands all that, but he just had to fucking pivot to this thing to, I don't know why. Liberal fascist, bro. Meddling in other people's countries, what? Like fucking Iran does. Like, you know, like Iran antagonizes not just countries in the region. They don't just murder people in fucking Yemen, Iraq, Lebanon, Syria. It's also America. They've attacked Americans. Even just in this decade, just like a few years ago, there have been Iranian attempts to murder journalists who are from the diaspora who disagree with them, who oppose the regime. But whatever. That's besides the point. Yes, that's my position. Okay. Yes. If that makes you and your little fucking gaggle happy, yes. Every single thing.
Chud logic, his orbit anchor.
This this entire operation is fucking based. If only for the fact, if only it could be done with Hillary Clinton's head on the planes. Okay. Stupid. Fuck me. If it were Hillary rating herself 15 out of 10 after they have almost definitely just bombed a school on dogshit intel, and if only it were Antony Blinken shitting on the gay rules of engagement, taking the gay out of rules of engagement. Nice. Liberal fascism. Okay. Ooh. Isn't that kind of true, though? You said you'd prefer a more competent decap of the regime, and Hill Dog might have done it better. I don't know if you're like intentionally not listening to the words that were just said that we just listened to. That's not what he was saying. He was talking about the way that they've done it. You're like, you would support that if they didn't even talk to the fucking to their own Congress and to the Europeans. You should talk to Queen. Sounds like a misunderstanding. What, from Zogger Unboxed, you say? Okay. No, thank you. I'm not entertaining that. Give me a good faith critique. Send it my way on your next segment when you respond to this thing, and I'll consider it. Otherwise, get the fuck out of my space. Stop bothering me. Thank you. I'm watching this guy. This is what I want to hear. Why the gamble is much bigger than it seems. Okay.
Look, every war is a bit of a gamble, but this one is more of a gamble than it appears on the surface. when the United States started to bomb Iran on February 28th.
Hey, what would this guy, what would William Spaniel say? Let me see if I can preempt. So the domestic gamble in Iran is that Iran actually does hold out. The RGC holds out for just much longer than anyone expected. They stress the fuck out of the defenses of all of the Gulf states, Israel, and they kill enough American soldiers that people just leave before the job's done. And what's left is an RGC led by the son of the Ayatollah and by the youth in a military junta that just murders maybe 100,000 dissidents. Like, who knows? That's the domestic one. Is the international outcome potentially? Well, obviously that we mentioned the Gulf states in that. That was part of that. Is he going to say something about Russia and China? About something that pulls them in? I don't know how that would be. I feel like Russia and China would have very little appetite to get involved, but maybe I'm wrong.
It may have been tempting to dismiss the operation as having a low downside risk. After all, only a generation ago, the United States began a pair of wars that would last a combined 28 years or so. They were incredibly expensive, so much so that it would have been literally impossible for a good chunk of the world's countries to conduct them without going bankrupt. And while they consumed a substantial portion of political bandwidth in Washington, it was very easy as an ordinary American to go about your everyday life and be completely oblivious to the fact that there were troops in Afghanistan or Iraq. By comparison, no one in Ukraine right now is under the false impression that it is business as usual there. So when you look at the situation in Iran, it seems like the downside risk should be even smaller than either of the Bush-era wars, and certainly nothing to
it was 2019 was the one where they massacred a shitload of people, wasn't it? Where the regime killed quite a lot of people. I think this is where there were potentially 500 protesters killed, or 300 to 500. Wild.
The extent of Ukraine. The United States has a lot of metal mobilized to the Persian Gulf, sure, but there is no invasion force anywhere near the region, and the closest thing to potential boots on the ground may be a small special forces operation.
2009, yes, that was when reformism was a bit more sexy.
Perhaps similar to the one that removed Nicolas Maduro from Venezuela in January. Well, let me just quash that optimism now. There is a major downside risk here. Maybe not a catastrophic one like Ukraine, but still quite bad. And while I have heard the large media networks discuss the general problem, I do not think that they fully grasp the consequences of just how big of a gamble that the Trump administration is making if this war continues for a prolonged period of time and things don't go so well. Let's zoom out for a second. Since the Cold War ended, there has been no greater time to be a national security analyst than today. Equivalently, there has been no worse time to be an ordinary person. You knew that the conflict map was already a mess before this war started. Well, now you have Iran firing missiles and drones at basically every one of its...
When Charlie Kirk got killed, oh boy, you ain't seen nothing yet. She went straight into Candace Owens level. It's the Jews and Zog territory.
Thanks for the $10. On what? On Iran? Or, dude, the Zog thing is just not helpful because it's like, or as in like, the Americans are doing that to themselves at this point, I would say. They're like all these fucking like Christian Zionists and all that rhetoric coming out of the American government, and Rubio's statement about, oh yeah, we actually went in so we could preempt preemptive Iranian response to Israel's preemptive response to Iran's preemptive attack. Like, fuck that. They've kind of fucked themselves on that argument. I know why Trump has his own internal motivations. I can explain why he sees a prize and doesn't necessarily need Israel to convince him that that prize is very seductive to him, but damn, they're not helping themselves.
Arab neighbors, the United Kingdom upset that one of its bases in Cyprus somehow came under fire, and soon active cooperation between Ukraine and members of the anti-Iran coalition. Gotta get those shaheeds under control. Now, I do not think that this is World War III yet, but it is hard to shake the feeling that we are in the middle of a world war. Given that, we ought to understand where Iran ranks in terms of direct security threats to the United States. And this is my own personal ordering here, not what you may read in some strategic documents flowing out of the Pentagon. I am also thinking about long-term time horizons, not just what might happen tomorrow. At the top of the list, you have China. That should be a universal choice. Even NATO, the organization once singularly focused on stopping Moscow from expanding westward at all costs, now frames China as the Western coalition's pacing threat. China has global aspirations and the population and economy to accomplish it, even if the process may be bumpy. Plus, there is a potential cross-strait hotspot that we will return to in depth later. Then you have Russia, which, while is not much of a direct security threat to the United States, is very much a direct security threat to Europe. If Europe were to ever be hit with a major war, the United States would be pulled into it via Article 5 of the North Atlantic Treaty. Aside from the costs of a military intervention, damage to the supply chains would be enough to send the United States into a major recession, if not worse. After that, maybe you could start putting Iran into a third tier of threat. The Islamic Republic runs against U.S. regional interests, but it would be hard for Iran to directly hurt the United States without suffering some sort of catastrophic retaliation. Even an Iran with nuclear weapons would struggle to break out of that mold. It might resemble North Korea, but with better ability to regionally project power. Still a concern, but not getting close to China or Russia levels. Given that, it might be reasonable to shift Iran down to a fourth tier, even below nebulous threats in the Western Hemisphere. At least those countries are close enough to the United States to cause a significant problem with cheap drones, should any of them go rogue. Notably, the main reason that the Western Hemisphere ranks higher on Pentagon documents is because of what China, and to a lesser extent Russia, might do to manipulate those Western Hemisphere nations. Back to today's focus. Iran falling down the tier list is a recent development. Millennials and older can all remember a time when the United States was obsessed over oil security. The Middle East had become the top priority for the United States.
That's still a whole thing. The fucking gas prices going haywire. Again, it's like asymmetrical warfare, like the strategy of just targeting these countries that are all very important to the oil and gas trade and just sending prices up to unprecedented spikes. Damn. They got strong defenses out there.
With Russia down, China not yet up, and energy the backbone.
Who would have thought, eh? Who would have thought bombing all those fucking Emirati hotels would have yielded such powerful results?
Of GDP growth. However, the shale revolution suddenly increased U.S. oil production. Combine that with some improvements to fuel efficiency, and the United States became a net oil exporter in 2020. The abundance of oil now means that unfriendly countries have a limited ability to coerce the United States via oil embargoes. Images of 1970s fuel crises are indeed a thing of the past. To be clear, the United States must still care about Middle East politics to some degree. Countries from the region continue to export incredible amounts of oil elsewhere. That keeps global oil prices low, and therefore makes U.S. consumers happy. It is just that oil is no longer the strategic vulnerability that it once was. Anyway, for the ongoing war, the point here is that the United States is exerting effort to eliminate a low-tier competitor. Consequently, for this to be a good idea, you had better be getting a lot of bang for your buck. So, is the United States getting a lot of bang for its buck? Well, let's start with the cost half of it, because it is easy to miss the deeper problem here. Trump ran on a policy to end the aforementioned forever wars of the previous generation.
Someone said that they had a graph showing Iran's diminishing return on drone strikes. Can they? How long does it take to? I don't even need to know the specifics. Actually, I just need to know: are the IRGC able to manufacture drones as they fire, like as the war's going on? I just want to know how serious of a threat that is, like how serious of an issue it is that they can, the amount of Shahed drones getting fired at the Gulf actually outdoes the amount of interceptors that can be deployed to catch them. I don't actually know.
So far, he has succeeded if we are very careful to stick to that exact statement.
Dude, what if they could? and it's all underground and bunkers in the mountains. And what if that guy was right? That fucking Chinese professor, the fake professor. What if that's correct? And actually the mountains won the war.
Trump has arguably had the most adventurous first 14 months of any U.S. president. There was the roughly 2-month-long series of airstrikes against the Houthis in Yemen. Then there was the one-shot strikes on Iran's nuclear program in the middle of the Israel-Iran 12-day war. In the new year, we had the Special Maduro operation. Sprinkled in between, there have been a handful of smaller-scale strikes and special forces missions. Adventurous? Yes. Involved in forever wars? Not so much. Trump's Pentagon has emphasized agility. If boots are going to touch the ground, they need to get off the ground as soon as possible. Nothing like 20 years in Afghanistan can happen. Heading back to the Houthis, Trump actually ended that engagement precisely because it was taking too long. As low of a tier
Did you watch the Chinese professor on Breaking Points? No. But why? I know why. Yeah.
Threat as Iran is, the Houthis were even lower. They are an Iranian proxy group causing problems with international shipping, but otherwise not a major threat to U.S. interests. Any proxy group, almost by definition, must be on a lower tier than its patron. Correspondingly, the White House concluded that the operation had an alarming burn rate. Every missile exhausted along the Bab el-Mandab Strait was a missile that could not be exhausted later along the Taiwan Strait. For context, after the Cold War ended, the United States intentionally let its heavy metal stockpiles run lower because the Soviet threat was no longer around. Consuming a peace dividend was sensible. Where things really started to go wrong was with the Bush-era focus on fighting insurgencies. Heavy metal is pretty much the opposite of what you were looking for there. As a result, purchases plunged even further. And so the United States is currently in the position of having already low stockpiles, and is rapidly burning through them despite that. It is difficult to put a number on both the consumption and the reserves, because all of that information is classified.
Yeah.
And for good reason, too. It would tell Iran exactly how much the country needs to withstand before the United States
release the defenses files.
Has to move along. But today, there are a ton of nervous people at the Pentagon, worried that the United States might find itself a few years from now wishing that it had those missiles to fire at China. And if you were not sure about that, then take a look at the White House on Friday. The prime defense contractors are meeting to discuss expanding traditional weapons stockpiles. Thus, part of the gamble here is timing. By all accounts, the PR...
Yes, they can produce as much /half Shaheds as they fire. You can reference Russia versus Ukraine at this point, usually low daily waves while accumulating for large wave. Okay.
PRC
Well, obviously, the difference is that Russia is not... Russia hasn't ceded their air superiority. Excuse me. Russia has not ceded their air superiority to the attackers, right? They haven't lost their air superiority, nor will they.
Does not yet have sufficient landing craft to try to invade Taiwan. How much more time Beijing needs, though, is a subject of debate. In turn, you can conceive of the situation in Iran as the United States of today borrowing metal from its future self. Whether the loan will pay off depends on the return on the investment.
Fucking hat, man. It's so... Why is a president declaring war and giving war updates in this fucking retarded ugh.
So, let's talk about that.
I'd support Trump's decisions if he took the cap off. I'd support every single decision if he just removed that fucking cap and looked more professional.
Indeed, we need to pivot to the upshot for a success in Iran. Although Iran does contain some direct value, the only way that the investment can prove profitable is by affecting the top-tier threat. Thus, we immediately need to discuss China again. If the PRC were to ever invade Taiwan, the entire world would encounter an economic catastrophe, even if Beijing's forces fail to capture the island. Taiwan produces something around 90% of the world's top-of-the-line microchips, and accounts for 60% of chip revenue worldwide. Almost every piece of reasonably sophisticated technology that you own has Taiwan's fingerprints on it. Both this video's production and your ability to watch it on your screen somehow connect back to the island. And Taiwan would never, ever allow those manufacturing centers to fall into enemy hands.
Is that Is that a strong piece of military equipment or is that shit? I can't even tell. It looks cool.
It is not hard to sabotage the corresponding machines. They are extremely sensitive, and Taiwan would not hesitate to sabotage them when necessary. If you remember the supply chain issues from the pandemic, particularly with Detroit's inability to push new cars off the assembly line, the culprit was a shortage of microchips. Well, a PRC invasion of Taiwan would cause problems in order of magnitude worse. Without chips, every other component of, say, your phone becomes worthless.
Okay.
Anyone working in those corresponding industries is liable to lose their jobs too. After that, the service sector falls apart. We could spend an hour working through the domino effects, and even then we would only be scratching the surface.
Man, how does Taiwan be such an unfortunate spawn point, right? That it's basically, to simplify it, it might as well be contested territory, okay? Because it's like that part of, it was part of China, then it was taken by the Kuomintang, and they were separate from Mao's revolution, and then they become an American ally, and then they become a de facto country, but not an actual de jure country, and no one calls them a de jure country because they're scared of China invading the part of the de facto country that's de jure part of their country. And then this particular area, this particular point of tension just happens to have some of the most a monopoly on some of the most crucial resources for the global economy. It's just, damn, couldn't write it.
That is why deterring an invasion, not just winning the confrontation, but deterring it in the first place, is so important. Hence the immediate concern that any missiles used in Iran are missiles that cannot be used against the PRC. However, missiles are not the only deterrent. Oil is another key factor. Basically, all of the concerns that the United States had regarding oil security a few decades ago have shifted to the PRC. Beijing only produces 4 to 5 million barrels.
19 minutes in the goal chat. It's ambitious. It's very ambitious. But I trust you. Not really. Maybe a bit.
Per day. It consumes 15 million barrels. If you ever wondered why the PRC has pushed so hard to expand its EV industry, this is why. Oil needs are not just sending money out of the country. It is also a national security issue. As it stands in peacetime, the PRC imports oil like the rest of us. On the official books, the leading exporters to the PRC include Russia, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, and Brazil. Unofficially, it is likely laundering Iranian oil through intermediaries. But that is not the critical national security question. Rather, the important thing is where the PRC would obtain its oil in the event of World War III. Because if the Western coalition controls the supply, it could starve Beijing into submission. And that, in turn, would deter Xi from trying in the first place.
Momo, why are countries opposing the US insisting on going into wars one by one instead of at once? What do you mean? Like, do you think like the European countries would like to actually join America in a coalition against Iran if they were briefed and had all the reasons to? What? He's talking about Russia, China, and Iran. Oh, wait. I'm sorry. Whoa. You're talking about okay, yeah. You're talking about Iran, China, Russia. Okay. Why are they all going one by one? Oh, probably because they are, when you've got like a bunch of friends. I don't know. This never happened to me, but like, when you've got like, say you got someone and he's about to get into a fight and all his mates are like, yeah, go on, man, take a break, fuck him up, man. Yeah, we'll jump in for you. Man. And then he goes and fights. And then all his mates are like, oh no. Sorry, I don't have my good shoes on. And it's kind of like, people tend not to join fights they don't think they can win or think they can help with. Or it's just because of the fact that these countries are not really allies. They're just very, very self-interested, and sometimes their self-interest overlaps. Captain Dan, thanks for the $5. Toss a coin to your saltman. True.
the start of the year, we would have assumed that the PRC had 3 safe outlets: Russia, Iran, and Venezuela, the last of which does not make sense in peacetime due to geography, but would be worth the premium during a war if there were no alternatives. Russia is a sticky problem that will not go away, and you can see why Beijing has worked to maintain the status quo inside of the Kremlin. After January, though, Venezuela is no longer on that list. And depending on what happens in the upcoming days, weeks, or months, Iran may fall off of it too. I keep saying this, but it is worth repeating. For this part of the benefit of the Iran war, there need not be a clean transition to a cooperative government, as we saw
Can we
in
get a drawing for this analogy in MS Paint? No.
Venezuela. A chaotic Iran that cannot export oil to anyone is a chaotic Iran that cannot specifically export oil to China either. Now, is that worth exhausting a substantial chunk of the US weapons stockpiles? Unclear. And there is the downside risk that none of this works. The Islamic Republic of Iran persists under a new Ayatollah, and the United States faces the worst of both worlds. No weapons to deter Beijing, and no ability to control the oil flow from Iran. That is why the operation we are watching now is so high leverage. The worst-case scenario feeds a much deeper security problem, but the best-case scenario shores up the most pressing challenge that the Western coalition may face over the next decade. If you want to learn more about the potential for a long war along the Taiwan Strait, I
think I agree with that. So his worst case scenario is more to do with China, and how it can deplete America so that China can feel like they're ready for a confrontation with Taiwan. Is that more or less what he said? I sometimes find it harder to stay tuned into what this guy's saying because he talks like he talks like AI. Huh. Interesting. Okay. It's a very real argument, IMO. Okay. Is there anyone worrying about that right now? Do people think that if the US is currently maybe already drawing itself into a quagmire, that China will just be like, okay, you guys are busy. Let's hello, Taiwan. You're looking very you're looking slightly abandoned there. Yeah, this is not good. This is all day in Lebanon today, all in Beirut. This is like what it looks like to evacuate the entire Dahia fucking area. They aren't ready yet. They lack the landing vessels. Is it the landing vessels? Is that why people say 2027, 28? It's not Mina's theory, it's the Pentagon's theory. Yeah. The thing is, I don't know where people get this from. And I always wonder, people talk about all these because they all sound like very like neocon rationalist arguments for how to view this thing through like the broader lens of America versus China. But the fact that the current administration just never mentions that makes me think, like, is that really motivating them? Is it just that they don't talk about that because it's not as good as a selling point? That's possible, but the lack of amphibious landing craft is the stated reason as to why not now. But they're building it, and they're publicly announcing that they're building it, or is it just that Intel has found that they're building it? 2027 is when they say they would feel they would be prepared. Okay, I understand, yeah. America gives them a bit longer. And America obviously doesn't want to be bogged down in anything before that happens. It's not neoconservative. It's a bipartisan consensus in the United States security state. Okay, just send me something credible that I can actually see this and learn about it. Because if that's true, then that would clear up a lot of questions that I currently have. That would be cool. That would be cool. If it's particularly what the actual understanding is and what the bipartisan consensus is. I'm not in your Discord, but I think I can DM you. Yeah, well, you can just join the Discord as well. Unless are you banned? Are you a naughty lad? Uh-oh. Go on Destiny's stream. Connor is on there right now trying to spit his schizo theory on Epstein that he had Addy shut down on your stream the other day. No, I might watch it, but I'm not going to jump on. Oh, it's Epic Fit. Okay. Well, if you can find me in DMs, you can do that too. Yeah. Not banned, but your community is annoying as hell. Expect me to DM you later tonight or early morning. Okay. Okay. Fuck, I want to go and get food and then I can maybe watch. What did I? Oh. I've been waiting for this guy for a while, but I feel like he's just going to be boring to listen to. He might actually just be kind of uninteresting. Mohammed Marandi. Actually, this whole panel seems quite... I'll be curious. No, actually, I am curious to see what Mr. Bolton has to say, because obviously he's sitting from a position of the guy who cheerled the Iraq war. We know how that went. And then Marandi. Maybe. Maybe. Expect my message within 3 to 5 business days. Let's go.
It began.
Yes.
Well, Deborah, if I were to pose to you the notion that Vladimir Putin appears to be, based on his recent remarks, what some might call in the academic sphere of military and foreign policy to be a Weasley fucking little liar, dude. He appears to be a liar, a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. We've consulted this military expert of Oxford, Cambridgeshire. Do you accept the notion? What is this? Hang on. Do I want to do... Oh, okay. I'm going to do connections now or later. I'm not sure I'll be doing a very long stream today because I have stuff to do.
I don't care about clips like this. But they would literally rape Hassan for this.
For
If
what?
he did this with any Israeli shit. I like talking hyperbolically. But if Lonabox sees me sit here and say, I think Lonabox acting like a fucking idiot. I think he's behaving like a total lowlife and running defense for shit that I think is borderline on you know, it should be treated like you're a Nazi.
Jesus.
And Lonabox belongs in the Tower of London because he's a fucking traitor.
No,
And Lonabox sees that and feels upset about that. I'm not going to be like, I'm so confused as to why Lonabox is upset by this thing that I've just said. Now, Lonabox will say this. He'll say it's lying fucks about something that ends up being true. He'll sit there and bemoan and act like the fucking victim over the fact that lefties are upset with him over it. And then...
I don't think a single lefty is upset with me over this. They just see an opportunity. That's all that is. That's all that is. I don't think they're upset by it. Especially since this clip, I remember, it was me just initially saying I'm going to need more than the word of the Iranian state, which I still maintain. Of course you would need more than their word, like, because they do lie. They lie quite habitually, actually. But this whole clip actually even includes me getting more information, like within what, like minutes, whatever.
When Hassan does this exact same thing to Israel, he'll spend a week talking about it.
What? Give me one example, you fucking emaciated little cunt. Like, give me one example. I'm sorry, what? An example of Hassan getting a breaking news story about some great tragedy and then raking him over the coals because he says, I need more information because I don't trust this initial source. Like, what if it's like I don't consider actually Israel to be an equivalent to the fucking Iranian state for a lot of reasons. It's harder to suppress information within Israel than it is in Iran. But even if he just said he needs more information or like, I don't trust these lying fucks or whatever, and then the same clip shows you like 30 seconds later, he's got more information and he's adjusting his perspective. Yeah, I would rake him over the coals for that. Give me one example, bro. Fucking hell.
It's incoherent. It's incoherent. It's like the most pussy, entitled behavior from these fucking losers. The zogged out Ethan Klein dick riding crew. All have the most pussy attitudes in the world. This is the thing, man. It's like, it's totally reasonable to make the statement, I don't trust the state media of the theocratic dictatorship. But the spugging out, the moment you see this article, makes you look retarded and inhuman. And you must recognize that because you would recognize it in anyone else. And that's why you're going to get flack for this.
I don't know about people like, when have I popped off at someone for getting a breaking news statement that's coming from an authoritarian state media and not trusting it until they see more information? When have I ever attacked someone for that particular, whatever, goofy? He's just a bit goofy, man. Ooh. Yeah, that's just an imagined hypocrisy. That's all that is. It's fine. Where am I? Oh God, this segment is going to be. Do I have the? Do I have it in me for this discourse, or do I want to see some serious NatSec geniuses talking about why this is all about China? Why is this all about China? Is there something here? No, that's not right. That's not helpful. Oh. Trump says he wants to be involved in selecting Iran's next leader. Wait, what? Oh, God. Khamenei's son is a lightweight. Where did he say? Dude, was this from this? Oh, this might be from the thing that we watched earlier. I might have missed that bit because he was just kind of sundowning. Oh, fuck. Said he needs to be personally involved in selecting Iran's next leader. They're wasting their time. Khamenei's son is a lightweight. I have to be involved in the appointment, like with Delcy Rodriguez in Venezuela. Oh, he told Axios in a phone interview. Okay. It wasn't from this. Fuck's sake. You heard about Khamenei's son being treated for impotence in the UK? No. Listen, that's slop news, okay? That is slop foreign policy. And what, we got a psychoanalyst to explain why he's such an authoritarian tyrant. And it all leads back to his knob not working. Fuck. No, thank you. What is Macron saying? For Lebanon, we must act. Everything must be done to prevent this country, so close to France, from once again being drawn into war. The Lebanese have a right to peace and security like everyone in the Middle East. It is to halt the war and prevent the worst that following my exchanges with Trump and Netanyahu, I spoke today with Lebanon's highest authorities in order to establish a plan to bring an end to the military operations currently being carried out by Hezbollah and Israel on the other side of the border. Hezbollah must immediately cease fire towards Israel. Israel must refrain from any ground intervention or large-scale operation on Lebanese territory. The Lebanese authorities have given me their commitment to take control of positions held by Hezbollah. Wait. Oh yeah, the authorities, okay. Do you think that would they do that? I'm trying to understand if there's a flaw here. If Israel has just literally fucking cleared Dahia and got people to leave, are they expecting the Lebanese government to go in there and just secure the area? Like, there's no way the government... If the Lebanese authorities walked into Dahia, they would end up in a fucking suburban... They'd end up in an urban fight with Hezbollah. That's what would happen, no? My aunt lives there. Well, I hope she's safe, buddy. Shit. Yeah, Beirut is probably going to be like the most volatile it's ever... Fuck me. Yeah. Beirut's going to be pretty volatile right now. France will strengthen its cooperation with the Lebanese armed forces, will provide them with armored transport vehicles, as well as operational and logistical support. The French detachment within the United Nations force in Lebanon is also continuing. Wait, he's saying he's going to add on top of that. Are we going to get like an 82 style international coalition? Are any other countries offering to do this? That's interesting. Even more volatile than the port explosion. I mean, the port explosion was horrible, but it just kind of happened. But yeah, I think in terms of things that, I don't know, they're not comparable. There's just two wildly different things. Never mind. Please, not America. Why? They had such a great time there last time. Concerned about the displacement of tens of thousands of Lebanese civilians currently fleeing south, I decided on the immediate dispatch of humanitarian aid for them. Several tons of medicines are being transported along with shelter solutions and assistance. This is a testament to the friendship the French feel towards the Lebanese, obviously. Catholic brothers, eh? At this moment of great danger, I call on the Israeli Prime Minister not to expand the war to Lebanon. I call on Iranian leaders not to further draw Lebanon into a war that is not its own. Hezbollah must renounce its weapons, respect the national interest, show that it is not a militia taking orders from abroad, and allow the Lebanese to come together to preserve their country. Oh. How happy are you to see the Maronite-French friendship reunited? Not gonna lie, it's kind of cringe. Obviously, these wankers. Look at that. Bashir. Nice. Breaking news, Trump. Oh. Do we have the first... Is this the first one to fall from the Trump cabinet? Yes, thank you, Hi-Fi4. You are a couple of hours late to the news party, but yes. Wait, where are you getting this? Where are you getting this particular breaking news? Oh, breaking news, guys, breaking news. We've lost one. We've lost one. This is cabinet, right? Is this his first cabinet firing? Kirsty Noem. She gone. He wants Senator Markwayne Mullen to replace her. Announced on Truth Social. I'll bet that's how she found out as well. 24 states filed a lawsuit on Thursday challenging the 10% tariffs Trump imposed on most imports just days after the Supreme Court rejected even higher tariffs he had set under a different law. Under a different law. Mullen told reporters that he had not spoken with the president this week. He would not engage in hypotheticals. Okay, very, very graceful. I see. Damn. Kirsty Noem. Done. She got Khamenei. Shut up. But yes. Wait, is this because of the hearing? Is it because of something that she said in the hearing? She was definitely a lot less competent by the MAGA standards than Bondi was. Kirsty Noem. Is it because I didn't actually watch this. I don't know what she said. Were there any viral moments? Wait, why am I even asking? It's over the Minneapolis protests, right? Are there highlights? Give me the highlights. The highlights are 1 hour and 29 minutes. Okay. I'll try this one.
Oh, okay.
True.
Well.
Steve Bannon, long an advisor to the president.
You're saying the Forbes highlights are better. Okay. YouTube. Forbes. Noem. What? This? 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 This isn't a highlight reel. This is just loads of different clips. So I just watch all of them. Maruzzi, it's saying here 3 minutes ago, President fires Noem. Is it? Well, let's just see. He announced it on Truth Social. So, this is how we find out. What the fuck? Epic Fury. Bones. Toes. Okay, thank you. Hello? What the fuck? Will be moving. So you're saying she's moving, but would she move without being fired? Is that where it's come from? Yes.
I don't think she got fired. I'm not seeing anything that actually says she's fired.
Truth Social saying she's moving, right?
I'm seeing stuff that's saying he's considering firing her, but I'm not seeing that she's gone.
So his Truth Social post is saying that she's moving to be special envoy for the Shield of the Americas. And I thank her for her service. That sounds like
what the fuck is a special envoy to the Shield of the America? What the fuck even?
The New York Times is saying that he's fired her as Homeland Security Secretary.
I'm seeing 2 hours ago from NBC. Trump considers firing.
I'm seeing New York Times 5 minutes ago. President fires Noem as.
Share it, motherfucker. I want to read the shit. I want to see the leopards eat her fucking face off.
It's on my screen. All right, hang on. Here you go.
Give me, send me the actual. Thank you.
He's giving her a DEI position. Shut up.
Shut up. That's good news. All right. Thank you. Bye.
All right. Okay. Where was I? This top moments is probably fine, right? This really has it all? Am I crazy? Or do I need to watch the Forbes ones? What the fuck? What is this? There's another highlight reel. Shit! ABC. Let's just watch that. Is this shorter? Okay, let's watch this one. This is Republicans attacking her. Okay.
Thank you for being here.
Apparently she lied about calling Alex Pretty a terrorist. Well, she definitely did that, didn't she?
I'm really glad that a lot of my Republican colleagues talked about the disaster that Biden and Mayorkas, your predecessor, created. It was absurd. You heard the things from Senator Brett, people that came over here who themselves were traumatized by the very people who then come to this country and traumatize American citizens. You heard Senator Schmidt saying the same thing. A lot of us are very frustrated with the disaster that President Biden left behind and a failed DHS. It's why I'm angry, and it's why I've been critical of you, Secretary Noem, because we're missing an opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the reasons President Trump won a year and a half ago is because people were sick and tired of a Democratic administration's open border policy and allowing millions of people to come to this country, 1.7 million called gotaways. We don't even know where they are, but we know when you pay a premium to a cartel to get them into this country, they're bad people. Now, why have I been critical of Secretary Noem? Because I don't think we're focusing on, we have limited resources. ICE can't be everywhere at once. There's very few people in Capitol Hill that support law enforcement more than me, including the sworn ICE officers. In fact, I've just been told, fortunately, in about a week and a half, we're going to get a plaque on the wall over the Capitol, thanking the Capitol police officers and all the agencies that responded on January 6th. All those thugs have actually been pardoned, and yet we haven't thanked the Capitol police officers for their work here. So when I say I'm unapologetically pro-law enforcement, you can count in every single sworn officer in Homeland Security. So why am I disappointed with Secretary Noem? Because we're not going after enough people who did this damage at the expense of running numbers that Stephen Miller wants out of the White House. We just want numbers. We want 1,000 a day, 6,000 a day, 9,000 a day because numbers matter, right? No, they don't matter. Quality matters, not quantity. Quality. And what we've seen is a disaster. Under your leadership, Ms. Noem, a disaster. What we've seen is innocent people getting detained that turn out are American citizens. I could talk about the culture that's been created here with Stephen Miller aiding and abetting. I heard first reports that he was the one that said it was a domestic terrorist situation where 2 people lost their lives in Minneapolis. I've heard that report. Maybe you can refute it. I don't know that we'll have time for you to respond because I'm giving you a performance evaluation here. I'm not looking for a response. And I'm saying, Ms. Noem, that time after time after time I've been disappointed. But before I get back to looking at the vicious people that did this damage to these families, I want to talk a minute about FEMA. You have a policy right now that anything over $100,000 has to go through your desk for approval. I asked my staff, because I'm a management consultant, I don't try to do cheap shots in here, but the facts do not lie. This is your administration for FEMA response. This is President Trump's first administration. Which one would you like to have? If you're a state that has a $60 billion disaster, your biggest disaster in South Dakota that I can tell that when you were an elected official was about $500 million. So 1/100th of this single storm where thousands of people are hurting in North Carolina and you're just barely catching up. This is what competent FEMA leadership looks like. This is what incompetent FEMA leadership looks like. And people are hurting in Western North Carolina from the most significant storm they've ever experienced. This is what we need more of. I'm convinced.
Trump's not going to like that graph, is he? He's countering Trump with the big graph. That just looks horrible, doesn't it?
You can't do it. If you're requesting a review of $100,000 and up, then it begs the question, why? Why would you be involved in that? Why would that be a policy? And in a minute, I'll ask about some people that are involved, some special government employees. Why are they involved in it? Thank you.
Senator,
no,
that $100,000 only had to do.
I will hold the clock until I finish.
That's her husband behind her. Well, this guy, and they ask her about her affair. Oh, no.
Okay. The bottom line is I've done the analysis. And you can say whatever you want to. I've worked with the Democrat governor. I've worked with the Republican governor. I've worked with fiscal research. We have people contacting my office now to get the information to better understand the failure of this department. You failed at FEMA. And in fact, if I get to it, actually, why don't I cover this right now? The Homeland Security Act of 2002 expressly prohibits the Secretary of Homeland Security from restricting or diverting FEMA resources from the agency's mission. Based on your disaster response, the chart that I just showed you, I have reason to believe that you're violating the law, either knowingly or unknowingly. So I'll be asking and getting a submission to the record, submitting a question for the record, what the total amount of FEMA reimbursements are currently being held by DHS, awaiting for final approval. Held by DHS, awaiting for final approval for an agency that you should not be obstructing the disbursement on. I'm going to give you time to answer to it under penalty of perjury so that we can get it right. Now, going back to Minneapolis, why can't we just say we made a mistake? I will ask you one question, if you can just give me a quick response. Who does Tom Holman work for? You or the president?
The president.
Okay. Why is that? Because I believe the president recognized that you weren't getting it done in Minneapolis, and you're putting us further away from pointing to this. We're beginning to get the American people to think that deporting people is wrong. It's the exact opposite. The way you're going about deporting them is wrong. The fact that you can't admit to a mistake, which looks like under investigation, is going to prove that Ms. Good and Mr. Petty probably should not have been shot in the face and in the back. Law enforcement needs to learn from that. You don't protect them by not looking after the facts. Not only should the FBI be investigating it, but every single law enforcement agency in that jurisdiction should be invited to it. So our law enforcement officers do not have this pall cast upon them. One of the reasons why ICE officers are having threats, and damn the people.
I wonder how r/conservative is going to respond to any of this. I don't know what any of the subreddits are like now when it comes to this.
That threaten ICE officers, because so many of them are doing a good job, is because you've cast a pall on them by acting like we should investigate things differently. Officer-involved shootings have a formula that we should go through every time. And we're not going through that formula. As a matter of fact, in Ms. Good's case, I think that they were even saying that maybe there wasn't even a need to do it in the DOJ. I hope that that's changed. But I'm telling you, it was a civil rights review. I saw your frown. You can correct me if I'm wrong. But originally, Blanche said there wouldn't be an investigation. Folks, law enforcement, we've got to have their back. We've got to make it clear when they make a mistake, then they get corrected for it. But you don't walk away from it, and you've done it too many times. Now, Secretary, I read your book last week. And honestly, some of the parts of it impressed me, but some of it distresses me. And I'll give you a good example of one that does. The passage where you talk about killing a dog that was 14 months old. I train dogs, all right? And you are a farmer. You should know better. You should know that if you're going out to a hunting lodge and you're putting pheasants out and you're putting dogs out, you don't take a puppy out there. A 14-month-old dog is basically a teenager in dog years. You decided to kill that dog because you had not invested the appropriate time in training, and then you have the audacity to go into a book and say it's a leadership lesson about tough choices. It's in your book. We could play it if we had time. At that same lunch hour, you killed a goat. And you killed the goat because you said it was behaving badly. You are a farmer. You don't castrate a goat, they behave badly. You should have probably done that before, but my point is, those are bad decisions.
That's so fucking only in farmland you scold someone for not castrating their goat.
Made in the heat of the moment.
How many animals has this lady killed with her bare hands?
What happened up in Minneapolis.
Fuck.
I expect, we're an exceptional nation. And one of the reasons we're exceptional is we expect exceptional leadership. And you've demonstrated anything but that in the time that I've seen you responding to the emergency in North Carolina and across the Southeast, and acknowledging when mistakes are made, and speaking too soon for the expedient of social media or whatever it is. I'll leave you with this, Ms. Noem. I'm expecting answers to Charlotte's Web. I requested it a month ago. That was one of the investigations in Charlotte, 20 minutes from where I live. All I asked for, if it had to be anonymized, was information so that I could determine if your hit rate is right. I want to find more of those people, and I want to detain fewer of the others. And Mr. Chair, in my remaining time, I have a lot to go. But I want to submit this letter from the Office of Inspector General that cites 10 different instances under Ms. Noem's leadership where they've been misled and not allowed to pursue investigations that they think are critically important. Does anybody have any idea how bad it has to be for the OIG in this agency to come out and do this publicly? That is stonewalling, that's a failure of leadership, and that is why I've called for your resignation. And if I don't get an answer to these questions, I don't want an applause. Please don't do that for me. If I don't get an answer to these questions, if I don't get an answer that you've had a month to respond to, and the remaining ones, as of today, I'll be informing leadership that I'm putting a hold on any en-bloc nominations until I get a response. And in 2 weeks, if I don't get a response, I'm going to deny quorum and markup in as many committees as I can until I get a response. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Now it's...
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Secretary, for joining.
I was muted. Sorry.
Joining us. Finally, you are in charge of
This is about her affair, potentially. Okay.
protecting the homeland. And so your judgment and the judgment of your senior staff can be the difference between life and death. So I think that judgment would need to be unassailable. Why then, is the question, have you made Corey Lewandowski your de facto chief of staff who possesses an unchecked level of power at DHS? Under your leadership, this person has done things like fire your FEMA administrator while sitting behind your desk, which is your job to do, lobby to build the controversial detention facility known as Alligator Alcatraz, which has turned into a legal boondoggle costing Florida millions, and have veto and reviewing and signing power over large DHS contracts.
Oh, fuck, I'm so sorry. It's not really that important, but I forgot to add it in the news segment. The Lebanese government have also banned all IRGC activity in Lebanon as well, including Iranians who used to be able to get expedited travel to Lebanon don't get it anymore. There's a whole bunch of changes here. So Iranians now require a visa to enter Lebanon. Yeah, they used to not. Oh, it's getting big. All right.
And grants, which again is your job. DHS has critical agency components like the Secret Service, FEMA, Border Patrol, cybersecurity. So does Corey Lewandowski have national security experience, military experience, law enforcement experience? No. He is a lobbyist, a failed campaign manager, which is causing my constituents who are waiting for their FEMA dollars and me to wonder what are his qualifications for this job. So according to the Wall Street Journal, you and Mr. L have a close relationship that has made President Trump, quote, uncomfortable. The president reportedly denounced Corey Lewandowski as your chief of staff due to reports of a romantic relationship between the two of you. So instead, you designated him as a special government employee.
She's slopping out.
A position he has had well beyond the allowed 130 days and requires him to disclose if he is making money off of his position. Trump knows that this guy is shady. Corey has a decades-long record of physical battery, sexual harassment, illegal lobbying for a Venezuelan oil company, and bringing a loaded gun into a federal building. Despite being fired or removed from virtually every position he has ever held due to misconduct, he now wields unchecked, unconfirmed, undisclosed power over your department. This person has no experience running anything close to Department of Homeland Security or even advising someone in your position. He is unqualified, which again has left my constituents and I wondering why he is your top official. So, Secretary Noem, at any time during your tenure as Director of Department of Homeland Security, have you had sexual relations with Corey Lewandowski?
Mr. Chairman, I am shocked that we're going down and peddling tabloid garbage in this committee today.
Reclaiming
Ma'am, one thing that I would tell you is that he is a special government employee who works for the White House.
She's not answering the
there
question.
are thousands of them in
And
the
this is her husband, right? This big dude behind her, stalking her.
federal government.
So, reclaiming
and
my
as an
time,
advisor,
Secretary,
Reclaim
it is
her time.
okay for you to be offended.
Yes, I know she's been fired. Holy fuck, thank you so much. Yes, she's been fired. Yes, she's been fired. Yes. Who are these people? Who are these people who dip out of stream and just come in like fucking 10 minutes after we've just discussed something and then decide to tell me all the things I've already just discussed? Who's doing that? That's trolling. You guys are fucking trolling. You're sitting there. You guys are sitting there. You're watching the whole stream. That's what you're doing. You're watching the whole bit. You see me mention that she got fired. You see me explain that she got fired to other people who don't know that she got fired. And then you just wait there for 10 minutes. And you've already got the fucking message typed out. And you just sit there waiting for the precise moment, like at what's going to throw him off? What's going to make him crash? Okay. What's going to be the most inconvenient time to tell him what he already knows and what I know he already knows? Because I know he'll get a reaction out of him. And then you hit. And then you laugh and you cackle and you piss yourself. Pieces of shit. Fuck.
By the question. It is okay for you to be
no
offended
authority
by the
to
question.
making
but it is
decisions
also
and
a
putting
real
up your
question.
position. So what I would say
and
to
you should be able to
is
answer
that
the question.
what we do at the Department of Homeland Security every single
without
day,
any hesitation,
every single day is to protect
if
this
someone
country
is
and to
asking
make
if
decisions.
you or any federal official is sleeping with their subordinate, that should be the easiest. You should be wanting to answer that question because it is not about your sex life.
that you have brought
It is
that up.
about your
No,
judgment.
that kind of garbage
It is about
has been refuted
reclaiming
for
my
years,
time so
and
that
you
I
need
can
to
hear myself.
recognize-
Time belongs to the gentlelady from California, but it'd be nice if you would let her respond.
I will.
Jim Jordan. Oh, he's trying to save her.
I want to let you know it is about your judgment and decision making. It is about the 260,000 employees that work under you that want to make sure that you are giving information and making decisions clearly. It is about conflict of interest. It is about a national.
What is this soundboard? I don't know this one. Someone else put this in the server.
I want to be a good boy.
Oh. It's okay.
Security risk. Department of Homeland Security was created right after 9/11 to protect the homeland. And DHS has circulated an internal bulletin to law enforcement partners warning that the conflict of the war we're in could inspire lone actors or small-scale cyber activity inside the United States, according to a memo obtained by ABC News. So American lives are at risk. The people who work for you are at risk. And they want to know that the person at the top, you, are making decisions clearly without any sort of cloudiness, and that they're your decisions because you're the secretary who was confirmed. That's what this is about. Saving the lives of Americans and not costing them millions of dollars and not having a secretary who's compromised in her decision making. And Mr. Chair, before I yield my time, I would like to enter into the record some articles, and I'm asking for unanimous consent. Noem tightens her grip on DHS. Lewandowski fired FEMA admin.
Without objection.
Okay. The next one is Kristi Noem secretly took a cut of political donations from ProPublica.
Without objection.
Kristi Noem fires pilot over a blanket, but is forced to reinstate him to fly home. Wall Street Journal.
Without objection.
Lewandowski taking out trash at Noem's D.C. home. Daily Beast.
Without objection.
Barbie's Mile High privacy chamber with alleged
No.
exposed. Wall Street Journal. How
Oh,
Corey
shit.
Lewandowski became Kristi Noem's gatekeeper at DHS.
Without objection.
A pilot fired over Kristi Noem's missing blanket and the constant chaos inside DHS. Wall
Objection.
Street Journal.
Missing
Police
blanket.
charged Trump campaign manager with assault. PBS News.
Objection.
Woman who accused Corey Lewandowski of assault speaks out. I don't want this to happen to anyone else. CBS News. Lewandowski's firm quietly inked deal with Venezuela-owned company. Politico.
Objection.
List of U.S. cities raising security amid Iran conflict. Newsweek.
Objection.
Kristi Noem, I have a few more, I'm sorry. Kristi Noem misled Congress yesterday about top aide's role in DHS contracts.
Objection.
Policy number 10271 from ICE. It is an anti-fraternization policy prohibiting romantic or sexual relationships between supervisors and their subordinates. And with that, I
Without objection.
Wow.
Gentleman from Texas recommends 5 minutes.
She's
Next,
very,
the gentleman
very
from Florida
ill-behaved.
recommends
Okay, I
5
want to
minutes.
see one more of these, and it's the one with Klobuchar, I believe. Yep.
After the killings of Renee Good and Alex Preddy, when I spoke to Alex's parents, they told me that you calling him a domestic terrorist, this was directly from them, the day after he was killed. A nurse in our VA, Alex, one of the most hurtful things they could ever imagine was said by you about their son. Do you have anything you want to say to Alex Preddy's parents?
We were relying in the hours after that incident that was so horrific on information we were getting from the ground from our
asked
agents.
if you had
But I
anything
would
you wanted to say to the parents or to the family
that's
of
what
Renee
I'm doing
Good
right
after
now, is
you
that
called
I
them domestic
can't
terrorists.
even imagine what they have gone through in the loss of their son and the loss of their family members.
But how
It's
about
absolutely
specifically
tragic.
calling them
And I
domestic
send
terrorists
them-
without any evidence of that?
Sir, ma'am, I did not call him a domestic terrorist. I said it appeared to be an incident of.
I think the parents saw it for what it was.
Dude.
After the killings, the federal
Why
government
did it appear in such a way, Ms. Nome?
refused to cooperate with state law enforcement. Agents blocked Minnesota investigators from accessing the scene. I know because I got directly calls from the mayor. I tried to call the DOJ. I tried to do everything I could because they were very worried about what was going to happen immediately, especially after Alex Preddy's death. Do you think that blocking local law enforcement from the scene of a shooting makes people safer? Yes or no?
Actually, our HSI law enforcement officers risked their lives on that scene, preserving evidence and keeping the violent rioters away from the evidence so it
What
could be
life was
preserved
lost
for the
at that
investigation.
scene, Secretary? No.
Huh? Yes, I understand
It was
that.
Alex Preddy's life
And
that was
after it
lost.
became very.
I believe it is in the interest of justice to have a full and transparent investigation.
Is the investigations being led by FBI and internal investigations as well into this incident?
Will you commit to reversing the decision to cooperate with the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, an agency of seasoned professionals that the agents worked with directly, FBI agents worked with directly to investigate after the shooting assassination of Speaker Hortman, after the killing of those two little kids in that church with the bullets going through those stained glass windows? In both incidents, our federal and local law enforcement worked together and are working together in those investigations. But they have been blocked, the locals have, from being part of this. Why is that, Ms. No?
The FBI is
I didn't
leading
even know it was booming there. I just
this investigation, and I would leave that question for them to answer.
Thank you.
Is she fired for real? Yes! She's fired as fuck. This is probably going to be her replacement. We've seen this video before, I believe.
Now, let's talk about
This guy's
Mr.
a fucking...
O'Brien
Look at this dude. This dude. Oh my god. He's like a personified headbutt. Look at him.
his behavior. As everybody knows, and it's here. And the last time, him and I kind of had a back and forth. Appreciate your demeanor today. It's quite different. But after you left here, you got pretty excited about the keyboard. In fact, you tweeted at me 1, 2, 3, 4.
You, in fact,
5 times. And let me read what the last
spurred
one
out
said.
on Twitter,
It said,
Mr. President.
greedy CEO who pretends like he's self-made. Sir, I wish you was in the truck with me when I was building my plumbing company myself. And my wife was running the office because I sure remember working pretty hard and long hours. Pretends like he's self-made. What a clown. Fraud. Always has been, always will be. Quit the tough guy act in these Senate hearings. You know where to find me. Any place, anytime, cowboy. Sir, this is a time, this is a place. If you want to run your mouth, we can be two consenting adults. We can finish it here.
Okay, that's fine. Perfect.
You want to do it now?
I'd love to do it right now.
Well, stand your butt up then.
You stand your butt up.
Oh, hold on.
Big guy.
Oh, stop it.
Is that your solution?
No, sit down. Sit down. Okay.
Oh, it's Bernie, you had to sit him down.
Sit down.
Oh, okay.
Sit down, please.
All right.
Can I respond?
Hold it. If
Hold
we
on.
can't, no,
This is
I have
what
the
he
mic.
said.
I'm sorry.
This is
Hold
what
it.
he said.
You'll have your time.
Okay.
Can I respond?
Oh, no, you can't. This is a hearing. And God knows the American people have enough contempt for Congress. Let's not
I don't
make
like
it worse.
thugs and bullies.
You have,
And that's
you
what-
have
I don't
the
like
mic.
you because you
Hold
just
it.
described yourself.
Hold it. You have the mic. You have time.
All right.
Make your statement.
Then let's do this, because I did challenge you and I accepted your challenge.
Poor Bernie.
And you went quiet.
No, I didn't go quiet.
hold on.
You challenged me to a cage match, acting like a 12-year-old schoolyard bully.
Excuse me. Hold it. No, excuse me.
I will say exactly.
Senator Mullen, I have the mic. You have questions on any economic issues, anything that said, go for it. We're not here to talk about physical abuse.
You brought.
We're not
him
talking
in.
about. Of course, I
And
did.
let me show you his hearing, because I want to expose this thug to who he is. And
If you're not pointing at me, that's disrespectful.
I don't care about respecting you at all.
I don't respect you at all.
Sorry, hold it. No.
Y'all want to
Hold
the most
it,
people.
please.
Act it.
Please. All right. This is This is a hearing to discuss economic issues. All right? If you have questions for Mr. O'Brien or anybody else on what he has said, go for it. But we're not here to talk about fights or anything else.
I'm quoting exactly what he said.
You can say what you want.
This is your.
This guy didn't even know he was replacing Noam. Like an hour before, he hadn't spoken to the president. Trump has just kind of catapulted him into that position potentially.
Witness you brought, and I'm exposing him.
You can
as
talk
a person
anything you
who
want.
is. So in 2013, O'Brien was suspended by the Teamsters for intimidating your own members.
To be fair, this guy would probably be all right for Homeland Security, right? Because all he'd have to do is go to any protests and just kind of stand there, and protesters can just bounce off of him.
2014, you were part of, what would you say, organizing the harassment and intimidation of the Top Shelf crew?
Chef, not chef.
Top Chef, okay. And then, and I think in the reports they said sexual, racist, and homophobic slurs and death threats. 14 tires were sliced, and 5 Teamsters were arrested. And you said, well, I had nothing to do with it. But however, in that same statement, you said, but if I get called to testify, I'll plead the Fifth. This is a witness you brought in here. In 2017, you were removed as lead negotiator by then President Hoffa for UPS for your actions. And then in 22, when this guy was elected, what he said after he got elected was he wanted to bring the mob mentality back to the Teamsters. This is your guy.
And you're obviously going to give him a chance to respond to your questions.
Absolutely, because this is my question. Because you called me out. I didn't call you out.
He did.
You said anytime, any place.
Let's get the record straight.
Just hold it. No.
Hold on.
Senator Mullen, do you have a question for the witness?
Yeah.
Okay, let's hear it.
So, anytime, any place.
No, that's
April is a charity event.
No, that's not.
No, it's sir, he said it, and this is my
He is
time.
here to
You set parameters on what the questions can or cannot be asked, and I'll ask.
No, we're not going to be talking about physical confrontation.
Oh, this is about charity, for a union charity, because this is firefighters. And
you have a question on his testimony?
Grow up, will you please?
You have
grow
a
up.
question on his. Let's not be.
You said it.
You're an embarrassment.
You said
You're
it,
an
and I'm just
embarrassment.
simply answering it.
Senator Mullen, hold it.
I-
Senator Mullen, you made some charges. Mr. O'Brien, do you want to respond to
Yeah, go
the
ahead,
questions?
please.
Yeah, I mean, look, the reality
Bernie would be good for a Discord debate, wouldn't he?
of it is,
Except my challenge stuff,
Mr.
guy.
Mullen.
He's doing a Discord debate,
Tough
Joe.
guy.
Answer.
This
Hold
is
it.
how I feel.
Answer the questions.
All right, y'all won. He made a lot of statements, right? And his statements are fiction at best.
Fiction, I read them.
Can you
What?
answer the question, please?
I can't understand him, to be honest with you. He rambles so much.
People in the
What was your
back.
question, actually?
Well, you said I made a lot of statements.
No, but what's your question? I don't understand your question. Could you repeat it?
You
This guy
said
really knows how to get under the senator's skin, though. Holy shit.
anytime, any place.
What's your question?
Accept the challenge.
What challenge?
You said anytime, any place. I'm accepting yours, so why don't you come
What
back?
challenge? What challenge are you talking
April
about?
30th. How about we do it for a charity at the Smoking Guns in Tulsa, Oklahoma?
What-
We're not going to be
what was
talking
the
about
challenge?
physical confrontations here.
You want to fight me?
What did you say about anytime, any place?
Let's have coffee, discuss our differences.
That's what you said.
Yeah, that's right, exactly.
All right, well, let's sit down and have coffee.
Let's
Love
do it.
to.
I love
But
it.
It's funny how you're backing
Okay.
out.
I don't back on anything.
You did.
You're the one. You're a 100.
Senator-
Should be the most influential people in this country.
shit.
Making
You hit him
changes.
with a
You're
bait and
focused on.
switch.
Okay,
You're
thank
focused
you.
on
Why
did
debate
you-
that's not
why
even
did you
relevant.
text
You're an
me? They
embarrassment.
went
You're an
silent.
embarrassment.
They went
So
silent
look,
after
an embarrassment to the
text.
state of
This
Oklahoma.
hearing is about the condition of the working class in America.
You
That's
brought
why
a
we're
thug
talking.
in this-
You're the biggest thug here.
You brought him in.
You're the biggest thug. Even your colleagues call you
Why
a
you
thug.
do what you're
Bernie,
doing,
man.
Senator Hassan?
Thank you very much, Mr.
Senator
Chair.
Hassan, you got a
Senator
question?
Mullen, please yield. I've been recognized by the chair.
Back to quoting.
now-
Microphone is yours.
So that's your new guy, apparently, potentially. Trump has said he wants this guy to be the new guy. Okay.
One moment, I have to read some super chats. Senator Bernie Sanders, panel mod.
Thanks for the $10, Fun Bongo. I really appreciate that. But he is stopping the content, yes. Raskin tears Kristi Noem a new one. Okay.
Taxpayer funds to lease a
this guy's
third
funny.
jet, a $70 million luxury 737 MAX with a queen-size
Yes.
bedroom in
Get
the
the
back,
pictures.
a deluxe serving bar, and 4 flat-screen TVs. A
Oh my
big,
God.
beautiful jet
A
paid
big,
for
beautiful
by
jet.
the big, beautiful bill.
Damn, pimp my ride.
Yesterday, under questioning the Senate, you said you plan to
Disgusting
refurbish
opulence.
this jet to make it into this kind of airplane, which is what's actually being used for deportations in order to
Oh.
save the taxpayers money.
They're not getting monitored,
In other
are
words,
they?
you're saying that's actually a deportation plane. But wouldn't it have been cheaper just to buy a deportation plane in the first place? It's like buying a Rolls Royce to turn into a Metro bus. I was almost prepared to buy that story of how the jet was both for executive travel and mass deportation. And then I heard about an airborne episode of entitlement, arrogance, and contempt that I could hardly believe. Apparently, when your special blanket, your blankie, was left on one of the government jets and not transported over the new one, your special government employee, Corey Lewandowski, chivalrously stepped forward to fire the pilot midair. A 2003 Coast Guard Academy graduate and distinguished U.S. Coast Guard commander in Air Station, Washington, D.C.
What a fucking what the fuck is going on in these corridors of power, man? What the fuck? She's live. We'll watch her in a second.
Hired immediately because there was no one else who could fly the two of you on the rest of the journey back home. Secretary Noem, you're flying high now, maybe even a little bit too close to the sun. But with all these free planes and houses and pilots, you've traveled
She doesn't really have the, like, because Pam Bondi would be screaming over this guy and not even letting him finish the sentence and talking about how the Dow is up, but she's just sitting there and absorbing all of it. Damn, dude.
Long distance from your actual job and the things you should be doing as head of Homeland Security. Your agency is charged with protecting the homeland. It includes FEMA, TSA, the Secret Service, the Coast Guard, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, as well as ICE and CBP. Yet you've hollowed out the national security mission. You redeployed thousands of people responsible for tracking terror financing and fighting cyber threats to go work on your mass immigration roundup. You reassigned to the roundup agents working a key national security probe into Iran's terror financing, paralyzing that investigation. And to run what's left of Homeland Security's ruined terrorism prevention office, you actually installed a 22-year-old intern whose chief listed qualification for the job was that he had participated in a model UN club his junior year of college. Through FEMA, you're supposed to provide disaster relief to our communities. Yet last summer, as floods devastated central Texas and killed 135 people, including 25 girls and 2 counselors at a Christian summer camp, you withheld crucial support.
Jesus. What is this? Where's my blanket? Oh, fuck me, man. That's
taxpayer funds.
That's not funny. Stop. Stop.
Next, the gentleman from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes.
Before I go, I just have a bunch of UC requests, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, she's just there for she's just there for an epic roast, isn't she? That's all I'm seeing right now. The roast of Kirsty Noem.
May proceed. It's going to be as long as the previous one.
Sorry.
You seem a little exhausted.
No, not at all. I just I think we're setting records, like Mr. Biggs and now the gentle lady from California. You're gonna go for the record?
If I'm being honest, I threw out 50 of them.
God bless you. Let's go. So let's get started.
All right. A Vox article, The Mess That Kristi Noem Made.
Without objection.
Times article, Noem's spending rule causes delays at Homeland Security.
Without objection.
Politico, vote to overhaul FEMA canceled after leaked report.
Without objection.
ProPublica, Kristi Noem misled Congress about top aide's role at DHS.
Without objection.
The Hill, Trump approval rating on immigration at record low.
Without objection.
Wall Street Journal, pilot fired over Kristi Noem's missing blanket.
Without objection.
CNN article, sources describe how Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem's Gucci bag was stolen under her chair.
Without objection.
New York Times, late night is distracted by Kristi Noem's oversized hats. That one's my favorite. And a Times article, some Republicans join calls for DHS Secretary Kristi Noem to step down.
Without objection.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate your indulgence. Before I begin, first let me say to the families that are still here, I am very sorry for your loss. I watched...
Wait, is Cricket the name of the dog that she shot? Where are these Democrats? Where do they come from? Yeah, okay, that's what... He's wearing a Justice for Cricket badge. Where have these people been? What the fuck?
Parents in my hometown of Parkland bury their kids after the shooting at my high school at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, and I can't tell you that it was an out-of-body experience, and there's nothing like burying a child. So I am deeply sorry for your loss. Madam Secretary, welcome. Good afternoon. Thomas Massey mentioned Ron DeSantis' response during COVID. Well, you're looking at the guy who ran that response. I was the Director of Emergency Management for the state of Florida. For a Republican governor, I worked with the Trump FEMA administration during the Category 5 Hurricane Michael recovery. That Trump's FEMA was great. We got expedited reimbursement, a program that you got rid of or threatened to get rid of. And the Panhandle had one of the greatest responses after that Category 5 storm. President said he wanted to reform FEMA, but that's not what you did. You've basically destroyed the agency. Largest FEMA backlog in the history of FEMA. My state of Florida is owed $2.5 billion. You have delayed the FEMA disaster declarations even when the applicants meet FEMA's statutory threshold under the Stafford Act. You want states to do more, yet you want to cut the EMPG program, which grants them funding to build capacity. Your office was involved in discussions of moving FEMA to Texas. You created a rule of anything over $100,000 has to come to your desk, a rule that has slowed down FEMA reimbursement, FEMA response. We have empty regional offices. You have done the opposite of what President Trump wanted to accomplish, which was to speed up the process. Your policies have made the department slower. I didn't think it was possible to make FEMA more bureaucratic, but boy, you have exceeded all my expectations. In the Texas floods, you didn't put the urban search and rescue crews on the road for 72 hours. Days later, the FEMA urban search and rescue chief resigned in protest. You hired 2 people as the administrator with no FEMA experience. We're on our 3rd FEMA administrator in 14 months. Never in the history of the department has that ever happened. The president took presidential action to create the FEMA Council. I supported it. You opposed the FEMA Council. You delayed its beginning. The report has still not come out. The White House canceled your last council meeting and has held up the release of the report. But surprise, I have it. I have it. I want to thank the former FEMA employees that you fired who gave this to me. This report's never been seen in public before, okay? But this is it. This was the report. It was
massive.
122 pages, the
Shit.
original draft report. You and Corey Lewandowski then took the report and made it 23 pages. You cut out all the stuff that was put in by governors who had been through disasters, emergency management directors, FEMA experts, national security experts. You cut it all out. It's all gone. That's why the report's not been released. It's sitting in the White House trying to figure out this mess that you created. So instead of getting the recommendations we need, now we have nothing. You've called Corey Lewandowski a special government employee. I understand what government means. I understand what employee means, okay? But I don't know what makes him special. Now, I want to give you an opportunity to answer on the record to Ms. Kamlager-Dove's question. I know you said it's garbage, and it may be, but I really think you need to say the word no into the record so that you can clear that up.
I think the ridiculousness of this and the tabloids that you are quoting and referencing are insane. And this has been something that I've refuted for years, and I continue to do that.
That's definitely not a no. She'll say
is
every word to you apart from no, buddy. Good luck.
Hold on, we can move on. I'm not going to belabor it.
This is what you do.
Hold on, I'm not doing anything.
Liberal left.
Okay.
Socialist. She's fucking useless, man. She's not handling it. She's trying to do the Pam Bondi thing, but she's like failing miserably.
You go off and you attack conservative women, and you say that we're either stupid
I haven't
or
said
we're
anything.
sluts.
All right, so listen.
That's what you do.
Yesterday,
Now,
we're claiming my time, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we're claiming my time. You were asked by Richard Blumenthal yesterday. You were asked by Richard Blumenthal yesterday if Corey was involved in approving contracts. You said no. Do you want to correct that?
What I would say is that he has an advisor to the Department of Homeland Security, has no decision-making authority.
Do you want to correct it? Yes or no? You don't want to correct it? Fine.
No decision-making authority, no role in
Not a problem. According to one of the FEMA administrators that you fired, there is nothing, including contracts, that is brought to you that he hasn't reviewed. In fact, a significant amount of DHS internal routing documents has his signature on it above deputy secretaries. Okay? That former FEMA administrator wasn't fired by you, the secretary. He was fired by Corey.
If only the Dow just wasn't on her side that day, was it? The Dow did not come through. When was it? Oh, it was 50,000 at one point, briefly. For how many days? 1, 2, 3, 4 days. It was at 50,000 for 4 days. And now it's 47.6. Okay. The Dow is not on your side, honey.
It was Corey that called him into your office. It was Corey that made him to submit to a polygraph test. The $100,000 spending rule that you created that comes to your desk, you're not even sitting at your desk. It's Corey who's sitting there. ISIS said the Republicans should be happy at the job that you're doing. Really? You're looking at the person who single-handedly took the president's signature core issue, immigration, the issue that got him elected from 59% to 39%. 200 miles of border walls being held up by you. They had to bring in Tom Homan, pull out of Minnesota. I think the country needs a national divorce from you on biblical grounds. I mean, if Donald Trump was still apprentice Trump, he would look at you and he would realize you're the weakest cabinet member and he would fire you. And if the president said to you that only way DHS could reopen is if you resigned, I hope you would take him up on it. Now, I want to end on a happy note, Mr. Chairman, real quickly. The president gave all sorts of stuff out during the State of the Union. I don't want you to leave. I got you a new Coast Guard blankie, the one you lost. Okay, so this is for you. You don't leave empty-handed when you come to judiciary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman has expired. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Okay. Bit of a state. Right. The interview. Oh, fuck me, man. Maybe, yeah, we'll do that while I'm gaming, okay? That's what we'll do. But first, I wanted to see, there's a counterpoints debate here that I might want to see.
Published in said newspaper.
Yes.
Are they still talking about Epstein?
What's the fucking problem?
What is the
problem being
fucking
that person
problem?
was working on behalf of the president of the United States to
When did it
edit
start?
said paper to be
American patriot because British arms manufacturer.
Way we do. And so the neural nets are thinking.
not. They don't understand. It's just the next
I
word.
do worry that I'm one day going to have to fucking address this shit. So it might be good to see what the claims are in a quick and consumable manner.
Okay.
Wait, is it going to trigger me?
So, number one, you ignoring the Epstein Intel ties. What's up with that?
Oh,
yeah.
What am I ignoring?
Where's the Jewish gold? Dick. All right, hang on. I will first watch Kirsty Nome live. What's she saying? Live and alive.
Get drugs through. So we have all kinds of new challenges, and that's why President Trump is undertaking going after.
Is there anything to see here, like her talking uninterrupted after she's just been brutally shagged by Donald Trump?
Good afternoon, everybody. How are you? Good. And Tony's doing a good job, isn't he? He's doing a fantastic job. Well, thank you for giving me the honor and the blessing of getting to come and spend some over other people who are from other countries. The Constitution demands that we treat our citizens not largest law enforcement agency.
Particular since their reach.
It's in her interest to make this as boring as possible, right? So I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. What I do give a fuck about is the streak. Long live the streak. Hang on. We did remember yesterday. I remember to play yesterday when I was off stream. Why was Kirsty Nome fired? Probably because of just way too much bad press and the hearing where she basically just got put on a fucking roast session. Seems like she's been running that Department of Homeland Security like a fucking circus for the last little while, so. Huh. So it's worse than Bondi. Well, Bondi knows how to fight back. Like, Bondi knows how to attack people and bog people down or whatever else, but I think Kirsty Nome did a terrible job at defending herself there. It seemed like she just kind of gave up and was just letting it happen, which you're not really supposed to do. I think in those hearings, you're supposed to filibuster and derail and soapbox. That's what all the other MAGA, all the fucking other MAGA-tards do, so. She let herself down. Bad. Why can't I create a new goal? Oh, there we go. Okay, we have a new goal now. Well done. Right. Let's do this, and then we'll watch Epstein file, I guess. Maybe Trump believes in the justice for cricket cause. True. All right. Bye-bye. Game. Ooh. Goodbye, chat. Alternative replacement nut. Incubator. Hero sandbox lab switch. Toggle below washer screw. Bolt. Seesaw. Submarine. Test bed. Controlled in like a contained environment, like an incubator, a lab. Would you call a sandbox and a test bed experimental? Maybe? I don't know. Yes. Okay, nut, bolt, switch, screw. Whoa, washer. Ooh. No, wait. Replacement, alternative. Wait. Toggle. Oh. Toggle, switch, alternative replacement? That seems strange. Damn, one away. Why? Seesaw. Oh. replacement's wrong. It's alternate, switch, toggle, seesaw. Okay. Now, hero replacement below? It's got to be, so that, oh, wait. Bolt, screw, nut, washer. Is that not right? Tools? Okay, good. I don't know, no idea what this is. Great replacement, great below, great hero, great submarine. Yellow below? No, yellow, yeah. Wait, let me actually try and figure it out. Marine, cement, low, no. Her, bell, rep, sub, no. I don't know. And I'm not going to sit here and ponder it while I know I can just click it. What sub might Fuck me! Alright, I'm a retard. Okay. It's okay. We got the streak. 4. Current streak 4. Well done. Well done, chat. How are we doing? I feel like I've been just yapping nonstop for 4 hours. Ooh. What does sub have to do with hero? I actually don't know. No, yeah, wait. What does sub have to do with hero? Huh. That's a good question. Remember to hydrate. I do.
Of success. Can you tell me who invented the jumbo jet?
I have no idea, sorry. So you fail. Thanks for the £10. Why does sub sandwich mean hero? A hero sandwich? The fuck is a hero sandwich? I don't know that. I'm not American. It's all these Americanisms that fuck me. What is a hero sandwich? I know Subway. We have those. What's a hero sandwich? That's crazy. Yeah, I know it's an American thing. I don't know what kind of an American thing it is. What the fuck? Stream suggestions. Marine gets arm broken amid Iraq war protest. Oh, Iran war protest. Yeah, I'll maybe look at that. Yeah. I saw Asmongold was fucking cackling at it at one point. Nice. Obviously. The Asmontard. Okay. Let's learn about the Epstein files from my favorite medium of education. Online debate.
I mean, the video that I sent you from Chris Cappy, a trusted friend of the channel.
Hold on.
Cover the new Pierce episode.
Why
with
the
Anna
CIA
Kasparian.
needed
No.
Jeffrey Epstein. What's the information in it? Or what about it?
I'll try to be as brief as possible.
Go!
So, Jeffrey Epstein was he was basically the mentee of a British arms manufacturer.
Mentee.
He started selling weapons to...
I'm so sorry. I'm slightly mentee?
Like
mentee.
Somebody gets
The opposite
mentored. Is that a real word? Mentee. I've heard people use that before, but only Americans. Mentee.
of a mentor.
Okay.
Couldn't it just be a student?
Of a British arms manufacturer. Gotcha. Okay.
So he was a mentee to a British arms manufacturer.
Why are they so loud?
He helped put together a $1 billion deal in Saudi Arabia in order to sell fighter jets to Saudi Arabia during the 1980s and 1990s.
So loud.
The Saudi kings and princes were used to getting whores and booze and drugs and parties.
No way. They'd never.
And so Jeffrey Epstein was a facilitator of the whores and drugs and booze and parties in order to paper over the deals. And this is a documented phenomena. Then he, through his deals with Saudi Arabia, he met Adnan Khashoggi. You remember that journalist who got chopped up in the Saudi embassy a few years ago?
Yep.
This is this guy's uncle.
Oh, okay.
So Adnan Khashoggi was a arms dealer in the Middle East and North Africa. Okay, we'll fight about the Hutch thing later. Stop bitching, chat. Sorry, my chat's bitching. Stop bitching.
What are they bitching
We're
about?
gonna talk about interesting shit first. God damn.
Is it your chat or is it the Queeman Logistical Infiltrators?
It's my chat. My chat's bitching because they want me to fight you about Hutchinson, but I wanted to get through the Epstein stuff first.
Okay, I did not expect Queeman to dominate the stream that much, but okay.
So, anyways, Adnan Khashoggi is an arms dealer. He deals in the Middle East and North Africa.
Just to be clear, I did that segment that I did earlier today. I just wanted to show you guys kind of why I'm a little bit disconnected from that group now. Like, I don't think there's anything valuable going on there. I think I spent a bit too long thinking that there was some kind of good faith critique or whatever that I could get something from, but no, just sounds like total fucking wank. But that's okay. They can do what they do. Hope it makes them happy. Where the fuck is this fucking window? Hey. Because this is what makes me happy, is if I can get this window to go back into the sub windows. Why is it not doing that? Why have they disconnected? What the fuck? What? There we go. Okay. There. All right.
He's a part of the Iran-Contra affair, where Reagan and Oliver North take weapons, they sanction bust, they sell weapons, they travel to Israel because you can't fly directly to Iran. Jeffrey Epstein facilitates this with Adnan Khashoggi, and they sell the weapons to Iran. They take the cash, they put it in a Black Ops slush fund that then runs guns and drugs in Central and South America for counter communist operations in Central and South America.
Okay.
Then Jeffrey Epstein, well, that's actually really important, but I want to add something else about Adnan Khashoggi. He also facilitated deals, and there's a picture of him facilitating arms deals in West and South Africa as well, via something called the Safari Club, which was a financial and arms trafficking export group that Adnan Khashoggi was a part of.
Okay.
So then, Jeffrey Epstein takes the fleet of vehicles that was under a CIA front. I think it was called like Southern Air Transport. They were the ones who were flying guns down to the Contras during the Iran-Contra affair.
Wait, can I ask a quick question about that? It's kind of a...
Yep.
Did anybody ever get in trouble for the Iran-Contra? It seemed like some bad stuff, but I feel like nobody... Did they?
So Oliver North, I think Oliver North got pardoned, but there were hearings in Congress for like 6 months because the entire operation was like black ops illegal shit that the Reagan administration did an explicit violation of a congressional prohibition.
Wait, where the fuck is... Did you see the squirrel tank their reputation by calling for genocide against the Kurds? The squirrel tanked their reputation? The only people who like squirrel are people who support that. Where is the fucking quartermaster? There's supposed to be a quartermaster who sells keys. The heroic key. Are they not here? They're in this general area. Are they at the crypts or the tombs? Fuck. Is it the lower city? Oh, they might be in Shatrat. Oh.
Okay. I just seemed weird that, because I feel like I don't remember like a lot of negative shit from that, but okay. Based. All right, go ahead.
Well, basically, like, the Republicans argued that Oliver North was an American patriot because he just dutifully carried out the orders of President Reagan. And then President Reagan said, he who saves his country from communism commits no crime.
Okay, super based. All right.
Yeah. So in the wake of the Iran-Contra affair being exposed, he sells the fleet of vehicles to Leslie Wexner. And Leslie Wexner is the head of Bed Bath & Beyond, Victoria's Secret, and one other brand.
Okay.
That is very popular in the United States.
Am I supposed to guess?
Tracking?
And one other brand.
Palantir.
Wait, what's...
Yeah, it might be Guess. It might unironically be Guess or Gap or some shit like that. I don't remember.
Oh.
But anyways, Leslie Wexner uses the former CIA airplanes to start mass importing cheap Chinese goods into the United States for his fashion empire. But also there's allegations that Leslie Wexner was not only aware of Jeffrey Epstein's proclivities, but effectively allowed the airline to be used to recruit and transport underage models for Jeffrey Epstein's sexual proclivities.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Not good.
Okay. And Leslie Wexner was listed as a co-conspirator in the Epstein files.
Okay.
Okay. So then we get into the 80s, 90s,
Wait.
1000s, Jeffrey Epstein.
Leslie Wexner, co-conspirator? Like he was like an unindicted or
Like
an
a
indicted
trafficker or-
co-conspirator?
Unindicted co-conspirator.
Okay,
really?
gotcha.
Now,
Does that mean
Leslie Wexner
he is a co-conspirator or is he suspected if he's unindicted? I don't know.
also has intel ties because he's a part of a public pro-Zionist group that also is best friends with Ehud Barak, the former commando and defense minister of Israel.
Commando,
Okay.
yes. Chief of staff, actually, he was.
So Jeffrey Epstein keeps molesting teenagers aged 13, I think as young as 9,
Bad.
allegedly, but
That's bad,
confirmed,
guys.
like people who have sworn written affidavits that they were raped by Jeffrey Epstein or his friends. 13 to 17. There's plenty of people in that age bracket who say they were raped and trafficked in this circle. But through the 80s, 90s, and early thousands, Jeffrey Epstein is doing this with the knowledge of pretty much everybody around him, but nobody really fucks with him. And then in the 2000s, Alex Acosta from the Southern District of Florida.
When you say
Sorry,
nobody
go ahead.
fucks with him, you mean that as in like nobody messes him, nobody does anything to stop him, but they are all fucking with him, like slang wise.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nobody is trying to stop
Yeah, I
him
got you. Okay,
recruiting
okay.
underage models.
Gotcha.
And having sex with them.
Okay.
Then,
straight to the point.
In the
yes.
thousands, he obviously
No
gets
nonsense.
jammed up by Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. The feds take over the investigation, including Alex Acosta. He goes from being charged with, I don't know, like 40, I think there were like 40 sworn written victim statements of the sex abuse that they suffered under the hands of Jeffrey Epstein.
Okay.
Those were sealed as a part of the plea agreement. And then Alex Acosta negotiated what looked like decades of potential prison time down to a year and a half of work release, slap on the wrist prison for soliciting sex from a 17-year-old prostitute.
Okay.
So why, considering that anybody who wasn't politically, financially, intel connected would be looking at a major public scandal and then decades in prison, why is it illogical? Why is it non-valid to believe that the federal government swept up a sex trafficking ring?
I guess assuming everything you said was true and all the things are in the crimes that are alleged are true and they knew about it, then I guess they would have been, right?
Okay, cool.
Okay.
I mean, that's the entirety of my argumentation. So even if you don't agree it's sound, or if you poke holes in the underlying evidence, as long as you're saying that if the underlying facts are true and not just mere allegations, it would be valid to infer this line of whatever, then I don't think I have a beef.
Okay.
Moving on from the pedophilia.
Gotcha.
National identity and continuous cultural identity in reference to immigration with Mr. Kissen.
Okay.
I thought
This is the exact same conversation that he was having with Hadi in chat, right? In the Discord. I'm still finding it kind of hard to follow. It seems like, yeah. Let's just see.
We're kind of being obtuse in the first section, and it frustrated me. So what do you think is American national identity? What is the through line between all of the people
I'll talk
of
about
our
this when I go
nation?
over the debate later, because I understand that some people are upset because they feel like I was being obtuse or whatever. The point is not whether or not I'm obtuse, and the point, this is the thing I'm going to try to illustrate over the next few months or whatever, or harp on more. It's not that I don't think that these things exist or that you can't talk about them, but I'm merely demonstrating that the other person is not willing to or is not capable of talking about them. Like, I think there are through lines to American identity or British identity or whatever identity. I think there are all sorts of identities we can talk about, but the other person hasn't put any time or effort into thinking about it at all. And then, not to trigger anybody, but a lot of it is just racism. And the fact that, in my opinion, that somebody is unwilling or unable to actually like bring up, any examples of. So I think I asked Constantine, what are some examples of like British culture or identity that have remained constant over the last like 30, 40, 50 years? My guess is there are probably answers to that. I could probably find some for American identity if I thought about it. So I'm sure there are answers to that, but he didn't have any. And that makes me wonder, well, what identity are you seeking to protect? Or what identity are you worried that's being threatened if you don't have an answer to that? That's the only point that I'm making in that conversation. I know that people are thinking that like, oh, you're being obtuse, but like if the person is not capable of engaging even at that level or can't get through that part of the simple conversation because they've never engaged with it before, then I don't want to have the latter conversation. It'll come off as me sounding obtuse, but...
Look at this. Look at this person in chat. When I'm in my video game phase of the stream, trying to tell me that Iran attacked Azerbaijan for some reason, like that's news, like we haven't already covered it, like they as if they pretending they don't know that we've covered it and they're just doing that to set me off. But look at how I'm responding to it. I'm very calm. I'm just very receptive to the information. I'm like, okay, listen, maybe you didn't already know that from the stream earlier, and you just came to tell us because you assumed I'd be a fucking retard and not already know that and have reported on it as a streamer whose job it is to tell you these things. And I'm completely fine. Calm. No molding. Okay.
It's just, I just don't think the person is capable or is willing to or able to have that conversation. They can't even lay out that early part. Yeah.
But in Konstantin Kissin's case...
Didn't even move frame.
I don't think it's racism. You know what I think it is?
Pro-Russianism.
Islamophobia. So,
not
as an Islamophobe,
I don't. So Islamophobia.
That's what he brought up.
I know.
That's what he brought up. Whenever you ask for,
I'm aware of this. But it's...
whenever you ask for shit. Sorry, real quick. Just let me lay it out.
Okay.
Real briefly. Whenever you brought up what about recent immigrants is incompatible with British identity, he brought up rape gangs. And he brought up.
He definitely fucked the rape gangs argument. He did.
Jihadist terrorism.
I was there.
He brought up jihadist terrorism and rape gangs. Those were his two examples.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah, so it's not racist. He probably doesn't like.
I understand I understand that he brought those up now, but like in the United Kingdom, there's a lot.
It is quite racist. It sounds racist when you're acting like the way that Constantine told that story was like he made it sound like he was saying that we didn't have people running around in cars grooming young girls with alcohol and gifts and then raping them. Like we didn't have that before the Muslims came in, which is quite racist to think that. Like to think that that didn't happen, that only Muslims could introduce that to our culture. But second of all, he might respond to that saying, no, I mean, we didn't have Islamic groups doing it. Well, I'm like, is rape worse when it's being done by a Muslim? Like, we just had regular old white rape, but now we got Muslim rape, and that's a big problem. Like, what the fuck? Yeah. So either way, it's racist. It's racist in both interpretations.
And a lot of Western Europe, there's a lot of like anti-Eastern European feelings as well, like for the
Poles, Latvians, Lithuanians.
Yeah,
they're the Mexicans of Europe.
Whoa.
So the idea, I don't think it's just Islamophobia. Maybe you wouldn't even say just racism. Maybe you could say like it's xenophobia or something else.
Ethnic bigotry.
Yeah. There's a guy around this corner, Moon. I'm hit him once. I don't know where he's at. Oh, twice.
He jumped down.
Well, yeah, but I just don't think that he might have brought up the immigrants are displacing the white working class of Britain. But I would say the major examples that he brought up about cultural incompatibility. Yeah. And he also did talk about like mass immigration.
The grooming. Why is the grooming stuff like a sign of cultural incompatibility? Again, you're making it sound like Muslims like that's like white culture, that's Muslim culture, is to groom people in cars by giving them alcohol and drugs. Like, it's just not. If anything, that's British culture. That's what that's what British nonces do, and have done for many hundreds of years, or for as long as they've had cars. Otherwise, they just did it without cars.
Sorry, go ahead.
Hold on, give me 1 second. Tell me, this guy's gonna come around and shoot me.
Aren't Pakistanis actually underrepresented? I think of the Muslim community, Pakistanis were slightly overrepresented just because of the high profile cases. Because again, the total numbers of these are tiny. It's like less than 20 odd people a year are convicted for these crimes. Like the specific group grooming, whatever the fuck. But Bangladeshis are Muslim and they're way underrepresented. Arabs are mostly Muslim and they're underrepresented. So, and the Pakistani overrepresentation is quite small. Remember, younger people commit more crime. That includes sexual crimes. And the average Pakistani in the UK is like less than 25 years old. The average white Brit is about 45 years old. So naturally, you're going to see a higher crime rate in general from Pakistani communities because they're just so young comparatively. And young people commit more crime. At least the proportionality for the amount of grooming that happens in these communities is it's a very small overrepresentation, and sometimes it goes under. It's like +1, -1, whatever percentage points.
Okay, hold on. Killing one guy.
Oh shit!
Heal and shield. Heal and shield.
This bog overlord is smacking the shit out of it.
Yep.
Okay, I hear him shielding. Okay. I'm holding this corner.
Healing again?
The only weapon I brought is a fucking anvil, so...
Did you watch the Hutch debate yesterday? I tuned into bits of it, but no. I couldn't really get... I just heard a lot of screaming and then just did other stuff. I did that like... Fuck! And I did that like 3 times. Why did I just cough so much? What the fuck? I thought it was getting better. Damn.
Okay. Do you want to,
Yeah, we can go.
I don't think I can win this. Jumping down. Good luck. Fuck. Okay. Okay, fuck it. I'm ditching this building. Fuck that. Okay, sorry. Okay, I'm here. Okay, so...
Okay.
Yeah, I was saying there's different types of... Oh, nice. I'm leaving. Wait, I'm leaving. No, I'm not leaving. Go, fight. Hit him once. Twice. Dead! Easy!
It's really disrupting the flow of this conversation.
I think his partner died.
The fuck?
Good job.
How do people watch that?
Okay, now I'm
I should stop doing that.
Okay, I'll grab like half.
I've just been made aware of how random gamer interjections actually fuck the flow. But maybe it's because I do my own ones. And now I'm interjecting because of the interjection. Stop! Debate. Epstein. Fuck!
Okay, now I'm here.
Okay.
Okay. Xenophobia. You brought up racism, Islamophobic stuff.
Xenophobia,
Yeah, I agree that there's some Islamophobia as well, but...
Okay,
yeah.
so I want to ask you.
I'm in trouble. I've got all these guys on me.
Because I think
Fuck.
national conservatism
there's
is
a
a
whole-
philosophy that we are going to be contending with
Get
for
me outta
decades
here.
to come.
Damn.
Okay.
Effectively, that it, like, quote unquote indigenous, even if they're like multi-ethnic, multi-religious, multi-linguistic societies, there's going to
Thanks for
be
keeping us informed, Lona. Have some cash for your hard work.
Whoa, thanks for the 1999. I really appreciate that. God damn. That's a very generous dono. Random leftist, thanks for the $2. Did you see Gnome got fired? Yeah, I did actually. Yeah, I saw it. It's no problem. You should have known that, but I saw it. Don't worry.
a bias against recent immigrants, regardless of whether or not they're from Eastern Europe or regardless of whether or not they're Muslim.
Okay.
But I guess my question to you is, it seems like...
Wait, real quick,
implied,
just real quick, I probably understand what you mean, but can you tell me, when you say national conservatism, what exactly are you?
So it's a political philosophy that's common in Hungary I also think that recent speeches from Marco Rubio and J.D. Vance have a lot of national conservative touchstones.
Okay.
It effectively says that the nation is the people of a country. The state advocates in their interest. And if there are demographic or ethnographic or drug or criminal or war threats to those people, it's the state's responsibility to be loyal to its people first.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you look at a lot of rhetoric coming out of Marco Rubio's Munich speech, J.D. Vance whenever he opens his mouth, or a Hungarian politician whenever they open their mouth, it's all national conservative touchstones.
Okay.
So
Moon, when you can, come down here and pick me up.
Yep, I'm on the way.
I feel like I think that.
Sorry, go ahead.
Isn't this kind of the definition of a nation? I guess like the more specific thing is probably like more narrowly defined.
Hi-Fi Hour, don't pin hopes on a Kurdish state until it actually happens, because otherwise, if you're hearing people talking about that, it's probably nonsense. Because it would involve one or any of these countries like willingly chopping parts of themselves off to give to Kurds, and so what you'd have to think about which particular government wants to do that. Generally, I don't know that much about Kurds, but my impression that I got was that Kurdish groups generally aren't looking for statehood, they're looking for autonomy. But maybe that's changed or is different across different factions. Like, I don't think the Kurds in Syria are wanting to break off from Syria. The most rhetoric I saw from that was the Druze in Sweden. They were talking about that a bit more, but otherwise I don't know.
Defining who the nation is or whatever, right? Or the people of the nation state, what that means.
Well, I agree. Yes, I agree with you. But then here's a question for America, because America is a propositional country. The United States of America is a propositional country where we have like a civic code of ethics that people can subscribe to, which then makes them American. So then my question to you is a Indian American
toward the Hero Sandwich Fund.
Thanks for the €10. Really appreciate it. Wait, where do you get a hero sandwich from? Maybe I can order one. Is there anywhere in Scotland that would do a hero sandwich? I'm curious now. Would you get it from, is it a Subway thing? I've never seen that in Subway, but I haven't been to Subway in like 10 years. Is it new? Huh.
a guy who was born in Gujarat, but he immigrates.
Mm-hmm.
Is he a member of the nation of the United States? Is he one of the people?
I mean, insofar as if he has a green card or is a naturalized citizen or whatever, yeah, right?
It's like
well, I mean, I think so. I'm a civic nationalist. Yeah. I'm a paperwork nationalist, so yeah.
Okay.
But the national conservatives, they posit that nations are not born out of subscriptions to vague ideological whatever. They're born out of effective.
Dahia is about to get super funnied. Whoa. That is not funny. I mean, if it's just buildings, it's not going to be just building.
Effectively like familial tribalism that then becomes community tribalism, that then becomes like ethnic tribalism, that then becomes national tribalism. And so their whole argument is they take like a bottom-up approach to nationalism. And so as a result, a Indian might immigrate to the UK and he might even become a British citizen. But if he still identifies with his ethno-linguistic racial group first, outside of his British identity, then he's actually not a part of the nation.
Okay.
Yeah.
I kind of, I'm here on a touchy...
Why are people switching targets? The engineer should die before the warrior. Because the engineer, I think they throw bombs? Okay.
Feely basis, but I don't know what this grounds out in, but okay, I'm following you.
So, yeah, so then it kind of becomes a question of morality.
Wait, is this question about nationalism or Epstein? What are they talking about? Have they completely moved off of Epstein? Or is he going to tie this together with a dual loyalty? What's he doing?
It sounds like from a liberal worldview, I think you're a liberal. I think you believe in maximal human freedom.
A liberal.
You think that from a maximal human freedom standpoint, people should be able to they should be free to travel and integrate into whatever societies best meet their needs, right? And then once they integrate into those societies, they become a part of the nation.
Sure, with the consent of those societies, yeah.
Well, that's actually exactly where I was going. So, do you think that it is immoral, IMMORAL, for Poland or Hungary or other European nation states to say, we do not want other people from other nations coming into our nation state?
I don't think the only hesitancy I give here is I don't know there's some like fucking UN charter that contradicts that, but assuming there's not, no, I think that a country has a right to control its borders in the way that it sees fit. Yeah, I'm going to broadly say that and assume you're not going to do anything crazy with that, right? Like I wouldn't say, for instance...
I'll try not to. I was just going to try to steelman Constantine with it.
Just to say, like, I wouldn't be okay with the country saying we only allow the immigration of women because we want to mass rape them, or we only allow the immigration of black people so we can use them as slaves or something. But that's more domestic policy, really. But for the most part, like, I generally agree.
Sorry,
Gulf states.
What if we only allow high-end... high material wealth, high intelligence, Sikhs, Hindus, Eastern Europeans, Christians, agnostics, and atheists, but we discriminate against Muslims?
I mean, I think if a country... There's several different levels to this. So I'll go from the bottom up. So for me, I wouldn't want my country, I think, to have that sort of immigration policy. I think that another country could have that immigration policy, even if I personally maybe wouldn't agree with it. And then obviously you would have to be bound by whatever UN or EU thing that you're a part of. So like the UN, or if you're part of the EU, you might be required to take some number of asylum seekers or something like that, regardless of religion or whatever else. Yeah.
Okay. What I would argue is that the national conservatives in the United States, and actually let's keep it on Kisin for a second. So with Konstantin Kisin, my argument is that he thinks there's not only nothing wrong with a ethno-linguistic religious group advocating its self-interest when it comes to immigration.
Oh, are you talking about these fucking heroes? Okay, like spelled with a G, Gyro. Yeah, they're everywhere in the UK. The Greek things, the Greek raps. They're basically just shawarma, but like a bit shit. They're just like underwhelming shawarma. Is that right? It's like less good shawarma. I never actually knew how they were pronounced. Someone know it's different. Oh, for fuck's whatever.
Policy.
So are those Greek things with the GY? Are they gyros or gyros or heroes or what? I don't know how you pronounce the Greek one. But hero is a different sandwich. Okay, whatever. I thought they're gyros. I thought they were gyros. But if they're, I don't know. Gyro. Okay, thank you.
He would view the neoliberal economic opening of the border to the Middle East and North Africa within the past 50 years, but particularly accelerated in the past 20. He would view that as a bad state of affairs that threatens the national identity of Britain, and therefore needs to be, at minimum, slowed, ideally stopped, at maximum reversed.
Okay, so I just want to say real quick, this is a conversation that I'm having with you.
Have you ever been to a Toby Carvery? I've been to so many Toby Carveries, yeah. I'm a Toby connoisseur. A hero is a giant sub. So you get them in Subway or where? I don't know.
You, where you are representing to me what you feel like, I guess like a conservative nationalist would think. I don't accept that this is what Konstantin's position is, because if this was, he should have expressed that to me. So fuck him. But I will engage with a conversation. I just want to make that clear real quick.
You like Nando's.
Let me grab Red Bull quick, too. Give me like 3.5 seconds.
Yep. Hi, Moody Booty.
How's it going?
Man, I definitely have a problem. As soon as he said Red Bull, it made me want a coffee. Like, really bad, even though it's 8 o'clock. I will not do it. You can't make me. It's weird that just like hearing caffeine makes me like, ugh. Put in me.
How are you
You
now?
see Chrissy Gnome's out?
Yeah, somebody said that.
I already knew
somebody
that.
said that. Gnome just got
moved.
fired.
Did you guys hear that? Did you guys hear that Christian
they're
Gnome's
saying
out?
she's
That's
moving
crazy.
to, like, I don't know, special envoy to Project Spearhead or whatever.
It's a lateral move.
Yeah.
What coffee do you drink? I've actually been making a bit more Arabic coffee lately, like with the little fucking copper brassy coffee maker. I don't actually know what it's made of, but yeah, with it like the Turkish coffee maker. I've been making those. I got this little like Arabic coffee with cardamom and shit. Yeah, yeah, it's good, very good. Gnome taking questions does not appear to know she was fired. Wait, really? Uh-oh. Well, that'll be clipped. I'm not watching that whole thing.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. What do you? Okay, so I understand kind of the position that you've
You
put
drink it
out.
black.
It's still a bit
Arabic coffee is
nebulous, and I have
usually,
reasons to
yeah.
believe why I don't think this is the genuine position of a lot of
But
these
not
other
always.
people. But go ahead.
Well,
Or
I
where do
think
you
it's
want to go from here? Yeah.
I think it's actually a through line for JD Vance, Marco Rubio, and Nick Fuentes. I think this ideology is seizing the right at this point. So the reason why I would say this is because JD Vance, well, hold on, I should start with Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio probably believes that every American of good faith is a member of the national body of the United States. But he did a lot of like what I would consider dog whistling at the Munich speech, where he was talking about how important Christian and Northern European identity was to the relationship between the United States and America. Did you watch that at all?
Wank.
I believe
Total
I did.
wank.
We watched.
Remember, America intervened in Europe to save Kosovo, which is a Muslim. He did kind of talk as if like Muslims in Europe just weren't a thing, even though we've got Bosnia and Kosovo. Like, yeah, bit of a wank thing to say. Damn, I just thought of another argument. If I ever get into this whole like Iran intervention illegal thing, you realize I never thought about this before. Libya was legal. Libya was approved by the UN and Kosovo wasn't. You guys know that? The NATO intervention into Kosovo was not approved by the UN. Kosovo's existence is still not even approved by half of the UN. Oh yeah, Albania. How can I forget Albania? And Libya was. The Security Council was gave approval for the initial strikes in Libya. Not all of them. They overstepped the mandate, but the initial intervention was approved. Ooh.
Marco Rubio's thing, right? I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, so I would view that as like a hybridization of the national conservative philosophy, along with like a neoconservative.
How could I tolerate? What is it that the Ayatollah said? That Albania is a. Albania is what? It's a very evil and wicked little country. Damn, poor Albania. What's up, Box? Hello, Tom Shepard. Good friend. Sorry, I've been neglecting chat for a lot of today. How are you guys? You guys doing okay? You winning? Is this real? Chat, is this real? Beirut. I mean, if there's ever a day for it to be real, it's today. No one thinks about the animals. Hassan and his chatter in Beirut. Stop! These goats are way too cute for that, and too sympathetic. Man, they must be so fucking tired of having to do this shit. Poor people. Macron is posted in Arabic. What's he saying there? Oh, it's the same thing we read earlier. Okay. Never mind.
Pro-liberal Democratic perspective. However, I think when I see J.D. Vance arguing against the immigration of Central and South Americans, he's applying a national conservative lens where he's saying Central and South Americans because they're Native Americans mixed with Afro-Caribbeans mixed with Spain.
Have you been to Beirut, and would you recommend visiting if you have, obviously, when it's a lot more calm? Yeah. Yeah, because Lebanon's just like it's a little bit north of Israel, and it's a little bit, and it's where the mountain is. Like Mount Lebanon is a little bit raised, obviously, it's a mountain. It's basically like as far as nature goes, it's just like the very nice part of the Middle East. It's like, it's perfect in the sense almost of that it's got the warmth and it's coastal, but it's also got it's also mountainous, and it's also just like very green. It's a lot more green than people think. Yeah, and Beirut's really cool as well. Very chaotic, but very cool. There are unconfirmed reports of a pilot parachuting in Iraq and authorities captured them. Well, we're about to see the difference, between landing in Kuwait and landing in Iraq. Shit. Would not want to be that guy. Or girl. What's the best and worst food you ever had in Lebanon? I don't think I ever had any bad food in Lebanon. How English friendly is Beirut? Quite English friendly, I would say. Just like little things. If you're there in peacetime, you have to. If fucking kids run up to you, you probably need to avoid them like the plague, because they'll. It's like a whole thing where kids come up to tourists and just beg for money and shit. Unless you want to give them money, but if you give them money, they'll just follow you around forever. So it's a whole like people trying to sell you wacky shit on the street, just like random tourist trap things. But otherwise, no, it's good. It doesn't. Because I was there under Syrian occupation. Maybe it's very different now, but I don't think people talk about it feeling unsafe. I don't think it generally feels unsafe. My buddy from Lebanon speaks 4 languages. His English is perfect. Well, yeah, I mean, they tend to speak Lebanese, Arabic, and French, but they can also usually speak English. Yeah, Lebanese people don't have a problem with languages usually. Can you play FIFA instead? I don't like this game. Hell no. Fuck FIFA.
Spanish colonizers, they are not a part of the same national identity as Northern Europeans, and therefore they should be, at minimum, no longer allowed to mass immigrate into the United States.
Okay.
Okay. And then with Fuentes, what's interesting about this is because this is a true delineation between like the hardcore national identitarian movements of Fuentes and also the national conservative movements of J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio, is that Fuentes says our nationality is not, race isn't everything, but it's not nothing. Our true collective tribal identity is Christianity. The Sikhs and the Hindus and all those people, though those are not part of our tribe, which is why we don't want H-1B visas or whatever. And then they also say that Jews are a co-opting national identity that
Based.
travels the world in order to manipulate all the states of the world,
Yeah.
in order to advocate in the interest of the nation state of Israel. So when you're dealing with a Jewish Zionist who lives in America
He is
and is
bringing
an
it back to
American
Epstein.
citizen, Ben Shapiro can claim to be a United States citizen all he wants. What he truly is a member of the nation state of Israel because he consistently advocates for it. Sometimes to the detriment of his host country.
Oh, his host country. Damn.
Yeah, I'm just being descriptive.
He's characterizing someone else's opinion, by the way, I think, when he says that.
I guess right here.
So here, wait.
The
real-
reason
so
why I
here's-
got frustrated.
So this is my.
Sorry, go ahead.
This is
Ben Shapiro's ancestors waited 2,000 years so you could go epic fury. Wow, that's so cool. Epic fury. Dude, get your head in the toilet. Fuck me.
my frustration with these types of ideas. Also, wait, I'm sorry, real quick. Hold on. When I say, I'm going to say now, and when I say now, I want you to say now at the exact same time when you hear me say now, okay? Ready?
Why would they speak French in Lebanon? Because Lebanon was under the French mandate. That's why.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, now.
Now.
And before that, they also had an affinity with France because of the fucking Maronites feeling like they needed, the Maronites being under like a French protectorate because the French were like, we're Catholic and they're Catholic. And sometimes the Ottomans are not nice to them. So we need to be the protectorate. And the Maronites are like, oh yeah, we speak Arabic, but we're not Arabs. We're Phoenician. We're European.
Okay, there's a lot of latency between us. I don't know why. It's like 1.5 or 2 seconds. I don't know why. But
do you want me to call back? Hang up,
no.
call back?
It's probably not a big deal. I just noticed it. It's just because sometimes we talk over each other, but that's okay.
Epic fury.
I think the big issue that I have is that I feel like a lot of these topics are interesting. Okay, this is a complaint I've had for years, right? And I'm going to repeat it now. I think there are a lot of topics here that are interesting to chat about that you could really get into, but people are either unwilling, too scared, haven't done the time to actually think them through, or are using them as placeholders for other either more insidious beliefs or beliefs that they feel like aren't publicly palatable. So let me give you an example. When you talk about like a national, like quote unquote ethnic identity or something like that, I think that there are a lot of reasons why in the United States we kind of immediately write off some of these things as legitimate beliefs. So for instance, the first thing is that one, we don't really have, like we have kind of like a weak ethnic identity from our European roots, but like not really, it's not as strong a thing as Americans want it to be, or as whatever far right or neo-Nazi people want it to be. Which is why we use such collective words like white and black and brown, as opposed to Europeans that differentiate along national ethnic identities much more granularly. So I think that when people have this conversation, they're not, they're just not engaging with it where they're speaking substantively about any of the underlying things. They're speaking very broadly about the things, and they're not like drawing... Fuck, even my answer here feels airy. Like, I just don't have anything to work with. Like, if somebody were to say, for instance, somebody says, if you lived in a nation of 1 million Americans and 10 million Chinese people wanted to immigrate, would you be okay with that? I would say no. That doesn't feel right to me, right? 10 million people from another country are going to come and overwhelm me 10 to 1. That just feels wrong for a variety of reasons. And if we sit there and think about it, we can probably explore why. Well, I feel like whatever interests I have are going to be completely and totally overwhelmed and dominated by the people coming in. I feel like... like having a single group like that come in, it seems like they're going to turn my country into their country. Basically, as I explore that, I'm going to say a lot of things that sound like what conservatives say when they express issues about, migrants coming from other areas. But then the thing that makes me not believe those arguments as much from an intellectual perspective when it comes from conservatives is that argument that I just gave, would I be okay with 10 million Chinese people coming in if I had a country that was just 1 million people? They'll use this argument to describe an invasion, but then they'll describe all immigrant classes together. And it's like, are you telling me that Mexicans are going to import the same value as Italians, who are going to import the same values as people from Africa, who are going to import the same values as people from Hong Kong? Like, it doesn't make sense to lump all those together if that's a thing that you legitimately care about. And then the most important thing is I never hear these people identify a core value or thing that they want to protect, which is also like another weird thing. I shouldn't say weird. I should say it makes me suspicious about what their motivation
it's nefarious.
is. Yeah. And then on the final point here, and I think I just realized this actually while I was in London that I thought was kind of funny. When conservatives cite changing cities, when they cite like demographic change, they always cite things about the changing demographics of large cities, but conservatives always call out and fucking hate city culture. It's never the culture they want to preserve, which I think is funny too. So anybody that's going to complain about like immigrants coming into this country and changing the culture of the country, they're going to be the first people to say like the major cities are filled with like elites and coastal elites and liberals, and they don't represent.
Yeah, but they hate the cities because they are full of immigrants, right? They hate the cities because they're full of the same people who bring on all the immigrants. And one day those immigrants are going to come into the countryside, okay? One day the farmers of fucking Mintlaw will be all Muslim. Shit.
Not like good old, like I guess Britain or good old American country values or whatever, which I think is interesting as well. Which just makes me there's so much ambiguity around everything they say. It makes me doubt the truthfulness of their motivation sometimes. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I think they might not even fully understand their own motivations. So
Possibly
for instance,
that too, yeah. When I say doubt the truth, I don't
like,
mean to imply they're lying, but there's
weirdly
something
enough-
else that's happening. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, part of my frustration with hearing you appealing to the ephemeral nature of culture, part of the reason why I got frustrated with it was because I heard you make the same arguments with Nick and Lauren and Sargon like 5 years ago. Now, maybe it's to their discredit that they haven't come up with coherent argumentation since then. But I think that if you look at the through line of their...
In the UK, most rural areas are close to the cities by... No. Like, they're physically close. But, dude, if you live in like Edinburgh, how often are you going to like the Lothian area? Or if you live in Aberdeen, how often are you going to the Shire? I know this means nothing to you as a whatever the fuck you're from. No, if you live in a city, how often are you going 10, 15 miles out of the way to go and to smell cow shit and eat someone's local and buy someone's locally produced eggs? Nah. If ever.
their argumentation, even if they can't identify it, it's probably going to be for most American anti-immigrant people, illegal immigration from Central and South America. And so it's going to be anti-Hispanic. And then if you look at the through line for Europeans, it's largely going to be Middle Eastern and North African. Now, of course, you're right that there is some Eastern European resentment, but I don't hear about the Eastern European resentment anywhere near as much as I hear about resentment from Middle East and North Africa. And so I think it's just conservatives shit.
30-minute drive is a long drive for Bonger. Yeah, exactly, right? Like if I have to get a 2-hour train, because it's only ever 2 hours when I take a train. Dude, it feels like it's such a nightmare. Feels like a whole ass, it's a whole drama. Just because people just don't do it very often. People just don't travel that often in the UK, or like that far. We're not used to long distances. America's a... So yeah, just because like the country isn't that close to us doesn't mean we interact with it that much. Oh, these fucking gnomes. God damn it. Are they going to die? They're like, okay, we just need to peel them down. Come on. Come on. I can get this one. The shadow bolts. Quick, just go in for the lowest health. Be tactical. This guy? Okay. Good. This one? I got them. They got no chance. Fuck! They're strong. They're small, but they're strong.
Articulating the groups that they do not want to immigrate to their country and fighting against it on some kind of like identitarian principle, which can be Christian, it can be white, it can be linguistic, but it's rarely is it coherent.
Sure, that's fine. But I mean, like I said, like I can have that discussion, and I actually think it's a really fascinating discussion to have. But if the
I was kind of surprised that you said that a nation state should be able to control its own borders, even if they're like a ethno-religiously, linguistically homogenous state. I'm not that surprised, but obviously, like lefties are going to hate you because they're going to say you're giving the case for Israel and Poland to discriminate against potential immigrants.
Sure, but I mean, like the thing that we don't have to consider as Americans is that our stuff is never under threat ever. Like we always are in the dominant position there because our country is so huge. We have so many fucking people, right? And I think that it's kind of it's a little bit of a position of privilege that we speak from. It's kind of like when I asked Hassan or whatever, I was like, do you think it's unethical for a woman to like call the cops if somebody is like following her, like stalking her on her way home, but it's like a minority and so maybe they'll get deported? Do you think it would be unethical for the woman to call the cops? And Hassan's answer was, well, I wouldn't call the cops. I was like, well, yeah, you're a 6'4" jack dude who probably isn't worried about. Yeah, that's true. Actually, he would definitely call the cops. But like, you're speaking from a position of extreme privilege there. So yeah, like in the U.S., we'll say things like, "Oh, you should never discriminate against like religion or blah blah blah," and it's like, I don't know if that's a hard rule or if we're just speaking from the position of we're a huge country and we're realistically never going to be threatened by that many of a different type of people coming in anyway. So yeah, I have an open perspective on that. Yeah.
Well, but then the ethnographic fear, the demographic fear. And you hear this echoed from powerful people. You hear this from J.D. Vance. You hear this from Elon Musk. You hear this from Nick Fuentes. You hear this from the Distributist. And I actually want to give you a specific example with the Distributist because I actually totally like reoriented the way that I thought about his content recently. The fear is that it does seem to be like the fear of decolonialism. And what I mean by that is Northern Europeans have...
So now it's confirmed that police in Iraq are looking for a crashed pilot. Oh no, man! There's so many. This is, and again, that's like a whole drama as well, isn't it? That's not nonsense. That's not trivial. Not to US&A. The Iraqi government is still allied with the United States, though, right? Just not the militias, and the government might not necessarily be. Preston Stewart's video says the Kurdish offensive seems to be misinfo. Yeah, I think the idea of there being like a coordinated offensive is misinfo, but there has been apparently some engagement. But again, I don't know if that's like one Kurdish gang started fighting with the RGC or whatever. But yeah, definitely nothing big right now. Whoa. All right.
Been so dominant economically, culturally, technologically, whatever, for so long. And our population has gone below demographic replacement, so 2.15. The entire planet is catching up with us. So even in Africa, in the Middle East and North Africa, the fertility rates are dropping, but they're still higher than ours.
Yeah.
And so the fear is if we have a fuckload, if we're a plurality, and the Hispanic plurality is as large as the Northern European English-speaking plurality, and then black folk are hostile to whites, and the Jews are, and the Asians are, well, the Asians are probably honorary whites, but then the Jews are split between hostile to whites and honorary whites, then is there going to be this, like, revenge and or die?
Any idea what the U.S. was doing in Iraq yesterday? Why did they set up camps in the desert? Probably something to do with the Kurds, if I would imagine. Or just defending positions. Or... I think they're training goons. Okay, that's what I'm going to go with. I have no fucking idea. But we'll just go with that. Hey. Who's this guy?
Dominance of the Northern Europeans by the people they previously dominated.
Sure, I hear that, but I'm not fully convinced that would happen in that way. I don't think all the other groups would unite against the whites like that. And again, to take this argument from somebody more seriously,
but am I going to have to watch the Super Bowl in Spanish?
Probably not.
Is the halftime show going to be dominated by gays making out with each other? While,
I'm sure there's going to be,
Latino music bumps in the background, and
I think immigrants would probably oppose that more likely, wouldn't they? Like, the UK becomes Muslim dominated, our social culture would become more like what some fucking conservatives want.
Latinas twerk.
Dominated by maybe.
Kurds near Karbala. Dude, I don't know what you're. I'm just guessing. You literally just said Iraq. I know it's if it's in a non-Kurd area, then it'll be to do with something else. So I don't know. Is Karbala? Well, wait. Karbala is that even near the border? I don't actually know where Karbala is on the map. I thought it was in the middle. Oh. I don't know. Listen, if you're Iraqi and you don't know, then I definitely don't know. What am I doing? Why am I even playing this game? Speculation in progress. Do some on-the-ground reporting. Yeah, Momo, do you want to go out and ask some questions from me? Hold up your phone, go to the American base, and just be like, hello. What do? What's your thoughts on Saddam Hussein, this war type shit? Don't do that. It's a joke. Dude, if only I had this kind of community devotion, you know? If only I had someone actually in Iraq who would just like enlist with the Americans just so they can give me breaking news. Imagine if I just get Sundowner to go to the border and just sit on a hilltop and just watch things for me and take videos.
I don't know about dominated by, but I mean, like, culture is always changing. That's like a thing that is happening. Like, there's a lot of conservatives that don't like.
If I was like one of those millionaire streamers, I would do that. I'd start paying people to. I would hire out community members to just go and to go and watch shit for me. Damn, I'm actually dying. I'm talking about the 1 dead and 3 injured Iraqi soldiers killed by airstrikes. Oh. Do we know who did those airstrikes yet? Dan Saltman new project. Yeah. But I don't know. I can see why people don't really do those kinds of projects, because maybe someone would just die, and then that would be sad.
I don't know, scantily dressed women, you know, for shit. I mean, I don't know what you want me to say to that. Like, I can't promise that.
No, I'm appealing to their sense of being the frog in the boiling pot.
Sure. I guess, like, the reason why I'm reluctant to engage with you on this argument, or we can engage on it, but the issue that I have is that they never articulate things from the other side that they're afraid of or that they're trying to, you know, like, be protected from. I think that the language thing is actually somewhat legitimate. Like, I'm actually not fully opposed to the concept.
You don't get any return on your investment. Of course I do. I get groundbreaking breaking news. Double breaking. How is that not a return?
Of having, like, language requirements for the United States. Like, I don't know if do you have to speak English to immigrate? I'm actually not sure 100% if that's the case or not. Like,
I don't think we have a national language. As a matter of fact, whenever we bring up codifying a national language, they might have done some like federal executive order bullshit.
Yeah,
but
sure.
I don't.
That's true, actually. With these people, and I am saying that about the Middle Easterners, with these people in this community, yes, they would just give me so much disinformation, wouldn't they? They would troll the shit out of me. Dude, you guys want to... Fuck, Seth was in my waiting room the other day, wasn't it? Or a few hours ago, wasn't he? Lookner would be coming to you for breaking news. Yeah, he would. Yeah. You guys want to... Man, I didn't tell you guys, but the most Arab unk shit happened to me yesterday or today. I can't remember. You know how I had an interview with Ehud Olmert, and I told him that the strikes on the Christian areas in Lebanon, or just in general, the 2006 strikes, especially like the ones that missed and hit like nothing but civilians and all this shit, and the very, very loose targeting because they didn't have good enough intel. I told him that this was a big part of what had like even got my own family to lean more in favor of Hezbollah, despite them having no love for them to begin with. And so because of what's happening now with the strikes, my dad sends me this message being like, I think what you told to Ulmer made its way up to the government because they're being much more avoidant of Christian areas right now. I'm like, whoa, that is such an unk thing to say. Yeah, Ulmer passed it on. Listen, we have this intel from a young Lebanese man. Stop smacking civilians who aren't smacking you. Oh my God, that's crazy. Why didn't I think of that?
I know we don't have a national language.
Passed it.
I know we don't have a national language, but like we give tests for immigration, and if all the forms are in English, then you might have to know English to do that.
You
right?
might
That's
as
right.
well, yeah.
But I'm not sure. I just don't know the answer to that. But the issue is just that I never hear. Like it feels like it's a position of fear that these people are speaking from, or fear mongering, rather than an intelligent, thought out position that they're reasoning from, which makes me.
Well, this is why I'm a Latino futurist. I think that the great civilizations of the Northern Europeans and the swarthy sexual Latins need to synthesize into a semi-coherent culture that takes the best of both worlds and combines them into not a monoculture.
Oh no, Woofers got a new video, eh? Woofers, remember Woofers? This guy's plugged into all the intel. Apparently this is a valid, this is a reliable account. He's claiming that Iran is shooting down their own planes and failing, but celebrating it because they think they're shooting down America. Whatever. It's Woofers. we know it's definitely real because Woofers said so. Thank you. Pass this one. Give this one to Woofers. It's been a few days now. Woofers been working hard. He's had a dry spell though. Yeah, that was new Woofers intel.
But a synthesized culture. I'm a Latino futurist.
Mm-hmm.
But
Also,
the truth is that like I see the.
Hey, take him next to the thing.
Yeah, what's that?
Apparently,
take him to next to the.
Rip.
Hey, take him here. Hey, where's he going?
I thought Moody said that it was a lateral move.
He wasn't here. She's now working for like the special envoy for.
Where the fuck's he going?
I don't know what the fuck that means, but it doesn't sound like a cabinet level position to me. So that would be a significant downgrade. But okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, all I was going to say is that, like, I feel like these people are on a fool's errand. I think Nick Fuentes is on a fool's errand because not only do the demographics not bode well for the how would I say this? Like the division of the tribes.
Oh, okay.
But then not just that, but it seems like everybody else is going into the same direction we are as far as like dropping below fertility or demographic replacement rates. And then it also seems that like even Hungary and Russia have done massive pro-fertility programs and tax incentives.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as I can tell, they had like a baby bump that moved it like 0.2 or 0.5, but it not even 0.02 or
yeah,
0.05.
0.5 would be significant, but yeah, much more.
Yeah, not 0.5, 0.02, 0.05. And then as soon as they ended the programs, the baby bump disappeared.
Sure.
So it seems like this is just the way that it is. So for me, Nick Fuentes is fighting, he's basically jousting windmills because the era of like Northern European, I don't even know what to call it, but like explosive demographic growth, it just seems to be over.
Okay.
Yeah, so you might as well get along with your normie swarthy neighbors because they're not going anywhere.
Whoa,
sure.
Swarthy.
Okay, wait. So what exactly is the point of this conversation? Like, I know I can steal man a version of what they might be arguing about. I don't generally care to, and I'm never going to do it in a debate with them. But yeah, I guess
the argument. Yeah, the argument is that there's a real fear that I think Konstantin Kisin was not articulating well, but was pointing at, which is when you bring in broad swaths of people from a rival culture or tribe, they're going to fundamentally change the national identity. And then Americans are in a you and I think, are both civic nationalist. So we don't really care if somebody's from a different ethnography or religion, as long as they subscribe to American ideals. I don't even know if you put that on there.
Again, this is why this conversation is nebulous to me. When you say a large number of people brought in will change our identity, any number of people brought in will change an identity, right? That's true. Well, maybe not one person, right? But immigrants will change the identity for sure. Every kind of import will change an identity. It could be an import of goods and services. It could be an import of entertainment or TV. It could be any type of thing will change an identity. But the question is one is what is the identity now, which I never hear them articulate, and then two, what is the identity of the people coming in that you're afraid of, which I also never really hear them articulate, and then three is what would you like the identity to be, and then is this a worthwhile goal to pursue, and then do the people coming in hurt that goal of what we want the identity to be? And whenever they speak about these things,
I'm going to answer.
Sure. Whenever they speak about these things, they do two things that drive me crazy. One is vague dog whistling or allusions to ethnicity, which is if we want to make it an ethnic thing, then let's just make it an ethnic thing and go from there. And then two is the talk of crime, which I hate. And we didn't really get into this, and some people thought that I was just being evasive on the rape thing or whatever. If you're going to tell me that you want to preserve your culture, and you're worried about other people coming in and changing the culture, and it's what is the culture that you're worried about? It's well, there's a lot of rapists. It's what? First of all, I don't believe you. That so you're saying that if we brought in the exact same amount of people, but they had 0% rape, would that move the needle at all on them for you? The answer is no, it wouldn't. They might say yes for the person, but it really no, it wouldn't. No. It wouldn't. Though. It absolutely would. It
would.
You'd be okay with a million. I don't believe
because then they would just talk about suicide bombings. Then they would just talk about knives. They'll find anything. They will find anything. Regardless of how few of those things we have from migrants.
Nothing you say, I'm sorry, nothing you say will convince me otherwise. That they would be okay with 5 million brown Muslims coming into the country, and if they had 0 rape...
They get upset at fucking Sharia courts, Sharia councils. These guys think that's too far. Bro, they will make it up because they're racist. Sorry, Connor. Hate to use that word.
They would be way more okay with that, or even marginally more okay with that than if there was no rape at all. I don't believe that at all. Number one. Number two.
Well, I mean, they would move to different things like jihadist terrorism and IQ and cousin fucking.
Whoa. Sure, meaning that the rape thing.
But if we could take 1 million Japanese, I think plenty of people would be like, "Fuck yeah, bring them in."
Yeah, but the difference is not.
You should see why did Britain react the way it did to Poles? Pre-Brexit, everyone was whining about fucking Poles. I saw a Spanish guy get fucking beaten up once by 2 guys who thought he was Polish. God, that was horrible. What a day.
Just crimes or just rapes. There's going to be more differences that they're alluding to there, even if they don't, I guess, realize it. But when people just point out a crime thing, rape is generally illegal in a lot of the countries that these people come from as well. It's not like rape is necessarily.
Yeah, but hold on. I want to ask you something because you said something that I thought was wrong during the debate. Do you think that crime is cultural?
Do I think that? I think that it can be, but I don't think it's ethnically essential. And yes. I think that it's worth having a conversation about how do we prevent people that are likely to commit crimes from coming to the country. I'm not opposed to having that conversation.
Yeah, that's all I wanted to get at.
Sure.
It was a flippant statement in the middle of the debate, but you're like, crime isn't a part of culture, and I was like,
it's because it's such a loser. You're such a worthless human being. If I'm asking you, defend your culture or talk about the epitome of your culture, well, crime is low.
Is there a way to get rep in? Is there a way to get rep in honor hold without doing the dungeon? 200 rep. Is there any turn-ins or anything? I don't think I'm aware of any. Hellfire Fortifications, is there a daily there? Maybe. Damn. I'll figure it out.
like nobody in talking about the great civilizations of human history, in celebrating like the great achievements or nobody's like, well, in ancient Rome, the burglary and arson rate was actually one of the lowest per capita, 100,000 according to the study of any ancient. Nobody talks about that. It is the most cowardly retreat.
You think we don't compare Mongolians and Greek civilization and say the Mongolians are cool, but they were barbarian, monstrous, raping, murdering
Who the fuck is we in this context? What?
Pieces of shit. And then like same thing with like Rome. Like Romans were obviously like incredibly violent, militaristic pieces of shit. But if you lived in Rome,
is all they
was,
talk about.
Like compared
That's
to
all the Reform Party are talking about.
The rest of the world, it was relatively a stable society.
Ancient history enthusiasts.
I don't think that has to do with their... Fuck. And I hit him too, but you guys didn't do the damage.
I didn't do
Fucking
shit.
losers. That's okay. I don't know if I would consider that to be like crime. Like the Holocaust.
Well, it's not crime because they didn't consider it criminal, but we consider it immoral, right? Like the Vikings when they went on raids wasn't
so we would
crime.
talk about that, right? Like if you have a culture of like raping or holocausting or like imperial invasions and stuff like that, that's bad. But I don't think that's like I wouldn't consider those. I know you're not going to take it out of context, but I wouldn't consider that like crime, right? Like a military invading a country and doing mass rapes to the people. That's a different thing than just like domestic crime, right?
Sure.
Yeah. I'm just saying in general that like if the only defense you have of some culture you want to protect is like a low crime rate, that just seems like a very basic level 1 like low kind of answer that doesn't really tell me anything about what it is that you value about a particular culture or what it is you want to preserve about
so
a particular
can I
culture.
answer on their behalf because I think they're either so incoherent or too pussy to actually answer the question earnestly?
Sure.
So when it comes to the J.D. Vance National Conservatives, it's Northern European white Christians.
Okay.
That's the culture they want to preserve. And then when it comes to Konstantin Kisin, I think it's pretty much just the British Empire minus Muslims. Because I think if Konstantin Kisin was talking to like a random Indian or a random Sikh or a random person from Barbados or the British Islands, the Virgin Isles or whatever, he wouldn't be like, oh, you're not a member of the British Empire, get out. Like, he would probably be like, no. Like, we have a colonial history. We've been together forever. You're a British subject. We share this history. But when it comes to the asylees and the economic migrants of the 2010s, I think that if he could, he would say, get out. Because he correlates belief in theocracy, jihadist terrorism, and racist and religiously bigoted mass rape with Muslims.
Rape.
And he thinks he has the stats to back up that these social phenomena are unique to Muslim immigration.
Okay. Do you think that...
I mean, that's it. I'm just being descriptive.
Do you think that if 5 million...
I'm thinking that that's what he's pointing at. You were saying the national
do you think
conservatives never tell you who they are allied against, and I just told you.
Do you think that if 5 million... I just don't believe... One, he should be able to express this in a conversation. So it's very irritating to have a proxy conversation.
I know. This is why I think I should be a bigger creator, because I can articulate his ideas better than he can, and he's a multimillionaire, and I'm over here...
Yeah, but the issue is I don't think he genuinely has these ideas. I think he's just stoking xenophobic fears because he gets money for it, or because he's so traumatized by being...
It sounds that way because of him saying that he would still vote Liberal Democrat. That actually does sound like he's just grifting. Like he is just a regular old private school posh boy liberal who realizes that by fear-mongering about migration is the best way for him to get money. I do wonder if it's like that for some people. Like it's just a gig, like it's just a job. You have Ethan Klein's cough. I guess so. No, actually, I think I probably got my mum's because my mum was coughing yesterday. Or I'm still just unwell because I don't know. Every time I get sick now, like since COVID, my coughs always last fucking ages. I don't know why. Whatever. Not your problem. What is this? President I'm not going to do more news updates today. We'll do it tomorrow. Unless it's huge breaking.
Attacked
Like the
from
current's
woke
actually
skulls or whatever,
engaged
that
properly
now his
or
whole
some
political
shit.
identity is wrapped up in this stoking fears and tensions thing. Like if you
Or
were to
he's just a member of the contrarian right, and he knows that if he says, yes, the right wing is bad for XYZ, but have you ever thought that the left is worse?
Yeah, I know, but that's
then
not.
people
But then
give
you're
him
not like
shitloads of cash.
we're not like
That's the grift I should have done. Oh my god, I should have done that grift.
sure, but then you're not steelmanning his position. You're steelmanning the position that he has the aesthetic of, right? Like you will never have to come to my stream to steelman Nick Fuentes. I know exactly what he believes.
This conversation with Connor has completely reframed my understanding of this footage now. This is actually the migrant horde. This is actually the Middle Eastern migrant horde coming to replace the great white farmers of the UK. You know, next time you go down for your fucking quail eggs or your homemade or your raw milk, you're just gonna see this guy with all these little geezers. Apparently that's the impression now.
And he can say exactly, and he's not retarded, and he's not illiterate, and he's
Oh
not.
no, it's the culture. Oh no. Look at this man. They're coming to absolutely fucking fist your culture to death, white man. Look at them. Fuck's sake. Stop the goats. Stop the boats is going to get replaced by stop the boats. No, stop the boats replaced by stop the goat. Fuck, whatever. Shut up. Misspeak.
Not inarticulate, so he can express exactly what he means. When you have to come and you have to do all this work to try to explain like what these like edgy, centrist-y, but actually conservative retards believe, it's because I don't think they actually have that foundation of belief. Because otherwise, you know, not to jerk myself off, but like I'm probably the most willing person on the left of my size that would be willing to critically engage with these conversations. And I wouldn't even say concede a lot of ground, but like reasonably share a bridge with a lot of these things, right? Like you said earlier, like I will admit that it's fine for a nation to want control of its borders, even along ethnic lines. That generally when people are mad about this, usually they're just talking about Israel or they're talking about Americans being racist, but like more or less every other country on the planet kind of believes this. They just don't have the same, you know, quote unquote threats to them in the way that we do, right? Like there are a lot of, I don't know if I'd say a lot, but there are some Muslim countries, Arab countries that literally have their ethnic majorities built into their state constitutions. But it's not like nobody's like mass migrating to fucking Pakistan, or nobody's mass migrating to
unless you're refugees from Afghanistan. Yeah. Those countries are fucking rammed with refugees. Iran, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Bangladesh, not Afghanistan because they're fleeing Afghanistan. Yeah.
To Qatar or whatever, so they don't have to worry about it as much, you know? His unwillingness to engage in the conversation means he's either stupid, a bad faith actor, or knows that he can't defend the actual beliefs in front of me. I don't know. I hope video games.
I mean, or he found his niche. You know, I try to never assign to malice what can be explained by either incompetence or ignorance. So he could have just found his niche, which is, hey, the right wing's bad, but have you ever considered X, Y, Z thing about the left wing and how it's worse? Because I mean, that dude, God, that fuck.
Yeah, but even on that end, it seems like he kind of failed, because when I pointed out that, like, for the immigration stuff, the conservatives failed massively, and the Labour Party seems to be delivering more.
I'm quite happy that I'm too autistic to think about shit like this, about like other creators and the narratives that they choose and how popular those narratives are in the social media, alt media space, and how they grow massively and whatever. Like, because I just couldn't do it, man. I couldn't do it. I couldn't think about switching positions or adjusting in a way like just to maximize viewership. I thought like, the whole idea of being a political content creator is that you think you've got some opinions that other people need to hear, not other people want to hear some opinions, so I need to find out which opinions will get me the most people coming to. That's weird as hell, man. Fucking freaks.
Or in the UK than Labour ever did. it seemed like he was unable to or unwilling to engage with that.
Yeah, so hold on. Something really important in chat. Somebody said, basically,
it's not even necessarily grifting. Some people pick their battles. Some people with particular agendas, or like, I know breadtubers do this. I know, I know breadtubers do this. If a breadtuber disagrees with other breadtubers, they just don't talk about it. They just don't mention. Like, yeah, like there are. I know this for a fact. There are breadtubers who believe that the way that the left responded to Israel-Palestine was fucking completely cooked and retarded. And like some of them think it's actually anti-Semitic the way they've done it. Some of them think it's like uncomfortably or just like disgustingly pro-terrorist. Or some people, I know at least one or two breadtubers who think the Kyle Rittenhouse, or just let's say left tubers or streamers, whatever, who think that the Kyle Rittenhouse thing was completely justified, but they will never mention that online. But like that's maybe a bit different. Like if you've got an agenda, you might want to pick your battles, but sometimes it is also just like, well, I've only got so many things I can talk about in the day. Why would I talk about the thing that's going to cause me trouble, you know? Yeah, because they know what the backlash would be if they did stray from. So people just pick their like the version of me doing this would be if I just spent the entire time smacking down on anti-Muslim immigration. I could have just made that my niche and not spoken a word about Palestine or fucking anything else. Maybe could have just done Ukraine, yeah, like, or only spoken about Palestine when it's the stuff that Israel's doing that I disagree with. Right? You could do that. And there are people who think about it, who approach their content in that way, but I just find it a bit dishonest or just a bit, I don't know, a bit odd. And did they say something contrary to the fan base? No, they stay silent. That's what they do. They stay silent.
Cotter, you're not pressing Destiny sufficiently. Can you tell him next time he debates Constantine Kissin, can you call him Constantly Kissing Boys?
Okay.
That's the quality of chat that I got going on. Okay. Anyways, so I feel like I've sufficiently articulated national identity, so I don't really want to like loop on it if I'm being descriptive. And then when we get to descriptive, you're like, okay, I understand these descriptions, but my opponents need to be sufficiently less pussy in order to just own their shit. I disagree. So I just agree, excuse me.
Sure.
So I don't know if I really have anything to press you on here. I think where some of your critics got frustrated is when you just kind of say, well, culture's ephemeral and it changes all the time. That doesn't feel like a substantive addressing of the anxiety of mass immigration.
It's not.
But I also understand
it's
that
not. But it's because the other guy won't put out
with.
an actual fucking position. So I don't even know what I'm having a conversation. Like I'll gladly engage with that conversation. And if they actually,
oh my God, I wish I could get more sources. Fuck me, this, like, dude, this would be. Is this, oh, I'm doing the thing, man. Fucking chat, is this real? Is this real? The Lebanese army just seized the Hezbollah rocket launcher in the south. Really? The army is seizing a rocket launcher? They're actually firing in? I mean, they've done stuff like this before, but it's usually, are they just taking it, are they just dragging it? I have no idea what I'm looking at. What the fuck? If that's real. Lebanese health ministry reported, again, this account is also like a bit of a weirdo, so I don't know. Fuck. We'll see tomorrow. We'll see tomorrow.
Wanted to engage with that conversation. I think that there are challenging questions that he could pose to me, or at least to like a standard liberal, progressive, or whatever, that would actually be difficult to answer if they were trying to engage with a conversation of good faith as well, right? Like one of the things, like here's kind of a hidden, here's like a hidden debate hack that I don't think a lot of conservatives engage with. It's kind of just taken for granted that immigrants will always vote to the left. But like, what if it was the case that a whole bunch of people wanted to immigrate from, I'm trying to think of an example besides Israel, because that's the one that they would get the most mad about. But like, if you knew there was a country where like 95% of the population voted right wing, and 2 million of them wanted to flee or come to the United States, would you be okay with a mass migration of 2 million right wing voting people from the country of Nazistan? I don't know if progressives or liberals in general would bite.
How do you feel about the Kurds potentially getting involved in Iran? I have a very bad feeling about it. You should probably have a very bad feeling about anything that happens from now on. I mean, like, it's not impossible that there's good outcomes, but it's also quite a lot of bad outcomes. So People are gonna have to choose their doors wisely. Yes, I know Israel's airstriking Dahia. Thank you. Yes. I'm just constantly checking my phone to see if there's any. Whatever. Oh. So how long was that? I guess so. The warning was what? 12 hours. They told them to leave. No, it was less than 12 hours. The evacuation notice went out. I'm going by my time. 8 hours. It was 8 hours ago. I think it was 8 hours. Yeah. Imagine that, man. 8 hours to pick up all your shit, leave, knowing that your entire district, not your neighborhood, not your street, not your building, the entire district is potentially coming under fire. Dude. Fucked.
Bite the bullet on that. They might actually start to throw up issues with that, but then it's going to be really, really, really hard for them to articulate why that's why is our crossplay turned off? It's going to be really hard for them to articulate why they wouldn't be okay with that without them immediately crashing into a Republican talking point, right? Well, demographic change is going to lead to a different type of vote. Ooh, hold on, I can't use that answer. Well, people that have a fundamentally different value system than me, well, okay, fuck, I can't use that answer. If they all come from
Ayatollah, what the fuck? I don't know what this means. I know you're like a bit of a retard, but I'm just gonna try to understand. Ayatollah Queer Mani must be sanctioned after his check notes inflammatory critique of your words at face value, lacking moral clarity, leaving room for 1D trolley problem brain rot and dismissing comparisons without explaining why they're favorable to the intervention argument. I don't know what the fuck what I'm reacting to. Okay. Oh shit.
for maybe the same kind of sort of ethnic background. Oh, I definitely can't use that, right? Like I think there would be challenging questions that they could ask there. But Constantine didn't even have any basic like level 1 questions. Like I don't know if people are aware of this or not. People get frustrated with me in these conversations, and they should be frustrated with the conversation or with Constantine. You can tell by the conversation that we had that he has never critically engaged with these topics before with the person that is like challenging him on them. It's just never ever happened before. And I don't know. I think it's really.
It's okay to. Okay, I think I know what you're saying. It's okay to know when you don't know. And people who are just acting so. And it's okay to acknowledge that there are nuances in a situation, especially when so many of the deciding variables are things that we're not going to know about for like 10 or 15 years. Like, we don't, because like I don't know what the US military or the IDF or whatever knows about the potential outcomes in Iran, or like what intel they like, and none of these other people do as well. So when people try to say that, like, the problem I have is when people try to assume that it's definitely the case that the regime should just basically be left alone, and that there's nothing they're doing that actually warrants like having to stop them, or this idea that like, oh, if only they brought back the JCPOA, things would be fine. Like there are just like all of these arguments against. Pretty much all of them with that level of certainty just don't understand the situation. They don't understand the axis. They don't understand the previous negotiations and why they went the way that they did, and what they would have meant even if they'd been fully implemented. They don't understand the risks of doing nothing. There is a risk of doing nothing. There's like Iran is already resumed activity in these nuclear sites, basically not long after the 12-day war finished. And can I get an answer to that? Can I get an answer to what would have happened, let's say, if this presidency finishes and then he gets replaced by an extreme dove president who doesn't want to do any intervention by any means, and then Iran uses that opportunity to go underground and actually finish off a nuclear program to build a weapon, and then you're giga fucked, right? Like it's already, we've got one regime like North Korea, one crazy totalitarian state with much less international ambitions than Iran has, getting a nuclear weapon. And it's already massively limited the measures that could ever be taken to stop North Korea from fucking about in whichever ways they like to. But with Iran, with the size of their footprint and with the amount of instability, like people don't consider that. People don't consider the outcome of leaving them alone with their nuclear program. People don't consider the potential outcomes of destabilization in the Middle East if the Axis is allowed to rebuild, because I don't know if you're aware, but the axis of resistance existing in the Middle East is very destabilizing. They have destabilized Iraq. They destabilized Syria. They destabilized Lebanon. They destabilized Yemen for fucking nothing. Not even trying to spread democracy or whatever else. Just to do this weird fucking redemptionist project about destroying another country that they're never going to destroy. And however many fucking Arabs get in the way of that, they just kill them. Like, it's... Or not to mention the ramifications of just leaving the Axis as it is, with regards to how they treat their own people. We know that the fact that, like, let's say that if the 12-Day War had become a regime change operation, what if that would have led to less suffering than what happened in the protests? You don't know, and people pretending they know is just really fucking annoying. That's all.
Really bad. I think that's pretty fucking.
And especially pretending they know, and then using it as a bludgeon on other people. Like some moral bludgeon. Typically, the issues I have with people is just like they make arguments that don't make any sense. I think that's okay.
Pathetic. Also, you guys need to.
I turned it on.
Okay, I got you. You're good.
Okay. I mean, I'm good with that.
I in heroic mode. Wait,
I think that
wait.
the quality of your interlocutors, if they're making vague dog whistles to national conservatism or anti-mass immigration fears, they need to be able to articulate what they want to preserve and what they're fighting against.
Wait, I think he did switch to heroic because these are level 70. They wouldn't be otherwise in Underbog. Yeah, okay. They're definitely heroic mobs. Yeah, look at this fucking... Look at these chunks! Foot! All right. Okay, yeah. Our tank just died. Okay, yeah. This is heroic. I'll take him.
I mean, I agree with that summarization. So,
I've got 8 seconds.
The last topic that I really had to talk to you about, unless you have anything else that you want to share in reference to that topic, is
I got a quick question, I guess.
And sometimes even if regime change results in bad outcomes, what was before was still worse. Well, that's definitely true with Syria, isn't it? It's the same thing as well. Okay, what if someone left? Fuck me, man. Like, what if America had intervened after Assad used chemical weapons? And that got Assad out quickly. That could have affected so much. That could have affected the death toll in the total civil war that obviously stopped Assad doing what he would have done to stay in power. What about the impact that it would have had on ISIS? Assad was quite helpful to ISIS because he was like one of the only regimes left in the fucking world that was willing to allow their economic activity and their activity when it came to oil and gas. So, big bada boom in my area, probably just interceptions. Well, sorry, I didn't go to a shelter. Don't fuck with Hezbollah. I'm sorry. Okay. Was that the tank that left?
On the previous topic, Steve said that like immigrants who immigrate here are more likely, or I think he said that they're almost certainly to vote Dem. Is that still the case with like Hispanics? Because I know that we were having like a thing of like the Catholics wanting to vote like very Republican, and like in the 2020, I guess 4 elections, they overwhelmingly voted.
Is this circulating Twitter? Will I use this for Twitter? That's so good. It should be fuck, marry, kill, but it's okay. Marry, fuck. Haha. I love it. Amazing. Oh god, so much breaking news. Apparently a Kuwaiti hotel got hit. Okay. We'll do that later. What is that font? Comedy. That's what that is. Sheer comedy. Okay. I'm using it.
Voted Republican, the Hispanic specifically?
They broke for Republicans disproportionately, but I still think it was like a plurality. I still think it was like 60% Democrat, 70% Democrat.
So they
But I
broke-
think normally Republicans are getting between like 10 and 20%, and Trump got like between 30 and 40.
I
Yeah,
thought
so
Trump got
it was
like 50 or 60. I guess I was wrong. Yeah.
it was massive gains that they made. So a majority of Hispanic men, 54% apparently voted for Trump, but 37% of Hispanic women voted for Trump. So maybe 43 or whatever altogether. So big
yeah.
gains, but still not a majority of them. Yeah.
Which is interesting because his platform, I guess, was like literally like get rid of the illegals, but I guess it's crab bucket mentality.
When it comes
Yeah,
to
well,
immigrants,
we'll
sometimes,
talk
yeah.
to watch any of the disappointed people, and they were like, "No, I thought he was just talking about the
Hispanics are
criminals."
killing your gains.
That's it.
Sometimes.
That's
He says
like
that they're all
it. Every
criminal.
single Hispanic person just thought that he was only going after the bad hombres and not against their cousin or uncle.
Sure.
All right.
What,
Anything
who
else
is-
on
why-
Hispanics?
who is-
Comfort again.
Wait, are you Valor Media Network in your chat?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Why do you keep screaming, lobotomize my balls? Are you okay?
No, not lobotomize your
Lobotomize.
balls. My chat. Okay. So earlier today, I was going harder about our next topic in reference to you being like black pill and Fed posting about like, you know, current political developments. And so I was yelling at my chat about them being black pilled and Fed posting about current political trends. And then they got mad at me. And then I yelled at them. And then I had them come on. And then they said, go on to Destiny's stream and yell at him about this. And I was like, okay. But then I started talking to you about national identity and the Epstein
Guy in the
files.
pharmacy.
And you haven't been a twat, so I'm not yelling at you. So they're disappointed that I'm not yelling at you. And so I'm telling them to lobotomize their own testicles
Gotcha. Okay.
with an ice pick.
Thanks.
Unork for $2. Thank you, King. So, all right, next topic. Maybe we can get spicy. Maybe we won't, because like I said, my editor cucked the content earlier. Okay.
Okay.
So, what do you think is the actual difference between you and Hutch in reference to your political outlook for the midterms and 28?
Did you see the end of our
Did
conversation?
they do the summon? Wait, what's
I
going on?
didn't.
Okay.
I only got like 30 to 40 minutes into it.
I think at the end of our conversation, I think I kind of sum it up pretty well. He doesn't think that the situation is as dire as I believe it is right now, and he believes that his prescription will lead to like long-term a healthier, better republic, whereas I believe that mine will, and I think that his will take us on like a medium-term path to ruin.
Okay. What prescriptively? So, for instance,
Why do I have a star on my head? Who did that?
it's like I talked to Lonerbox about this the other day.
Oh, that's me.
Lonerbox came up with like half a dozen prescriptions that I really liked.
Hey.
They were like reform the pardon power, create a exclusion to the pardon for treason and sedition, the create a DOJ task force specifically for treason and sedition. There was I have them written down right here, so I'll find the other ones. But also have the FCC enforce disinformation laws that are already on the books, and if they're insufficient, pass new laws. And then also codify the 14th Amendment insurrection clause to have a due process, and then follow said due process. And those are the ones that I liked. He also recommended packing the courts, but I didn't like. So out of the recommendations, and he
Smack
actually
the
said that this
courts.
is like a legislative priority. Like, win in 26, get a Democratic president in 28, and these safeguard legislations are the priority before anything else. We must secure the republic before we do anything else. And I'm okay both with the prescriptions and with the immediacy with which he wants to execute them. My question to you is, what is missing from this list of reforms, and how are you going to execute them?
Nobody seems to understand this point of like this is a conservative brain. Oh, but you're like a conservative. Oh, you're not a MAGA conservative. I need MAGA friends here to explain this concept, okay? You guys, when you talk about this, you always talk about like working within the framework of the system with the best faith adherence to the Constitution. What are the things that we should do in the future to repair our republic? And I don't know how to make your brain work the MAGA way. For MAGA, they go, this is the outcome we want, and how do we get there? This is the meaning of the term, Pisco and your lawyer friends will use all the time, pretextual, right? Is that if I know the outcome I want, I can make any legal reason to get there. And grammatically, at the very least, it'll fit, right? Now, in the best faith, or it really, application of law in terms of good faith, maybe not, but like we can get there somehow.
Is this how we got the unitive executive
Sure.
theory going on?
Yeah, exactly. Yes. Which I'm pretty sure comes literally from a single fucking sentence in the Constitution, which is retard interpretation. But if you want to get there, getting there is easy. I just need people to want to get there, and then when we get there, or like if they want to get there, then we can figure out how we want to do it. But it's the matter of like you have to figure out first if you want to get there. But then if you want to get there, then it's a matter of convincing the American public to want to get there, because I don't think the American public wants to get there either. But this idea that like, well, we need a particular plan or thing to do, and it's like, maybe I guess, but I don't know if we would have the appetite for literally anything adventurous. Like,
am I wrong? These frost novas are really stupid, because if the tank isn't there, then the mobs are just gonna hit you. They're gonna hit whoever's near. Man, heroic is, dude. Intervention might be the right answer, but at face value, you acknowledge you sounded like you were playing trolley problem with international law, due process, etc. That's why that feels concerning. No, I think it feels concerning because people just have an idea in their head and they just want to fucking roll with it. I don't give a dude. No one has ever engaged with this question of international law of like preemptive self-defense as an idea when the country is that you're preempting is fucking with nuclear weapons, or the idea of nuclear weapons. Like when that is the thing that you might be preempting, no one has ever engaged with the idea of preemptive self-defense when those are the stakes. And I've never heard that from anyone. I just hear people say, oh, well, that's international law. That's not an argument. I'm sorry, that's not a moral argument. It is just, oh, some other people said it, therefore. It's not like, there's not serious engagement there. Nor do they engage with the question of the fact that you've got a government that's literally committing like crimes against humanity against their own people. Like, I don't really. If international law says that if you can help it when a regime is murdering potentially tens of thousands or at least 7,000 of their own people in 3 days for protesting unarmed mostly, and no other country that can help it can do anything about it because that would be a violation of their sovereignty, then again, that's not. These aren't easy questions. They're not easy questions. So no, I do not buy concern. It's concern trolling. It's annoying. It's dumb. All right.
Even when it comes to like abolishing the filibuster, which is
and
like,
if it was just concern, it would be said in that way. I wouldn't be getting called a fucking liberal fascist or whatever, dude.
Procedural thing that would clearly be like a thing that wouldn't be bad faith to the law or whatever. Like people aren't even on board with that. So.
Right, but I think that I kind of am, because I think the immediacy with which the reforms that are needed in order to safeguard the republic are so important that nuking the filibuster in order to do so would be necessary. But not talking about me specifically. So the outcome that I think is often assigned to you is you want to punish MAGA such that the Trump cult and the MAGA sycophants and enablers know that they cannot do the kind of shit that they've done for the past decade without consequence. That seems like the outcome that you're pushing for. Am I wrong?
Kind of, yeah, but not really without consequence. I just don't want them to ever do it again because the consequences are so dire, right? So I'm trying to punish political behavior in a way that I would ordinarily never want to punish political behavior, which seems to require a little bit of stepping outside of the system that I would idealize.
Yeah, we haven't gotten there yet, but I guess that's literally the next question. The next question is, well, I guess what are the punishments? So for instance, you brought
you know what?
up
I have a list actually.
prohibiting-
A guy emailed me, and I think that these are all based. Okay, ready?
Okay, I'm ready to write them down. Go ahead.
Okay. He said, if I were elected president in 2028, just off the top of my head, I would try 1. FBI seizes X.com domain, raids all of Musk's businesses and residences. His communications with Putin probably violates ITAR and FARA. Don't really care if I can prove it. While we're at it, let me get a golden share for 100% of SpaceX. Number 2, immediately freeze accounts of everyone related to the Trumps and Witkoffs, anyone with a hint of the crypto shit on them. Number 3, deploy the IMEF to El Salvador, depose Bukele or whatever. Presidents can just do that, right? Seize all documentation about individuals held at CCOT, etc. Let's have the Marines knock some doors in the Cayman Islands too. While we're at it, Ireland owes me some tax proceeds.
That's actually, what is the argument against that? If the Cayman Islands is a tax haven, what are the arguments against just invading the Cayman Islands and taking the money in? Put it on a boat, take it back home. Fuck the Cayman Islands, man. How do they get away? They're a tiny... What the fuck is the Cayman... I don't even know where it is. Hang on. What is the Cayman Islands? Who are they? Oh, it's a British territory. But Keir wouldn't do anything. Keir wouldn't do shit. It's all the way over here. Keir Starmer will give a big speech about how he's staying out of... Fuck the Cayman Islands. Okay, nice.
From our largest corporations, fuck those guys too. Number 4, send U.S. Marshals to every pardoned January 6ther. Our position being that mass pardons aren't effective. We can just grab them, put them back in jail. No need to tell anybody. Maybe we won't even have timely responses to court orders. Randomly move them around a bit. That's cool now, right? Better yet, let's deputize some trigger-happy new ICE hires to make those arrests. 2 birds with 1 stone, right? Next one, arresting random people. Fuck it. There are thousands of pending habeas petitions for illegally arrested Americans, residents, and aliens currently held by ICE and CBP. Usually, my standard for prosecution is if I, the prosecutor, believe they are guilty and I'm essentially positive I can secure a conviction. The litmus test for the new DOJ hires should instead be about 1% confidence in each element. The process is punishment enough. Next one, we can establish deterrence elsewhere too. I am extremely pro-Israel, but Bibi seems to have decided that he's a Republican. I'll address the Knesset and let them know this is the last time any American official ever speaks to any Israeli official until every party in their entire ruling coalition is in the minority and all of their leaders are private citizens. Also, fuck it, move a carrier into the Black Sea and one into the Baltic. No fly zone in Ukraine. All Russian men and material have 7 days to remove themselves.
Can this tank just not hold aggro? What the fuck's going on here? Or am I being too much of a pumper? Am I too strong, like Hercules? Fucking hell.
From our 92 borders, or I can do it for you. War's over. Thanks for playing. Next one is... oh no, would this be unpopular? Will we lose the midterms? Who cares? Motherfucker, I'm the president for 4 years. Next is I can do worse. I can say, let's have an ICE training with all personnel in DC, and then we can divert the planes to Guantanamo. Phones in the bags, boys. I can invite Pam Bondi to the Oval Office and video games with a hammer. I'm the president of the United States. What are you going to do? Pass a law? Good. Get a Supreme Court ruling against me? Good. What's the remedy for my abuses? Impeachment. Oh, but wait. In order for you to vote for impeachment, you need to show up at the Capitol in the District of Columbia, where federal law applies, where all of my new ICE agents are trained and deployed. Sure, would be a shame if I pardoned somebody who happened to video game a congressman, huh? One weird trick. Don't like that threat? How about you pass a constitutional amendment eliminating the pardon and closing a couple more loopholes? Deal? The Democratic nominee is anything short of Lucius Cornelius Sulla. Our republic is over. I'd give it a 50-50, even if we do go hard. Fuck the populares. Restore the republic. Sula/Sherman.
That's the most like Fed posting black pill
we need
bullshit
one good
I've ever
man
heard in my entire fucking life.
Who's willing to do what it takes.
Window? Is this an Overton window shifting argument? Is this a the guardrails will hold argument, or is this a real argument?
Well, the funny thing is like you present this as so ridiculous, but that email is an analog to every single thing the current admin is doing, and we've accepted that nobody will be punished for. So, I mean, I don't know.
Hold on.
What are you gonna do?
Hold on.
Yeah.
So hold on. Yeah, let's. I wrote these down, so let's do them chronologically. FBI seizes X.com. Do you have a MAGA analog to nationalizing a social media website?
Well, we had Elon Musk, the wealthiest man in the world, who seemed to own Twitter in and of itself, who runs a PAC for the president of the United States called @America that he seized the handle for. That same Elon Musk had an official position in the White House that gave him access to every single system that the federal government runs for an undetermined amount of time. The president...
God, I wonder... Do you think Elon Musk, he probably tried to find like CCTV footage of like people streaking or whatever and just like to have a wank. Looking for the secret cameras in bathrooms or whatever the fuck. Never put it past them. Wait, what do you do here with the foul spores? You just go out and kill them. Alright, nice. Okay. My first badge of justice based.
The United States is acquiring golden shares in some large companies. That is a historically unprecedented thing. The president of the United States threatened to, I don't remember if it was execute or just send Mark Zuckerberg to prison forever if Facebook didn't fall in line. There's a truth out there that you could read for somewhere about that. But yeah, I would say all those things are pretty close analogs.
I think you just took a long-winded way to say no.
Okay, I completely and totally disagree, but I understand it's because in your
think,
brain it's
been
so normalized.
By the way, I'm not saying that everything that you just said is good.
No, I understand that, but like, I think that I think it's close enough. Like, this is one of the issues with
to nationalizing a website. You think these things are identical?
Yeah, I know. One of the issues why, in your mind, it's not even remotely close to that is because Trump didn't have to nationalize Twitter. Elon did it for him. Trump and Elon were best friends. Elon had an official position in the
Hold on, we're going to get bogged down on this, but that's totally fine because I'm going to press you because this is like horse shit.
Press away.
So hold on.
He's going to press the fuck out of
a private person. Let's say 50 years ago, 100 years ago, 150 years ago. I don't give a fuck. Can a private person buy a newspaper?
Okay,
and
I'm
then
going to
make editorial choices about what is
Wait,
published?
What did I just release? That was so stupid. Oops. All right.
In said newspaper.
Yes.
What's the fucking problem?
The problem would be if that person was working on behalf of the president of the United States to edit said paper to be friendly to the president and was campaigning for the president. I think all of us would have a huge problem with that.
How is this any different than the Israeli sympathetic purchase of TikTok?
What is this a reference to?
This is in reference to the fact that we have incredibly powerful, rich individuals buy social media and media outlets all the time. The Huffington Post is obviously run by Ariana Huffington, who's been like a Democrat her entire fucking life.
Wealthy or powerful people buying a social media post. I'm talking about the president of the United States essentially having a right-hand man who owns this, who owns the social media post.
Why? Okay, so how is this argument disanalogous to the status quo prior, when the effectively mass media outlets like Fox News, MSNBC, and CNN and all that kind of stuff were owned by a variety of partisan people, and the partisanship of the media was evident.
Because partisan is different than takes orders from or is best friends with the president of the United States. I think there's things can be partisan, right? I didn't have the same complaints about Fox News before.
So do we have a First Amendment, or is the First Amendment good or bad?
Good, I guess. But what do you mean? The First Amendment right now, where the president of the United States will sue you if he doesn't like what you're saying, or use federal agencies to block mergers from companies if you host free speech he doesn't like? That First Amendment right now?
No, you're going too far with it. Is freedom of conscience and freedom of speech good or bad? Yes or no?
That's such a vague, sure, good, I guess. But that's such a vague nothing statement. But
okay, so if Elon Musk genuinely believes, and by the way, he could be an idiot, but if he genuinely believes that the left wing, through progressive bullshit and or overregulation, are limiting the greatness of the human species, and he needs to be sympathetic to the federal spending, slashing, deregulating federal government so they can free up money in order to give money to his SpaceX program so he can colonize Mars. Is that something that he's free to do with his speech?
Yeah, sure. But then Twitter should lose all Section 230 protections, and now they can be sued for anything posted on that platform that anybody finds to be illegally or violative or whatever. Like, if you're telling me,
you can still publish there as a liberal or progressive.
If you're telling me that somebody's buying a platform because they feel like it's so important to express some political belief that they have, then why should you have protections? Oh my God. Why should you have impartial protections for owning a social media platform, like in a way
How is this not the exact? What's blowing my mind here is I feel like this is the exact inversion of the argumentation that was common in 2019 to 2021, where conservatives, such as myself, were bitching that the terms of service on social media websites were prohibitive, and then the liberals and the progressives were just like, haha, cunts. Go make your own platforms. And then they did.
Okay, hold on.
And
Do
now
you
you're
think
like,
that there's a
no,
difference
not
between
like that.
Comparing TOS to Elon, like the TOS of Twitter to Elon Musk was just... It is not comparable. Come on.
Because I'm okay with 10 people being independently mischievous or evil, but, well, I'm not okay with it. That would be bad. But that is fundamentally different than 10 people taking orders from one guy to be mischievous or evil. These are two different...
Dude, the guy in the group said his mouse just died. I thought he meant his pet mouse. No, he means his PC mouse. Okay, fuck.
Different things.
Okay, but
yeah, exactly. When was Jack Dorsey? Was he ever the Grand Vizier of fucking Biden? In the same way Musk was, turning up to Biden rallies.
I'm trying to balance. I agree with you. And if there's a mischievous or evil or conspiratorial...
That was a long barrage of missiles. What, from Lebanon? You get hit by a big barrage. Uh-oh. Not good. Were the 6 just a bluff? Shit.
Attempt to overthrow the Republic of the United States, that should be investigated, prosecuted,
Iran.
and those people should be incarcerated. Okay, I don't know where we disagree in that. What I'm trying to get at,
what? Say that again?
Is I was saying that if somebody is involved in a criminal conspiracy to overthrow the Republic of the United States, they should be investigated and incarcerated.
But you're just thinking about crimes now, so we're not doing anything
Well, I'm
different.
thinking about crimes because effectively within your very first bullet point, you gave me 8. We haven't even, you might have even given me like 15. Within your
what do you mean? How are those crimes?
We have an explicit violation of the First Amendment of the United States. So are you making that argument because you said, oh, I think this is based?
What's the explicit First Amendment violation? What? First of all, the First Amendment is not a law. So what do you mean? What is the violation you're talking about?
What through what justification are you purchasing a social media website and moving it from private to public?
First of all, I think it was about SpaceX, but let me check. Hold on. FBI seizes it.
I think the first one was about X.com.
No, he said, while we're at it, let me get a golden share of 100% of SpaceX. But
there was one before that.
Well, the FBI seizes the X.com domain, raids all of Musk's businesses and residences, his communications with Putin, probably violates ITAR and FARA, but I don't care about it. Or FARA, sorry.
Okay, so hold on. There's things in there that I like. So, for instance, if you had suspicions that Elon Musk violated ITAR or FARA, then write up warrants.
Well, here, I don't know what. Yeah, wait.
I
don't know what the point of this conversation Robert is right now. What? Like, I understand.
The point is that you guys have lost the fucking plot. But
I understand.
You're acting like you haven't.
No, I understand. What, like, the whole conversation, because we could run this now, but like this whole conversation is going to be you saying it has to be squarely within the good faith bounds and interpretation of the law, and then me saying we should probably be a little bit more creative than that, and then you disagreeing with that. And
okay, so
we're going to loop on that.
Let me ask you a follow-up question.
But also, wait, real quick.
Thing.
I just wanted to say this is why, and Hutch couldn't get this yesterday, and maybe you'll get this or maybe not. This is why I'm saying like the how is not really the relevant part. It's the commitment to doing it that matters, and then the how afterwards is however you want to figure it out.
Yeah, that's just fascism. Yeah, that's just flexible authority.
It's not fascism. Does the desired outcome not matter? Is it all just fascism? Is that what it is now? Is fascism when you are loosey-goosey with the interpretations of a flawed legal system? Of a legal system that is contrary to preserving liberal values? I feel like I'm having the same discussion as the fucking Iran thing. Damn. If the law isn't doing a good job, and you want to be creative with the law, that's not fascism. It's a bit naughty, is what it is, in the case of the American situation.
Authoritarianism.
Sure,
that's all that is.
That's fine.
Okay.
The Revolutionary War
So
wasn't
you're
very
a
democratic.
liberal fascist now.
the Revolutionary War was not very.
Oh my god! Wait, a liberal fascist. Callback. It's the same shit.
Very democratic, okay? Overthrowing Hitler and killing all the Nazis was not a very democratic thing,
No.
okay? Those people wanted to die.
You misunderstand.
No, I perfectly understand. I understand. You're saying that, like,
no,
you have to
misunderstand
remain
my point
within
about fascism.
Okay, go ahead, tell me.
I don't give a fuck about violence.
I know.
Righteous violence is amazing. Okay?
Yeah, I know.
Fucking love righteous violence.
Okay.
Flexible authoritarianism has nothing to do with violence.
Okay.
Flexible authoritarianism has to do with the fact that you achieve power however possible, then you do whatever's necessary in order to maintain power. And that sounds like what you're advocating for.
Okay.
You're advocating for throwing out the system and making up the rules as you go. And so I need to ask you a pertinent question because you're saying like, oh, I don't want to loop on this bullshit. Okay, let's not loop. So are you saying these things because you want to have a hyperbolic
40K
propagandistic
brain.
intent in order to get Democrats bloodthirsty about revenge against the Trump administration? Do you think these are sound policies that you actually want to execute? Or do you want to shift the Overton window by having...
This is a question I would probably ask from the IHL concern troll in chat. If IHL read in its most literal form, and I don't think everyone does read it this way, but if the case is that you cannot strike a country unless it is imminent that they are going to attack you, then that does mean that you actually do just have to let... that international law dictates that you let Iran get a nuclear weapon. Because you can't strike them unless the attack is imminent. The attack's not imminent just because they've made a weapon and they just say they're not going to use it. You'd actually have to wait until they've... What, you've got intel that they've set a date, or if they've lit the fuse, or however it works. And if that were the case, if that were the interpretation, would you still follow the law? Like, would you actually just follow the law off of the edge of a cliff? That's partly... I think I need to use that... I'll probably use that with if the next time I talk to Hutch as well. It's like, to what extent... Because I never got this thing that he was saying that, like, if the Supreme Court says, and even Connor agreed with me on this rather than Hutch, if the Supreme Court says that everything Trump did up to January 6th was actually official acts, and therefore you couldn't prosecute him for it, then at that point you are just like following the law off of a cliff. The law is just leading you to the edge of a cliff, and you're just like blindly jumping rather than changing something. Yeah. It's a suicide pact idea, yeah. But somehow it would be a bigger violation. It would be a bigger violation of his values to ignore that order, to ignore that incredibly illiberal, anti-republic, anti-democratic order. Okay.
Batshit insane policies, but then allowing the guardrails to drive something that's actually good and productive. What are you doing?
I don't shift the Overton window or whatever. Like the positions I represent are the positions that I represent. Like that's the thing. They're the things that I believe in.
Okay, so nationalizing Twitter is a position that you sincerely hold.
It was nationalizing SpaceX, but I think seizing the servers...
FBI seizes the domain of x.com.
And should airlift military bulldozers onto the server farms and destroy it. Yes.
Okay. No, this isn't my first Alliance playthrough. I used to play Alliance main when I was a teenager.
And think of like a million laws that violates. So what...
Oh, no.
Like the courts come back and they say, this is somebody else's private property. You're not claiming eminent domain. It's a social media website, so it's the way that a lot of people express themselves publicly.
Listen, we're going to loop on this,
so
but this is how we can do it, right? But you're going to take issue with what I'm going to give, which is fine because you're thinking like somebody who wants to follow the laws. That's fine. But I'm just saying that like if you decide that you want to do it, you could do it in any way possible. Okay? So here would be the
Why are they killing the warrior first? Am I fucking mental? Now I'm panicking because I feel like I'm going to aggro this healer. He's going to two-hand smack me even though he's a caster. No, it's fine. I think we've got the hang of things. Okay, I'll hit this guy. He's on 87, so I shouldn't take aggro here, right?
We do it. We have identified in the United States of America 7 different sites that we think are optimal for the storage of nuclear weapons. We think that it's a national security crisis that we need to move these things immediately. We're going to have to seize every building in these 7 different locations using eminent domain, and we're going to have to destroy everything there because we can't, for national security reasons, have anybody leave these sites that we've identified. And all of those sites just happen to be where all the Twitter servers are located, and then you destroy them all, you compensate them, and then that's it, right? That's the thing that you could do. The courts could try to stop you, but you could already be done with it by the time they even try to get a stay or whatever, and then that's it. And then at that point you're done. Now, I know you can think of a million reasons why, well, this is bad faith or this isn't okay or whatever. Like, I mean, technically, it's as legal as anything the Trump admin has done. Well, we'll follow the court order afterward. If the court blocks us, then fine, they block us, but everything's already blown up. Fuck it.
Okay, so I mean, at this point, when people are alarmed, including myself, and I think arguably including Hutch, you are the worst. Okay, so fascism is political corporatism and flexible authoritarianism. So political corporatism is advocating in the nation state's body and treating it as a single biological organism. Flexible authoritarianism, like I said, is actually, in my opinion, the more nefarious aspect of fascism, which is where you just do whatever.
No question. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about. You have a face that screams, "I own a jazz master." Is that because you can see it in the background? Like you'd never be able to identify it from there, would you? What does that even mean?
In order to seize and maintain power, and it seems like that's where you're at. So, do you have a time limit on your liberal fascism? Do you have it
would be whatever is necessary. It's whatever is necessary.
Authoritarianism?
You know what? Here's a question. Here's one question. Let's see where we're at. If the Liberal Party in the United States of America were to conduct itself like the Conservative Party for 10 years, and the Conservative Party also didn't change course, do you think this country would, like, an accelerate?
Why is this concept coming up twice by total accident? It can't be a coincidence, is it? Is there coordination? Mossad. Liberal fascism coming from all ends today. Can't get away from it.
Manner head to complete and utter devastation. So no more laws passed.
Yeah, I think it would implode.
Okay. That's the issue, okay? So whatever is necessary, whatever action needs to be taken that's necessary that makes the Conservative Party realize, oh, we can never, ever, ever behave in this manner again because the results would be ruinous for us and our party and for everybody involved with it. Or if somebody wants to do it, fine, but I'm not going to be involved with it because I don't want to suffer the consequences of whatever that thing looks like. I have not heard a single thing from any of the libcucks.
You look like you like Radiohead. Dude! Are you my mom? How do you know so much? What the fuck? We must defeat social fascism. Is liberal fascism just, is that what that is? Is it just the new social fascism? I mean, it's not really, because I mean, Connor comes from like a conservative background, so conservatives just call everyone to the left of them fascists if they if they're far enough. Any rad lib socialists, maybe some social democrats, they're all fascists in that definition. But damn.
Including you, counterpoints, okay? I haven't heard a single thing that in my mind would disincentivize that future behavior. And I don't think investigating people for criminal conduct if a law has been broken has been doing...
Imploding the Republic is not a disincentive to you going through that behavior?
No, I'm asking you, what is the disincentive that you're presenting that for Republicans to not engage in the behavior that they've been trending in the direction of over the past 3 decades? Now we're at with this whole MAGA thing, right? What would discourage them from doing the same types of stuff in the next election cycle?
Okay, so what you're saying, if I'm understanding you correctly, is that even if we follow Hutch's, Lonerbox, and my game plan of reinforcing...
Don't put it... No, we do not have... Not all three of us have that same idea. Hutch does not agree with what I was saying. Hutch thinks what I'm saying is to break off from liberalism. Is to actually forsake liberalism for whatever, the Republic, but... No, disavow. Connor, what are you doing?
The Republic via legislation so we can
I'm not even saying that. Why is he doing that? Fucking hell. Why is he doing that? I'm not even saying via legislation. I was saying ignore the fucking court. He said this as well. Did he not say? If the court says that Trump actually was just doing official acts through January 6th, then they should just keep him in jail. Just ignore the court. Ignore the Supreme Court. The 9 philosopher kings, and expand the court. It wasn't just legislation. Come on.
Fill up the holes. Hold on. Let me finish.
Okay, there are no holes.
Fill up the holes that the Republicans are poking in the bottom of our boat. They're going to find new holes to poke.
Okay.
Yes.
And so we're going to be playing legislative whack-a-mole
Forever.
with the bad behavior of the Republicans.
Correct.
I don't like that he did that, man. We've confused the entire. I am not. It didn't. Connor and me were agreeing on stuff that Hutch vehemently disagreed with. What am I doing in the Hutch box, man? Terrible. I was going for all Article 48 shit. That's what I was pushing for.
Okay. So
almost actually, except instead of whack-a-mole, you're only whacking where the mole used to be, and the same mole is going to pop up over and over again in new holes. But yes,
that's a lot of holes.
Sure.
Because no matter what you do, they're going to figure out a way to do what they want.
Yeah.
Okay. So hold on. We're kind of shifting gears, and I promise I'm not trying to be evasive by not answering your question directly. I'm talking about the political opportunity that's right in front of us. Okay.
Oh, our tank's going to die.
Right now,
our tank's
Trump
fucked.
is probably
enraged.
as unpopular as he's ever been.
I understand we're going to win the elections. I hope we win the elections. I want to win the elections. Yes.
It's not the elections. It's not the elections. It's actually about me.
Okay.
I'm going to talk about me because I love me.
Okay.
Wait, whose Discord is that? It's their Discord. Okay.
Okay. So, the rhinos, the neocons, the people who have been pushed to the sides of the party, the same way that Nick Fuentes is salivating over an imploded Republican Party, that way they can seize more market share of the zeitgeist of the Republicans, is the way that I am salivating over the current political developments.
So much salivating.
And so I want the H-1B
I wish
India...
there's something in this. I wish there's something I could be salivating over in this state of affairs.
In tech futurist right, to fight the Christian nationalist right, to fight the conservatarian right, to fight the podcast bro right. And I want them to implode under the weight of the fact that they deferred all of their authority to a pedophile who swept for his own pedophilia using the organs of the state. And in the chaos and destruction of the imploded Republican Party, I want my version of Republicanism to seize as much market share as possible and try to beat the Trump cult into the corner. That's what I want. And I think that that opportunity is particularly available in the next 3 years.
That's cool. I understand that you might feel that way. I totally disagree, and I don't think there's any reason to think that what you're saying will ever happen. I don't know why anybody would ever conduct themselves.
How much of the country is in the Trump cult, Stephen? Total population.
Not much.
Give me a guess.
I'm exasperated.
What do you mean by Trump cult? Like, we'll literally follow Trump to the end of the earth and do whatever? I don't know, probably like 20.
No. One of the things that pissed me off about your conversation is you said, oh, well, if half the country is already against us anyways, then I don't understand
Sorry,
where
I know.
the
I was
hope
talking
is
about
coming
half the
from.
voting. I understand that not the entire population votes, and it's, yeah.
It's 1/3, 1/3, 1/3,
Sure.
right? 1/3 doesn't vote, 1/3 vaguely votes left, 1/3 votes vaguely right. Okay? And then the Trump cult is one of 6 factions of the MAGA movement.
Okay.
So yeah, so if the Trump cult, if the most like, if the Nazis in Germany are the most powerful faction, but they represent 10 to 20% of the population, then why is it like unforeseeable that the other factions could profit from their loss?
Because they can, but the issue is going to be when it comes time to run a campaign for 2028 or 2032, Republicans are going to look at what the most effective strategy is for running their campaigns. And then when they're in power, they're going to look at the most effective ways to manage their power. And they're going to look at how Trump did it in 2024, and they're going to say, why shouldn't we just do all of that stuff again?
Hey, switch.
And you're not going to have an answer.
Because they're going to stomp their guts out in 26 and 28.
Stomp them.
That's true. After winning an election twice, after getting his second win in office, getting their, 3, 4 maybe Supreme Court picks if Alito or whatever retires, after abortion's been rolled back, after dismantling the Department of Education and USAID, and after fundamentally rejiggering the entire world order based on their new concept of American isolationism, they are indeed going to lose the midterms, correct? They are.
American isolationism is when you... I guess it is isolationism if you just conquer all the countries, isn't it? Because then it's isolationist if Trump takes Greenland, then it just becomes America. And then America's just keep into its own again. Same with Venezuela. The Iran war will be isolationist if America just annexes it afterwards. That's exciting. Hi, Hutch. Is Hutch in chat? I can't see. Oh, he raided. Oh, hello, raiders. How's it going? Man, the save democracy argument is really distracting me from my Middle Eastern shit.
Why is that so? Why? I don't know. Whoever the fuck laughed, I want to grab your dick and twist it in a circle.
Thank you.
Whoa.
Why is losing the
Not
midterms
gay.
so like flippant to you?
Because
Why
politics
is that not
about
high achievement?
enacting power and enacting your political will.
What, you mean
And
like
if
a
they lose
fascist would?
midterms, they already
Oh.
don't use the Congress to do what they want. And they've already gotten to enforce a whole bunch of their political will onto the country. It's not like we're going to pass any legislation, obviously, under the Trump admin. So then the question is, well, what are we blocking them from doing? I'm not even really that
Yeah, but
sure.
hold on. But you do understand that anything passed by executive order can be undone by executive order, yeah? So,
Not
effectively,
necessarily.
like Trump's agenda, Trump's agenda is built on quicksand.
Okay.
So if you actually did get Gavin Newsom into office, he could thoroughly rape Trump's agenda.
Thoroughly.
Like,
You know the Republicans are bitching about that right now, that Congress is not codifying Trump's agenda into law, so it's incredibly vulnerable to the next Democrat.
So you can technically anything that's passed via an executive order can be gotten rid of via an executive order. But there are some things where once the damage is done, the damage is done, right? Like USAID and the Department of Education, I don't think are coming back. Maybe the Department of Education, but I doubt it. And those were gone via an executive order. So,
but okay. Listen, I think that it is a moral horror that 3 million to 14
wait,
million.
stop! Don't pivot on this.
Horror.
I need you to recognize that you just said anything that can be gained with an EO can be lost with another EO. That's not necessarily true. Sometimes the damage can be done, right?
Yeah, I was about to describe the damage that's been done.
Why do you? But I just described the damage that's been done. So why are you? I'm giving this as a counter. I'm giving this as a counter to your argument. Okay.
What's the difference?
You're saying that
hold
their
on, just see if you
complaints.
can articulate it real quick. What's the damage of PEPFAR and USAID being rolled
I don't
back?
care that you are going to rattle off the exact numbers of people dead. That's not what the point I'm making. I'm countering the qualitative argument you made that an EO that's given can be rescinded with another EO. And I'm saying that the damage that results from an EO coming can't be rescinded with a new EO, rescinding the prior EO. That's all I'm saying.
Sure. Isn't that inherent to power?
Well, sure, but that's why.
Yeah, like all the people that got transgendered by Biden's EOs can't undo it. Damn.
You asked me, the whole branch here was, why do you think that winning the midterms is so trivial? And I'm telling you why. It's because this president is operating everything from the White House.
How much longer is this? I haven't done Underblog, this release. I didn't do the normal one. Is it like there that the boss is? It's like a spider, isn't it? It's a big fucking tentacled creature. Oh.
And know how much Congress will be able to stop him from doing.
I want aggro. I mean, don't want aggro. I want damage.
Okay, hold on. I'll try to address what you're saying head on because I think this is borderline fucking silly.
Borderline.
The United States government and its economy is an oil tanker, okay? And it's massive and it's powerful and it does a shitload of stuff every single day.
Uh-huh.
What you've said is that...
Hang on. Do they have oil tankers in 40K? Can someone confirm or deny? Do they have oil tankers in 40K?
We have drifted this oil tanker into rocks and we've ripped holes in the hull. Okay? And I agree with you. And I think that's bad. However, what I'm saying is we have if you look at the damage that's being done to this metaphorical oil tanker, we have the ability to seal compartments and the oil tanker is still afloat and capable of executing 98% or 95% of what it was executing before. And what you're saying is, well, the captain, the current captain, ran the boat into rocks, and that was pretty stupid. So at least from the way that I'm perceiving it, you're saying, let's run it into rocks too, to prove that running the oil ship into rocks is bad. And that seems fucking retarded.
Can I say something real quick?
Who's that?
Yeah, real quick.
Absolutely.
Counterpoints. How can you say that that's what Destiny just said when he's trying to tell you that you're saying that everything can be resealed and for most of it, like, things will keep on moving. What he's saying is something has been blown in the hole. You're trying to agree with him and say 3 to 16 million people might die because of it. And then you're like, but if we seal it up, those 3 to 16 million people, Destiny is trying to say those 3 to 16 million people have already died. There's no going back from that. There's no...
You're not even U.S. citizens. I'm upset off of the moral thing, but do you think that has anything to do with what the United States 98% fucking does every single day?
Except for...
Did you notice the 3 to 16 million African dead?
Connor,
if I hadn't brought them up on news articles,
I was only countering. Hold on.
Notice?
I was only countering the point that just because stuff is done, by executive order and can be rescinded by executive order, doesn't mean that that's a good thing or that that's like a huge
There's
victory.
no incoherence in this point, and you're imagining an incoherence.
Okay.
So I'm upset that 3 to 16 million people are dead. No, Dusty, shut the fuck up. I'm talking to this guy. So I'm upset that 3 to 16 million people are dead because it was preventable and it's dumb. Do you think that those 3 to 16 million people being dead, and I think it's 14, by the way.
Is anybody
3 to 14 million dead.
No,
does
but he
that
likes to do the
alter the
numbers thing.
course of the United States whatsoever?
Does it affect the United States? I would say that probably there's, I don't know, the numbers.
Wait, that's
or
a big
if there's any
question. It doesn't even matter. It's not relevant. My
Yeah,
only point
okay,
was
yeah,
just
you're
that
right.
any
The
EO,
answer is negligible.
An EO that you rescind,
That's the correct answer.
An EO that you rescind doesn't mean that the damage from the prior EO is gone. That's all I was saying.
And I agree with you. Those 3 to 14 million people are dead. What I'm
Okay,
arguing
but then that
is
was
the
an
fact
answer, but
that
then
if you
that-
look at the
that
entirety
was
of
an
the United
answer.
States as a functional state entity, then that is a minimal amount of our annual efforts.
Sure. I was just saying that this is, you asked me, this whole branch is started from, you asked me, why do you not feel like whoop-de-doo over winning the midterms? And that's why, because there's a ton of damage the Trump admin will do in 2 years, and will do in the last 2 years, even if we have both, I don't even know if we're slated to win the Senate, but even if we have all of Congress.
It's pretty far out there to win the Senate right now.
Far out, bro.
And, and an easy, here's an easy counterfactual, here's an easy thing that could stop me right now. Like, what do you think, I can think of one answer. What do you think would have changed if we would have had the House and Senate over the past year? The only thing I can think of that would change is that one big beautiful bill thing would have passed in a significantly altered form, which would be good. But that could be an argument. I don't know when our next budget reconciliation fight thing is coming up, or if we're.
I mean, I think the DHS is funded for like 5 years or something crazy.
Yeah, but I also don't know how that works. Yeah.
But PEPFAR and USAID might have had a softer off ramp.
How?
Which
wasn't that was all done?
To 14 million
that was all done
What?
via the executive branch.
Oh, the
yeah, but
Underdog
the whole point is like it's
grows
the
with more
rescissions
damage.
package that's accepted by Congress. Wow. So effectively, what happened was the executive branch said, "We're going to cut this," and Congress said, "Okay, we'll take the money back." Congress doesn't have to accept rescissions. They could have said, "No, this program needs to continue," or they could say, "We will sunset this program, but in order to not have an interruption of services, we're going to do so this way. Here's the funds."
I would have to check that, but I'm almost positive that that's not true. Because the implication
they were talking about doing that. They were actually even talking about how because
hold on, I don't believe the conversation.
It's like 80% gutted. Hold on, and USAID isn't fully gone. It's just now under the authority of the State Department.
Yeah, I don't think the conversation was about whether or not they should.
By $30 billion, but it's a $150 billion program.
Sure, I don't think the conversation was about whether or not they could cut it or do rescissions or whatever. I think the conversation was, what are we going to do when Trump says he's not going to spend the money anyway? Because I think that was Trump's position. He just won't spend the money. So I don't think that there is a way for Congress necessarily to save.
I think you call them. I think with a Democratic Congress, you call Marco Rubio onto the Hill and you say, "Hey,
chat, we got 30 minutes left in the goal. What the fuck? Don't make me cry. I will cry.
You're unnecessarily killing 3 to 14 million people. What's your plan for these 3 to 14 million people?" And you fucking grill the shit out of him over the fact that he's effectively
doesn't have to
doing
show
like
up.
a double anti-Jewish holocaust of black.
Where do we even see the goal? It should be in the chat window. It should be. The super chat's goal, teal or above. Oh, fuck. Wait, why is that? Is that bear not being dealt with? Man, heroics are hard. There's like, feel like a proper struggle. Oh, God.
People through incompetence.
I don't think those grillings even work. It's just
Yeah, I don't know if Americans would give a fuck as much about, especially for foreign stuff. But
yeah, I need to bring in Dan.
Yeah.
Let me
make no mistake.
I'm confused.
I know 3 to 16 million people
dying a big deal or
big
not?
deal. I understand. It's a big deal. It sucks.
Peanut Sam, thanks for $5. What percentage of Iran supports the IRGC? It's hard to say. Polls can vary a lot, but I think because it's a fucking tyrannical state, right? It's difficult to poll people on these questions. But I believe it's something around like probably not any higher than 30%, but probably less. Most likely less.
It's bad, but I don't think most Americans care that much about it, as evidenced by the fact that nobody gives a fuck or even talks about the USAID stuff.
Yep, no one cares about Africa.
But so don't get me wrong, okay? I think that winning the midterms is good, okay? And I think we'll probably win in 2028, which is good. I'm just saying that you want to disincentivize this strategy from ever being utilized in the future because people can see the great success of it. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. If Dan comes in, I'll subscribe. I don't know if we have a bunch of new people, but there's a lot more gray names in chat. So maybe that is. Maybe we've got an influx of bastards.
Okay, then I'm going to tell you this.
3.
Yeah.
What you, during your debate, you said that the United States is metaphorically, is an incredibly fit...
It's more likely 20, yeah. I'm just saying 30 for upper estimates. Although, I mean, given the circumstances, it would actually be more likely that it's less than the polls say support them. Will Dan join? Don't think so. No plans.
person, but for the past decade, we have been like slamming.
Oh yeah, there's
donuts
still
and fast
trials.
food.
I forgot about that.
And it's starting to
Actual
affect
facts,
our
thanks
health.
to
And if we
five
keep
give
going
subs.
on this
Wow.
route, then we're like pre-diabetic and gonna get
Shit.
obese. What I hear when you say, "I don't care how power works. I just want to do this,
Yeah.
and then we'll clean up the mess afterwards."
Yeah.
What I hear is you metaphorically, in the same metaphor, you want to smoke crack to lose weight. That's what I hear.
Oh.
Drastic.
Ouch, thanks for the $4.99. Don't play Baldur's Gate 3 next, play Morrowind. It will be Baldur's Gate 3, sorry.
Times call for drastic measures.
There's been
Well,
too
see, and
much
you don't even deny it, yeah.
invested.
Sometimes crack.
Is
can
this
be
the
a
last
good
boss? There he is. There's the last motherfucker.
Weight loss.
Yeah, it can be a great stimulant. You could lose
I mean,
a ton
you
of weight.
can't do the like if they go low, we just continue to go high ad infinitum. Like it just can't
Okay,
happen.
Oh, that's what you think. We're going to win the
idiots,
midterms.
and this is
No,
what
no, no, I'm
pisses
not
me
saying
off about
you did.
DGG
We're
right
gonna
now.
win
Hold on,
the
cunts. Hold on, cunts.
Oh,
Hold on, cunts.
shit.
Hold
This
on,
has been a
cunts.
thing for Dems
No, hold
forever,
on.
man.
Steelman Connor's position. He doesn't want to just do the go low, go high thing. He also wants criminal investigations when crimes have been committed. Okay, so to
That's
be fair.
crazy.
Yeah, wait.
Like if we know that the vote can take on water so easily, and a new administration can come in and just do this over and over and over again, you have to do it to make it be fixed. You can't just let it happen, and then all of our allies hate us over a president who lasts 4 years.
Yeah. Actually, hold on. Let's keep going with this metaphor. This is perfect.
Oh, God.
So what I'm saying
no.
is,
Exasperated
these
sigh.
motherfuckers have
He did
driven
it
the
again.
oil tanker into the ship is taking on water, but it's not going to drown.
Okay.
And what I'm saying is you need to get damage control teams down into the bottom of the ship,
Okay.
and they need to plug those holes. And you're saying, well, if they get
No,
empowered...
we need to kill the people in the video game who fucked the ship and then use their carcasses to plug the holes. Because the correct tools are not available. They're not working. What is this? Is this a Biz helmet? No, it's not. Because of the... So 25, 21, 35, 34, 15 hit, 14 hit, 50... Oh, is it because of the meta sockets? It's the sockets that make this one better. Huh, that's a shame, because this one looks better than my shitty green helmet. I like your analogies better. Destiny's audience cannot do analogies at all. Listen, okay, I came from a creative writing background. What can I say? I don't need this. I don't need this. I don't need that. Bind and pick up. Okay. It doesn't, you can't even vendor it. Okay. Do I want to try to get this helmet? I don't think it's pre-biz. Is it? It's just not as good because of the sockets. That's all it is. But what if I don't want to spend the money on a socket? Ooh, I could get around it. Ooh. But I'd maybe be getting Waste Walker, which is from Old Hillsbrad. Yeah, that is better. Or the token one. What is the Warlord's Hideout? Is that the one I've got? Yeah. I'll just need it. Why not? Just for the fact, for nothing other than the fact that it looks better.
Or again, then they're just going to rip new holes in the boat. And so as a result, you patching the holes is not...
This. Look at this new helmet. A good looking helmet. Finally. Look at him go. Nice. Finally. We got rid of that green shit. Not doing the hide helm. That's copping out.
Going to fix that future problem.
Yeah, we gotta send a ship to the yard and fix it.
How about you cunts be responsible captains?
Americans sound so weird when they say cunts, man. What is it? You cunts. I don't know what it is. Sounds so out of place. You Emmanuel cunts. Hunter, thanks for €5. Let's help the poor goal. Also, do you reckon Aliyev tries something if Iran keeps throwing drones at Azerbaijan? Well, I don't even know if Qatar, Saudi, or the Emirates have responded, even though officials have been saying that they are likely to. But I don't think they have yet. They haven't yet.
Don't run the ship into new rocks. That way, you can say, hey, we didn't run the ship into rocks. We're the better alternative. Fuck the other captain. We just finished patching the holes in the boat.
Fuck the other captain.
Don't vote for the other fucking captain. And you guys are acting like that's fucking crazy because what you want to do is, if in this metaphor of being obese, you want to smoke crack, and then in the metaphor of the ship, you want to run it into different rocks to prove how bad ramming a ship into rocks is, and it's fucking retarded. You guys are just jerking each other off online. Nobody else believes this shit.
Okay. I can't, the boat analogy is retarded. I can't work with this. But if you want to make an analogy to a moving vehicle, it just doesn't, none of it makes sense. Because driving a boat into rocks, I don't see how that ever helps anything ever. That's fucking retarded. You're right. So the analogy is stupid as fuck, okay? Here's a better analogy, okay?
Yeah,
here's a better analogy. Let me do a better one. 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 No, that's retarded. You're retarded. There's no foreseeable future where driving the boat into rocks helps. You crash the ship and you all die. That's fucking retarded, okay? What a more equivalent answer is let's say that you have a kid and let's say that he is riding a trike and he rides his trike and you say, hey, when you're riding your trike, make sure to put on a helmet. And let's say he's like, okay, fine. And you force him a few times, but he stops wearing his helmet, okay? I
need more Connors in the world. Like, you could literally do this to him all day and abuse the shit out of him and he won't care. He doesn't give a fuck. I guess it's like a particular kind, you know? There's like a different kind of hyperbole that people can handle, I think, and can still be sort of within the good faith window. Where do I need to repair?
Eventually, let's say you look at him, you're like, you know what? It's raining outside, and he's not wearing his helmet, and he's going to go ride his trike. Now, I could force him to wear his helmet, or maybe I let him ride. Maybe he takes a little bit of an accident, and he hurts himself, and then you bring him inside and go, hey, look, that's why we wear our fucking helmet, okay? That's what I'm suggesting, all right? That the infinite patchwork thing, when the other person doesn't want to play by the rules, and the second you stop babysitting them, they're going to ride without a helmet because they don't know what the consequences of riding without a helmet is, okay? Whether that be on a real bike or on a motorcycle in the future, let them crash when the stakes are a little bit lower. See what happens when you do that, and then in the future they'll know why they have to wear a helmet.
It's not let him crash though. It's like you have to massage his motorcycle and make it crash. You have to shoot his motorcycle when he doesn't wear a helmet. Oh, well, okay, whatever. Fuck.
That's the thing that I'm saying.
Ben,
okay? I don't know how
50
driving the ship into rocks helps. That doesn't make any sense. You never save a ship by driving it into fucking rocks. It's retarded.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. It's retarded.
It's shrimple-ass, Connor.
Shrimple-ass.
Man, I'm gonna come down to Miami and I'm gonna fist fight all you cunts. So,
Well,
anyways,
wait. Can you just answer
How?
my? No. You gotta answer my original question. Just answer my original question because you evaded it. You dodged it. My original question was, can you tell me what is the thing that you guys are suggesting? Because by the way, I don't like my answers. Okay, I think they're pretty bleak, and I agree with that. And I don't even know if they'd be politically popular. I agree with that. But tell me, what are the suggestions coming from the other side that would inhibit conservatives from acting this way in the future?
well, I think that we went over all of the safeguards that we wanted to put in, so they wouldn't be able to act in a specific way.
Give me one.
Putting in a pardon exception for treason and sedition.
Oh, I need this.
The president can no longer pardon treason and sedition.
I say get rid of the pardon.
The president can no longer pardon
why
treason and sedition.
Wait, why is the pardon there? Is it not kind of... it's because the fucking... At least from what little I've read of the Federalist Papers, it's because those naive cunts, those retards, just sat there thinking that like the executive would always be a man of high moral character and high standing in the population. I think that's pretty much why. But... Ooh. So that affects about 1,600 people in the country. Yeah, right. Oh, we got those J6ers back in the hole. Where's the repair guy here? Where is he? Is he here?
I think that it was disgusting that Trump did that, but I don't think of all the things he's done that that's like been the biggest threats to the
okay, but
country.
you're hold on.
Also, that doesn't get rid of the 1,600 J6ers that were. No, it's not about me liking the answer. It's me saying what would discourage future behavior that looks like the behavior that we have now. What would discourage that? I don't think if you made it so you can't treason, seditious, or treasonous behavior, if you can't pardon that, I don't think Republicans are like, oh, we got to behave in the future because we don't have pardons for these particular, like, historically difficult to get convictions.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Let's work with this. Let's work within this framework. So you think that if Trump wasn't able to pardon the January 6th rioters, that would not deter future actions?
Of the no. I don't think those people that were... the people that were rioting weren't planning on getting pardoned. They thought that Trump was going to show up and help them win the insurrection.
Yeah, because they're retarded. But do you think that if there's 1,500 people who are sitting in prison for decades because they tried to overthrow the Republic of the United States, and then Donald Trump tries to do it again, how many people do you think are going to be willing to do that if there's already 1,500 people who are still sitting in prison?
All of them. I don't think that they're going through this with the plan of there's a pardon available. Okay,
I think that's
fine.
incredibly retarded.
Okay.
You think that 1,500 people show up in order to do January 6, 2021?
Wasn't it like 100,000 people that showed
1,500 of them,
up?
hold on, I'm going to finish. Thank you. Appreciate you. 1,500 of them are in prison for decades. And then we have January 6, 2025, and another 1,500 people do the exact same thing.
You say 1,500, but it was like 100,000 or 50,000 people that showed up to this, right? It was just the front 1,500 that got in.
I'm saying I'm pretty sure 1,500 were actually arrested, prosecuted, incarcerated.
Sure, but I mean, it's not like all 50,000 could get into the Capitol. But like, if you were to not, even if you were to say,
yeah, so 50,000 show up, but how many of them do what the 1,500 did previously?
as many as can fit.
So okay, so your answer is they just do it again.
Yes.
Even though there's 1,500 people who are currently rotting in prison for decades.
Well, I don't think those 1,500 people weren't charged with sedition and conspiracy, so this wouldn't even apply to any of them.
Weren't like three of them. Wait, how? Yeah, actually, that's true. Not a lot. Most of them weren't charged with sedition and conspiracy. Wasn't it only about Tario was? Was it really just less than a handful? I think it was. Could be wrong. Hang on. I'll check.
They were charged with like trespassing and rioting or whatever the fuck else and violent activity. The only people that were charged with seditious conspiracy were the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys or whatever.
Loophole, okay, fine. So let's go ahead.
Really, no one else?
And expand.
If you wanted to say, by the way, real quick, if you want to say get rid of the pardon power, period.
No. We're following the logic.
Oh boy.
Pardon power cannot extend to treason, sedition, and rioting to interrupt a fucking government function or some shit. Whatever statute applied to the January 6ers, you expand the pardon power to not be able to include that. And you're saying that's not a deterrent.
Hey, Valley, thanks for the 200 check. I appreciate that. Thank you for your streams, Lorna. Let's get to that goal. That's good advice. I agree. Strongly agree. Yeah.
I don't think that people that are committing crimes like that or enacting things like that are thinking with the wherewithal of like, I believe that if I get arrested and this gets fucked up, that President Trump will pardon me in the future. Because in their mind, this is like an all or nothing thing, right?
So I think this is bullshit, but that's okay. So let's move to the next example.
Also, keep in mind, in terms of like practicality,
since you don't like it,
real quick, keep in mind
since you don't like it.
Okay, hold on. Wait, because I'm letting you.
Yeah,
get away
just add trespassing. You can't pardon trespassers. Man, the collateral damage would be huge. All those pardoned trespassers going right back in the cave.
With way too much loaded shit without loading mine stuff in the opposite. Okay, it is retarded to imagine that a person who is rioting at the Capitol with the goal of overturning the government is going to restrict their behavior based on what they think the current governing regime will be limited by, okay? That is fucking nonsense, okay? So if you're saying like, hey, we're going to go have an insurrection at the Capitol, and somebody says, well, hold on, you can't have an insurrection because that's against the law and the president won't be able to pardon you. Which president? The one that I'm helping coup the fucking government? He just won't have me arrested, right? This whole line of argumentation is actually fucking retarded, okay? I just want my opinion to be clear on that. You can have your opinion, but I would make sure mine is clear on that, all right? Number one.
Okay.
Number two, if you want to change the part, I'm pretty sure that requires like a constitutional amendment, all right?
The coup fails. No, you reframed it.
Okay.
So the coup fails, and the people...
Which add-on gives me auto turn-in? Because I need to turn in about 1 billion fucking tokens and armaments. Which add-on does that? Also, what the fuck is this mark of kill Jaden? Where do I do that? I give it to the Eldor guys, don't I? But where? Sargeras, where's the kill Jaden one? What the fuck? Or do I not do it anymore? There's an option in Questy. Ooh.
People who participated in an attempted coup are currently incarcerated for decades.
Yeah.
Does that affect the future behavior of people, yes or no?
I think that might, actually, yes.
Okay. That's close enough that I don't care.
Okay.
The coup is failing.
But for that, we would have actually needed to convict
don't
a ton of people for that. I'm not reframing it.
Exactly what
I'm saying that that's not what happened. The only people that were convicted of any kind of treasonous thing were the Proud Boys and I think maybe the Oath Keepers. Did you bring enough ammo with you to kill this? Because I didn't. I have like 50 bullets.
Yeah,
no, I didn't bring a ton.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah, if Enrique Tarrio was in prison for the next fucking 30 years, do you think the Proud Boys are going to do what they did in 2025?
I think there's a good chance of it. But I also think that the...
if you're honored, I think the mark of Kil'jaeden is useless, isn't it? Do I not just sell it? Oh, because I'm not 70. Oh, rip, retard. Okay, 1 minute.
For half the people that were insurrecting at the... Guitario is. So I don't think it would influence most of them.
We just don't...
I would say yes,
we
because
don't agree on the
crazy.
nature of crime and punishment and deterrence, so I'm ready for the next one.
Okay.
Okay. For
no, fuck, hold on, I'm sorry. The statement you just made was so fucking retarded. When you said, we don't believe in the nature of crime and punishment and deterrence, you're talking about an action that involves overthrowing the lawful order. So definitionally, this is going to be different than any other type of criminal thing we're talking about. We're not talking about the chance of getting caught for murder or the chance of getting caught for stealing. We're talking about being held criminally responsible by a government that you are trying to actively overthrow. I don't think that in your mind, you're necessarily thinking of, am I going to be pardoned by the next president when you're trying to coup the government to get a new president in? That's what I think. Maybe it'll deter a few people, but there are plenty more to show up. There were over 50,000 people at the J6 stuff. Only 1,500 got to the Capitol. Even if 10,000 decided not to show up, there are easily more that would have taken their place. 100%. Okay.
I'm gonna restate a statement that you already agreed to.
Good.
January 6, 2021 happens. 1,500 people are incarcerated. They're serving lengthy sentences.
Hell yeah, that would have been.
Does that affect future behavior? Yes or no?
I think it would have. Yes.
Okay. That's
if it would have happened. Yes. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Sure, but I think there's enough crazies out there to go do it again.
Maybe.
Okay,
but
then
I think
we shoot that.
the way that
Then next time. Okay, here's
I'm
my.
sorry.
Hold on, no, I got it.
No, wait, because you're gonna go to hold thing. I just want to say real quick. The reason why I think that deter, because I just realized where some of our mismatch was. The reason why I think I would say the exact same thing if the officers had opened fire and if like 20 people had been killed by gunshots. I think that would deter almost all future behavior. But not because people would be thinking, oh my God, I'm going to be arrested, or oh my God, I'm going to be shot, but because it would have forced like a national conversation and people would be reminded of like the day of and like everything that happened.
Wait,
and
this is so fucking dumb because if it autos to the first one, not the more one, which takes 10. So I have to just do it manually. I can't just, if I just right click him, it's just going to do the single ones. I mean, at least the autopilots, I guess. It's just kind of stupid. Wait, is that actually, it's handing in one at a time, isn't it? Okay.
Fucked up everything was, and that people had been arrested and held accountable, and that this was all like a really, really, really fucking bad thing, it would have forced the national conversation and more attention on it. That's why I think it would have deterred future behavior. I'm sorry. Not simply because there were people in jail. It would be, yeah.
Okay, perfect. No, that actually goes along with my proposed reform. If there's a riot within the Capitol building or the White House, and the Capitol Police are able to articulate imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, they are authorized to open fire.
The number's not going down that fast.
That's my reform.
Okay.
I could just do it manually.
50 Ashley Babbitts. 100 Ashley Babbitts. If you riot in the White House or if you riot in the state capitol, you can be put down.
More.
Is that even a reform? I would
think
assume
if no, it's not. But it could be an explicit policy change stating that
it's okay.
the Capitol Police let shit go on for too long. They have the ability to articulate deadly force under imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. More cops should have opened up.
Jesus. I mean, like, if you felt like you were under threat of great bodily harm or injury or death or whatever, you had the right as a police officer to shoot. It was only through an ungodly
but you remember that
amount
cop
of...
who got slammed into the doorway?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Remember that cop who was being crushed by the doorway because the mob was crushing his body between the door and the whatever?
Shit.
Yep.
A police officer behind him should have pulled his pistol, put it over his friend, and shot whoever was crushing his coworker with the door.
Okay.
That's the ROE now.
Well, no. That was the ROE before. It's just that the officer
showed... It was the ROE,
but
I'm saying we can make it policy. We can say, hey, you thought
you're saying that like the new policy is going to be like proactively
crushing your coworker, you can shoot him.
Sure.
I'm really tempted by this. A million Ashley Babbitts. Wait, how many Republicans? How many people voted for Trump? What's the exact number?
Okay. All right.
Sure. Updated training for Capitol Police so they can slaughter more protesters if they're engaged in a riot in the Capitol
Protesters
building. That's
is
another
a pretty
reform.
odd word for what
I'm
they
fucked.
were.
Why? You guys keep going, geez, why?
They were rioting.
Why? There was imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. Why are you freaked out by that?
I just don't even understand that. I don't even know what the change is that we're suggesting, but sure. Whatever it is, sure thing.
Updated training. Okay. Anyways, so it seems like you agree with that one. 50 Ashley Babbitts next time. So this one I actually do love.
Not good. Video game. Go ahead.
I actually have two that I should probably address before I wrap. But foreign disinformation and FARA laws not only should be explained to the public.
If you fell for the FARA thing, like Tim Pool and all those people did, and you were really just the government never said that they were victims, right? You're not a victim of millions of dollars a year to do this fucking propaganda. They were unwitting participants. But even if you haven't committed a crime, you should probably have your content watermarked. Like, this person actually fell for it. Lol. This retard fell for a Russian media operation scam.
They should be aggressively enforced. Effectively, the Tenet media investigation should have resulted in lengthy sentences for anybody who knowingly participated in it.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay. Do you think that would disincentivize future disinformation campaigns in the United States, sponsored by a foreign rival?
If we actually enforce stuff like that, yeah, I think it would be. I think that's a really, really important thing we need to do. Yes.
Okay. This is the other one that I wanted to address that I think is important. So a codification of the 14th Amendment insurrection process and an execution of said process. So let's say that they say, oh, well, this power is delegated to Congress. How? Do we have a committee that establishes whether or not somebody is guilty of insurrection, even if they're not guilty of underlying crimes? Do we have to vote on it 51-49? Do we have to vote on it 60-40? But whatever Congress comes up with in order to enforce the insurrection clause of the 14th Amendment, codify it, and then enforce it.
Sure. This would require a
Even
constitutional amendment, but
retroactively
yeah,
for
sure.
January 6, 2021.
Yeah, you can't do that. But I mean, like, you can have
Why couldn't you? If they hadn't been pardoned, or if they hadn't been,
because it's a principle of something called fucking ex post facto or some bullshit. But I don't remember what it's called. You can't make a law retroactively apply, basically.
I think ex post facto is the word.
Good.
I hear you. The only reason why I would push you on this, I'm not going to lose any sleep if I'm wrong. I don't care if I'm wrong in reference to this argumentation. I would say the 14th Amendment is already on the books. The reason why it hasn't been enforced is because nobody understands the enforcement.
Josh, I don't see the way you chat in other communities. I don't know why you're doing this fucking retarded concern troll. Like, you're such an idiot. Like, you're not even transparent. Fuck off.
Enforcement mechanism.
Oh, look at that. See, there's a creative. Okay, yeah, I'm on board with that. Sure.
Yeah, so codifying the enforcement mechanism has nothing to do with whether or not the law is already on the books.
But the only
at least in my
punishment-
opinion,
but the
that's
only-
what I would
sure.
argue in court.
The only punishment, though, for that 14th Amendment is that you just can't hold a future office.
Like, hyperbolic brackets loves it when kids get bombed. Yeah, okay. I will take these arguments seriously when I see any fucking admission from the other side that this is the shit that I'm like, that they're characterizing as hyperbolic. Where are we? Oh.
Which is fine, but hold on, think about this, because this would actually
I need to get
enable
54.
When you guys talk about Nuremberg 2.0, I get actually kind of fucking annoyed, but that's okay.
Okay.
That is what would be required for Nuremberg 2.0 or Truth and Reconciliation, whatever they call it, Truth and Reconciliation Council. You would need to codify the process of the 14th Amendment Insurrection Clause, and then you would need to enforce it. So that's like the first step. And you guys are like LARPing about Nuremberg 2.0, and you're not even thinking about the first step.
Okay. Nuremberg has nothing to do with the 14th Amendment or any of the resulting consequences from the 14th Amendment. But if it really makes you feel powerful and good to use the word LARP, then good job. You got it.
Nuremberg's about getting fucking incompetent alky to do all the hangings. That fucking guy, man. That guy was... I love that story. The Kansas fucking drunkard who hanged a bunch of Nazis botched. Didn't make the ropes long enough, so he just had to drag them by the fucking legs, pull them on the noose so that they died quicker. Okay.
To you, when I ask what do they want,
Please
they say
don't be
Nuremberg
expensive.
2.0.
Please don't be expensive.
I'm sure there are people that say
Fell
it, sure.
armament.
I think I've heard you said Nuremberg 2.0.
I probably said it, yeah.
I think
but
you said Nuremberg 2.0 in a debate.
I wasn't making fun of you for the Nuremberg 2.0 thing. Well, I was kind of making fun of you. I was making fun of you for implying that, like, I was making fun of you for saying that, like, the first step is bringing back Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. I don't think that has much to do with anything.
If you want a Truth and Reconciliation Council that actually holds the Trump administration accountable for its crimes, how would that not be the first step?
3 times...
Because there's nothing criminal about it. All the 14th Amendment would prohibit you from doing.
Do I want to spend 1,000 gold on a sword? It means my really fast mount will have to wait. I don't think there's any other good sword that you get in time, is there? I should just get the sword, and at least it'll be easier to farm stuff if I need to. You do not. Oh. I mean, if I'm grinding these things, I'll be selling them anyway. So let's do it. Let's buy the stuff. Okay.
So if you were a prior oath taker, you cannot hold future office. That's the only punishment that it confers.
Wouldn't that be good for the Republic?
Why can't I do the chain?
I mean, I think it would be, yeah.
And wouldn't that potentially deter future people doing that?
To bring that back? Yeah, no, I think it would be a good change.
Okay, here we go.
Wait, I don't even know what the fuck you've mindfucked me into arguing. I think it would be a really good change.
Mindfuck.
I don't disagree with any of that.
Okay.
Cool. The
Cool. So to be clear, even if
the
you
only
won't
thing is
concede
that
this,
it would require a whole new constitutional amendment to do it. But I think it'd be a good change. Yeah, of course, we should bring back that.
I don't think so, but that's okay.
How would it not require a new constitutional amendment to undo a prior constitutional amendment? Actually, there's one right answer here.
What constitutional amendment are you undoing?
Right now, would you be undoing? You want to change the 14th Amendment?
No, I don't. What's 14th Amendment Clause 3 state?
Well, right now, the Supreme Court has said that the only way to enforce that Section 3 is with a statute from Congress. Congress has to enforce it.
Statute from Congress?
I don't know if you call it a stat. I think it would be, or a law or something, but yes, Congress has to pass a thing. Yes. I hope right now in your brain you're thinking that sounds really retarded, because it is retarded. But yes, that was because in the thing, their retarded argument, and I agree it's retarded, but if you look at the 14th Amendment, there is a clause that says that you can remove the injury or you can cure the injury or whatever by having Congress pass a law saying we forgive these people. But Congress, so this is the last sentence is Section 3, but Congress may, by a vote of 2/3 of each house, remove such disability. And Roberts and the rest of the retards on the Supreme Court.
Okay, we're going to be like, if I do this, I need to get one more. Okay, just to be clear, just to be safe.
Court interpreted that as well. If Congress has the ability to cure that disability, then it must be Congress that enforces the disability.
I just need a mark,
even though Section 3 provides for this language. But that's what they said, yes.
Couldn't you infer, so what I would infer, this would be my line of argumentation, didn't Colorado effectively state that they appointed a council of experts to determine whether or not Donald Trump and his ilk had conducted insurrection?
Correct. In every court where it was adjudicated, they made that determination, but it was not in a federal court ever that adjudication was made. Yes.
Well, correct. But what I'm saying is they made that adjudication, and then therefore they use that as justification to remove Trump from the ballot.
Yep.
Why couldn't Congress say, well, it's up to Congress to cure? If it's up to Congress to cure, then it's up to Congress to kill. I don't know. And so they could say, okay, well, the way that Congress is going to do that is we're going to appoint
the Ashley Babbitt legislation
council of 12 congressmen who effectively adjudicate, whether or not somebody has committed insurrection, and then they determine it, and then that's it, and then that person is barred from office.
I mean, they could do it.
I don't think that requires new legislation. I think that requires them just saying this is how we're going to do it.
Correct. Yeah, no, they could do that right now, sure. But they could literally just do it right now. Like Congress could pass a thing tomorrow and say, by a vote of 2/3 of each house, we have decided that all of these people were engaged in insurrection or aided in insurrection, and now they're no longer able to hold office. They could just do that right now under the current reading of the thing. Yeah.
Okay. So the main thing that I want to point out through this conversation, because I think one of the main contentions is that you are accusing Hutch, me, and Lonerbox by proxy of only
it's not me and the stuff that me and Connor agreed on. The stuff that me and Connor agreed on was not the same thing that Hutch was agreeing on. That's really, it's not the end of the world. It's just slightly irritating.
Wanting to patch the holes in the boat. But what I think that we've articulated, because I brought up like 3 bullet points that are reforms that Lonerbox, to his credit, brought up. And I think not only do they patch holes in the boat, they prevent us bumping into maybe the same rocks, but at least we're not bumping into the same rocks in this metaphor. We can bump into different rocks.
Yeah.
But at least we're not bumping into the same ones.
Yes, but what I'm saying is, like, I don't know why we're... If you want to roll the analogy thing, okay, you know how people create hacks for games, and then the anti-hack people have to create like an anti-hack, and that's like an arms race back and forth?
Yeah.
I don't want to be in an arms race with the other party insofar as rule of law is concerned. We should all be in the same playing field. When we're patching or reforming stuff in order to prevent rule breakers from breaking rules, when we're patching and reforming stuff, that's a losing game. I don't want to play that game. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, but how are you not like saying, I'm going to deter their hacking by hacking myself?
I am saying that.
Yeah, isn't that retarded? Isn't that how you break games?
Well, it's not retarded because you're doing something, because your goal is ideally, hopefully, is different than the other person's goal. Their goal is to destroy the...
Like, this is what I'm saying. I saw this earlier when I was watching the video. I just didn't mention it. This is the Josh guy, and when he's in someone else's chat, He's hearing me speak and he's thinking I'm saying, hey, maybe Israel should occupy. Like they're talking about Iran. This is what I mean. Like these people who come in with these like very, very strange, like mental gymnastic fucking criticisms, trying to steelman the people who think I want to just murder all the Muslims, or especially if they're fucking Palestinian kids under the age of 10. But then they go in here and they're just like completely fucking bad faith strawmanning like retards. So, yeah, it's very strange behavior. I will never understand it. Never care to really, but just when I see it, I'm just so baffling. Do you think I genuinely meant that? Yeah, in the context of me saying and Queen complaining that I'm saying that there are potentially positive outcomes of intervention in Iran. Yes, I do think you actually meant that straw man. Yeah, I think, yeah. Or I mean, I don't know if you meant it like what, you were being bad faith on purpose. I don't care. I just don't know why you think I should take you seriously. The only serious like application I'll give you is just like a profound fucking fascination at how strange your contribution or like attempted contribution to the discourse is. You sound like a retard. And you sound like a two-faced retard. So yeah.
Liberal system.
Not my problem.
By hijacking it and taking advantage of it. And your goal is to, unfortunately, working outside of the liberal system, save the liberal system by enforcing that everybody inside that system is going to play by the rules.
No, I think this perfectly articulates why I disagree with you so aggressively.
Okay.
So, Titanfall 2 is the best first-person shooter of the past decade, and unfortunately, it's not well known, or it's not as well known as it should be.
Okay.
And it was beloved by its community for years after its creation. And hackers ruined it for months or years. And Respawn, because they didn't have the assets, they only put 1 or 2 people on the patch team, and so the game was unplayable for months.
Okay.
So the reason why I'm articulating this history is, number one, I love Titanfall 2, and you guys should go play Titanfall 2 immediately. However, if somebody told me, well, the way that we're going to fix Titanfall 2 isn't by patching and aggressively banning hackers via the 14th Amendment. Instead, we're going to hack it ourselves so we can teach the hackers that hacking is bad, I would be like, that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my entire life. And anybody who's trying to play the game is going to stop playing the game, because the malicious hackers are going to be hacking. The virtuous hackers are going to be hacking. And anybody who's playing the game isn't going to be able to play the game. And that's why that's dumb as fuck.
Well, they actually do this. They put people into hacker cubes. Maybe not for Titanfall 2, but like if you're seen hacking in like, I don't know, fucking like Battlefront or whatever, you're going to go in queues with only other hackers.
It's also, the issue is that like this is, it's totally disanalogous. It doesn't work here because you can never.
Why? It was your analogy. I just went with it.
No, but because you're talking about like, what I just told you was that I don't want to be involved in like the arms race between hacking and anti-hacking.
Yeah, you don't want to be a patching cuck. Right? You don't just want to do patches.
So, but the issue is that like people hacking in a game is never going to disincentivize other people from hacking in the game, right? Like that doesn't make sense from like a queue to queue. You don't play with like the same players over and over and over and over again. Now, because of the way that matchmaking works, we're kind of you're getting like you're rolling like a new country every single time. So there's no like learned behavior, you know? If we to go with a tit for tat thing. What do you mean, okay? Hold on. Do you think that if a person hacks in a game against another hacker, that other hacker is going to be like, wow, that guy hacked against me. I think I'm probably never going to hack again.
Oh, it's up. Where the fuck is the... No, it's up, it's up there.
Do you think that in our system, if conservatives thought, ooh, if I'm like working heavily with this Trump coin shit, I might have literally every fucking asset I own seized, and I might be under criminal investigation for the next decade. Do you think that would disincentivize them from engaging in that behavior?
Yes.
Okay. So that's the difference, right? But I don't think there's anything illegal.
But prosecuting people for corruption isn't the equivalent of hacking.
Corruption is not a crime, and crypto coins and owning Trump coin and being involved in rug pulls and all that bullshit is not illegal. So you would have to use something.
Then let's make it illegal.
That's fine, but you can't ex post facto make the prior engagement with it illegal.
I don't give a fuck. And by the way, this is one of the things that actually consistently pisses me off about the conversations that we had.
I'm sorry. Speaking of, this is probably one of the funniest gotchas I've. What the fuck? Notice how the bloodthirsty enemy of mankind, Iran, has let in a US journalist as it's currently being bombed by us, but our most moral ally, Israel, won't let in Western reporters into Gaza, makes you think. I don't even need to elaborate on why this is so fucking retarded. It's like self-defeating. Base. All right. Is it here? Fuck! No, wait. It's not. Where is the... There's a quartermaster, but I didn't know they were up here.
What was it? About Hunter Biden. It is basically like, oh, well, it's just nepotism and cronyism, so who gives a fuck? And Trump is substantially worse, so definitely who gives a fuck? And my solution is, let's make a rule prohibiting this behavior.
Oh.
Do you think that it's possible for you to make so many rules prohibiting behaviors that future Republicans that see MAGA as a template just will have no options or no place to go? They'll be like, fuck, I guess they patched everything. Like, do you think that's possible to do?
No, but I think there's glaring exploits right now that must be patched.
How are there glaring exploits in a system that's been running for hundreds of years?
Crypto and public bribery and...
You think that absent crypto, the current administration would be significantly improved?
What's that?
You think that absent crypto, the current administration would be significantly improved?
Yes, I think that a lot of the things that you don't like and I don't like, to be clear, would still happen, but I think that we wouldn't have arguably tens of millions or hundreds of millions of dollars, maybe billions at this point. I think it's billions, laundered into the Trump administration exclusively so he can reward the people who are helping him do the money laundering.
Do you think that we would have? Do you think that would have changed any of the? Do you think that would have changed?
That's pre-raid biz weapons. Good. Wait, can I get anything else from here? Now that I've got the, I think everything else is shit, isn't it? Well, yeah. Okay. Never mind.
The presidency of the United States. It's borderline horrific that it wasn't prohibited prior to his presidency.
Not here, though.
Do you think that it would have changed any of the ICE behavior?
No.
Do you think it would have changed the invasion of Iran or Venezuela?
And I've got 66 holy dust.
I don't think. Okay. I don't.
Maybe. A lot of the donations are coming from the Gulf states.
I'll just get this one.
Do you think that we invaded Venezuela or we invaded Iran because Saudi Arabians are buying crypto from the Trump Foundation?
No, but I think the Saudis, the Qataris, and the Omanis, and the Israelis, they might have said, hey, we gave you billions of dollars. Iran's a pain in the ass. Can you kick Iran's ass for us?
Yeah, but they don't need crypto to do that, right? Qatar literally gave them a fucking $500 million plane, right? It's not like they need crypto to do any of that.
Sure, but that should also be prohibited, right?
Yeah, but like...
Foreign nations should be prohibited from gifting hundreds of billions of dollars worth of shit to the President of the United States in consideration for geopolitical or trade considerations?
Sure. So I'll find a way to run this argument better in the future because we're just not going to agree on this right now. But like, I am firmly of the mindset, and you seem to disagree. You cannot have any rule system that does not have good faith cooperation between both parties. It is impossible to make that work. And you're going to say, well, I agree, but you can get 99% of the way there. And what I'm telling you is you can get 5% of the way there. That's it. That if you give, there's this stupid fucking quote. I don't know if it's from by or if it's about like fucking Einstein or Oppenheimer. There's some retarded fucking quote by an apolitical retard who's like, they gave the U.S. Constitution to Oppenheimer and he looked at it and in only 5 minutes he was able to find 20 flaws that shows you how to take over the whole fucking government, right? Because finance and science people think they're the smartest people on the planet. But anybody that knows anything about politics would say, anybody that knows anything about politics would say, well, yeah, of course, that's every single constitution ever. There is no rule of laws that can govern human behavior perfectly. You can't encapsulate everything. This is why we have courts and everything else to determine if somebody's even broken a law, right? So there is no, we cannot reform our way out of the...
Oppenheimer hacking into the U.S. Constitution and showing all the flaws. He's so smart. That's funny. Using his physics game theory Quantum knowledge. Target is curative disease. Okay. I think I'm done. I'm good. This conversation is kind of wank. It's going on for too long. Okay. Oh, you guys actually did the goal. That's crazy. What the fuck? Did I miss anything? Tash Gordon, next to tier 1 sub. Bright yellow pants for the €5. Thoughts and prayers for Aberdeen-born Dan Crenshaw, who lost his primary to a MAGA. All his groveling and Trump glazing did not serve him. Good. Crenshaw is a piece of shit. Worm. Fuck. Deserves it. Feel like Goblin, thanks for the £5. Don't you dare slander that beautiful green helmet. I'd never. No way. Unk is getting eepy. I am. I'm going to stream tomorrow, and then I've got the weekend off because I'm going away. This person is streaming. Okay. All right. Take care, guys. I will see you tomorrow for big updates. God damn it. It's going to be quite scary, actually. Dahlia getting the fucking shit bombed out of it. Okay. See you tomorrow. Bye.